Hello from Sussex and the historic splendour of Hurst Monceaux Castle.
Remarkably, though dating back to the 15th century, the castle has never witnessed a battle. Until today, that is.
Yes, we've got 8 eager artists all lined up to get medieval on their art. It's the Battle of the Brushes. It's Landscape Artist of the Year.
Throughout the summer, we're visiting some of the most stunning and inspiring scenery that bountiful Britain has to offer.
So you felt quite happy when you learnt you were coming to a castle? This is like perfect.
48 talented artists will commit to canvas these magnificent views in their quest to create their own landscape masterpieces.
I'm pretending I'm a child with poster paints.
OK, splash it on.
Competing at today's heat are 7 professional artists. Izzy Wingham, Gary Jeffrey, Satdeep Grewal, Colin Watson, Fatma Umanel, Ian Lever, and Sarah Manolescu.
I think I've been quite anxious in the build-up. I'm quite easily rattled, but I'm here to paint, so I just want to get on and paint.
And 1 amateur artist, Russell Ashcroft.
Never worked outdoor before. I am feeling very nervous. It's all very surreal. I didn't sleep a wink last night.
The artists are competing for the prize of a £10,000 commission to paint a scene in Venice in celebration of Victorian art critic John Ruskin.
To be in with a chance of taking the top prize, the artist must impress our 3 accomplished judges: Taishan Schierenberg, Kathleen Soriano, and Kate Bryan.
This is Biro sprayed with deodorant.
Biro and deodorant?
Yeah.
Also hoping to gain favour with the judges, at every heat are an extra 50 artists, our wild cards.
The colours you're going to use are going to be bonkers.
I may get bonkers. I have to sort of...
Then it'll be like bonkers.
Are you a competitive person?
I like to win.
So that's a yes.
Pressure's on.
While the 8 artists prepare for their challenge, the judges review their qualifying online submissions.
8 artists, 8 submissions. Let's say hello to a painting of an aloe.
We're starting early today.
Yeah, don't worry about that. I'm all over it.
The colours of that hot climate are very sort of silvery, and there's a certain sort of atmosphere to them.
This is almost like a complete absence of liquid in the way that they've put the paint down. It's dry, it's chalky, and of course that just underscores the kind of terrain that you're looking at and really suits this fantastic plant.
There's a lot of stamping, printing, and it feels like a sort of gritty urban scene. They've somehow elevated with pattern and with colour.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this. It's a very strange way of putting textures and paints down. But at the same time, I think they've struck a nice balance between being realistic and being a bit experimental with their process.
As soon as I look at this, I'm taken right through art history and lots of paintings where out of the background of some scene, Icarus falling or Bruegel's walkers through the forest, you have this town in the background, and it makes it so powerful.
And such attention to detail. You just know that they haven't missed a single roof tile.
I love this because it's so surreal, and I think the crab is a complete tour de force, and these fantastic patterns that they've created, and it's still really believable as crab shell.
Come on, it's bonkers.
It's brilliantly bonkers, though.
The sort of 50s horror movies, and I'm quite intrigued of what they're going to bring today. It's a really interesting clash.
So, from killer crabs to a slice of London suburbia.
Very beautifully caught, the way the street runs through the picture. They've found an interesting sort of composition which keeps the whole thing alive, really.
But also full of story. You know, I love it when you can see things like net curtains and then you start to think about the people who live there. That sort of presence of humanity. It's a powerful little piece.
It's very unconventional language that they've used. And it's done very cleverly with that sort of the softness of the water, and then the graphic element on top gives us the sense of the surface of the water. So they've created a language in which they create space and volume, which is very effective.
It's almost like a little vignette of an old movie. Maybe it's because of the sepia tone that's being used.
And the only real colour is the green of the new shoots. This plant winds its way across the canvas in a way that sort of guides your eye as well. A very clever composition. I really like the brevity of the paint. That sense of heat is made real by the shadows, and if you look at the steps, that's where I feel the heat, is walking down those steps.
It's so impressionist. I can hear the kids screaming in the surf. We're really there, and so to do that with such a shorthand is pretty impressive.
Well, what a mixture of styles. See what they produce. Keep an eye out for killer crabs. Artists, I hope you're feeling inspired because the time has come to put your creative skills to the test.
You have 4 hours to complete your landscape, and your time starts now. Today, we've placed our artists on the banks of the medieval moat, surrounding majestic Hurst Monceaux Castle in East Sussex.
Britain is populated by these incredible castles that sort of march across the countryside. And here we have a fantastic version, which is really going to challenge, I think, our artists today with the level of detail that's presented in it. They need to embrace the castle, and that doesn't mean necessarily that they have to show all of it, but they have to give us a really strong sense of it and its detail, and also this luscious landscape that we're sitting in.
There's one word I feel about this view, looming. Yeah, I want to try and break the monotony of this edifice and make it come to life.
There's a lot to take in, but I'm going to try and capture as much as I can of the castle, the trees and the moat, and I might add some little sneaky things in here as well.
The usual detailed approach that I do is a really, really time-consuming one. And there's so much detail in all the stonework. I just really want to focus in on the parts that are quite impressive.
When she's not working as a teaching assistant, Norfolk-based professional artist Izzy Wingham is a passionate history buff who loves to capture historic sites in graphite. Her meticulous illustration of the town of King's Lynn took over 100 hours to complete.
Izzy, we loved your submission, that fantastic detail. I suppose I don't need to ask if you like brick, because I already know that you do.
Yeah, really old weathered brick. I love drawing it.
So your sketch is next door.
Yeah, that was just an idea of composition, and then this is the angle that I've chosen.
And you always work in graphite?
I do use soft pastel, not charcoal, because it's too smudgy. The graphite is easier to control. I would start with the hard pencils first, the light ones, and then gradually build up.
You're not actually delineating all the tiny bricks?
No, I'm going to select areas of where I'll put more detail.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing these little bricks emerge. I love the bricks on your submission. They were so charming. Let's hope it doesn't start raining.
Yeah.
I'm worried about your little piece of paper there.
My philosophy for today is to take my time, because normally I paint over a 2.5 to 3 hour window, so I've got time, but I don't want to overpaint it. So it's keeping myself in check to make sure I don't do that.
Professional artist and mum of 2, Sarah Malolescu describes herself as an impressionist with a love for figures, colour and light, as demonstrated in her Wimbledon street scene. A seasoned plein-air painter, Sarah's familiar with tight deadlines, managing family life around her artistic working day.
Sarah, you really dashed down with enormous brio a huge amount of this picture.
Yeah, it's so important to get everything in the right place before I start putting on the colour.
And you have actually noticed over here a staircase.
Yeah, I really like that line coming down and the bit of sky poking through that archway.
You're used to working in the open air.
I am. I have to be in front of my subject. You're absorbing everything. Everything you hear, you smell, you see, you experience, it all goes onto the board, and it just makes for a much more energetic, lively, emotional piece, I think.
Great.
Yeah? Thank you.
Go for it.
Also invading the grounds of Hurst Monceaux, 50 wildcard artists are taking up residence in the castle's orchard.
Most of my studio with me, really. All my big brushes.
I was on a 12-week course for this.
There you go. Look at that, isn't it marvellous? I was such an amateur. My husband dropped me off and all the children stayed in the car with him and enjoying the calm.
I'm nervous. I also get my dissertation results today, so I'm nervous about a lot of things. If you see me crying in the corner, then you know why.
I can't really see much of that to make it look good, so I'm going to do something a bit different to everyone else, with the little trees.
And if any of their landscapes impress the judges, they could win a place in the semi-final.
The kind of Van Gogh-y kind of feel to your drawing. Is that any
That's interesting you say
artistic influences?
Well, if it is, it's gone wrong, because I'm trying to channel Kandinsky.
Kandinsky?
An hour into the competition, the overcast grey day and dominant red brick of the castle are definitely not dictating one artist's palette.
Today, I'm going to be radical and put down the complete opposite colours to what I can see in front of me as an underpainting in an attempt to make it come to life. So the first thing is a bright green castle, but don't panic.
Surrey-based professional artist Gary Jeffrey took part in 2016's Landscape Artist of the Year, competing at Stowe in Buckinghamshire. His submission this year, capturing the colour of a beach scene, was painted plein air on holiday in Mallorca.
Gary, you made a very bold start there already. It's kind of very bright colours.
Yeah, I'm pretending I'm a child with poster paints.
OK.
This is the most fun part.
Splash it on.
Yeah.
Big, bold and beautiful.
Absolutely, yeah.
Are you a bit of a high-wire act as a painter? You're quite courageous.
I love being up against it.
Oh, that's good. Well, you picked the right place then. So 4 hours is not going to be a problem for you?
I wouldn't say it wouldn't be a problem, but you have to prioritise
OK.
to actually make something that's resolved.
Have you got anyone here supporting you?
My dad.
Oh, yeah, where is he?
He's over in the wildcard section.
Is he a wildcard?
Yes.
Do you paint together a lot?
I don't like going out and painting with him because he gets bored.
Oh, he gets bored?
Yes, and wanders off and goes, why have you only done one? I've done 3.
Oh, so he's the kid and you're the dad, basically?
Yeah, he's got an attention span problem.
Oh, well, listen, do him proud and good luck with it.
I will, thank you.
I use a lot of like yellows and browns just to kind of sketch in where everything will be. And then I underpaint the colours in with a light wash and build on it throughout the day.
Aged 25, Fatma Umanel is our youngest competitor today. A professional London-based artist, her submission depicts an amalgam of photographs taken on a trip to her parents' homeland of northern Cyprus. Presented with today's behemoth of a building, Fatma's chosen to close crop in on her canvas.
Fatma, you've really brought the castle sort of almost smothering us as the viewer, but you've been super clever and you've sort of avoided the water, haven't you?
I actually wanted to include the water, but I haven't actually got any space to. Because of the kind of position I am, quite close to the castle, I've opted to zoom in, and that's quite difficult because there's a lot of detail. The brickwork, the windows, so that's been quite tricky.
But I love it. I think there's a real sense of oppression. It's really dominating the scene. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck.
Thank you.
As the first hour of the challenge draws to a close, will our artists conquer the castle?
Because it's so big, I don't want to give myself too much to draw. I'll have to keep a very close eye on the time.
You're quite methodical, aren't you, as a person, I see? Yeah.
Yeah, my pencils are all in order.
All in order.
There's loads of things worrying me about today, not least of which is the weather. I'm a bit worried that the sun might come out and completely ruin all of my Gothic gloom.
I
never know how a painting's going to go. It's always an experiment. So I really hope I produce something that I'm happy with, because if I'm not, then that'll really suck.
Our 8 competing artists are entering the second hour of the 4-hour challenge to depict the enchanting yet formidable Hurst Monceaux Castle in Sussex.
Normally I would paint straightforward landscapes. Sometimes I do a little bit of architecture, but often the architecture supports the rest of the landscape rather than being such a kind of key feature of it like it is here today.
A self-taught professional abstract artist, Satdeep Grul's unique vision of a local beauty spot on the River Test in Hampshire demonstrates her approach to the natural landscape.
Your submission involved water. You used a very schematic way of representing it. It isn't naturalistic, I wouldn't say.
But normally I do start with a realistic approach and I try to capture kind of what's in front of me, and then the more abstract graphic elements come later when I've thought through the best way to do it.
Where do you derive your style from?
For a while I was obsessed with the golden ratio, which is this pattern repeated throughout nature. I think that's what I'm trying to do with the patterns.
The relationship with nature, it's elusive, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a castle, isn't it? Just a chocolate box castle. So what you're looking for, I imagine, is something very twee and romantic.
Absolutely the opposite, of course. And it's very odd because we're standing in front of this magnificent edifice and we've got this moat and everything is great and ready for a painting. The light is so bad and grey that there's no contrast. They've got to find some colour in this because that's the only way they're going to make something as interesting. If you stare long enough at this brick, they're reds, they're purples, there's interesting things to be extrapolated from it.
Apparently there is a ghost that haunts this castle. It's a headless drummer.
Weird.
Yeah. Apparently the headless drummer is armless, though. Yeah.
Would you like to live in this castle?
No, because...
There's a headless drummer running around.
There's a headless drummer.
My style is a B-movie type of painting. So seeing famous landmarks and then adding some sort of creepy feature into it. I know they've got a headless drummer, apparently haunts the grounds, so I might sneak something like that into the picture.
Professional artist Ian Lever's submission pays homage to 2 of his favourite things, Brighton and vintage B-movie posters. His work incorporates his love of pop art and sci-fi, inspiring him to paint landscapes with a twist.
So what are we going to get today? Godzilla, crabs? What's happening to the castle?
I've been sneaking in a drum because of the headless drummer.
Nice, OK. It's very flat at the moment, but of course it's that B-movie vintage poster look that you're going for again.
But I'm trying to add different textures and bring it out a bit more because it is just really base coats at the moment.
Yeah.
I really hope I can make it pop out.
Well, I think it's going to be great. I really hope we see the headless drummer as well as the drum.
OK, I'll try and fit them in.
Enjoying the pastoral pleasures of the castle, our 50 wildcards are vying for the chance of just one place in the semi-final.
So we've got 2 canvases here. What's the plan? I mean, why is this one on the floor here?
I had to lay it down to pour on some liquid acrylics. And then I use methylated spirits.
OK.
Along with the spray paint.
Wow, fantastic energy. Really good.
Cheers.
Are you staying with this cool palette? It actually looks like snow. Are you feeling that
Very
cold?
It is a bit chilly, yeah. My hands are getting a bit...
Do you know a painter called Gary?
I do, my son, yes.
Are you competitive with each other? No. How will he cope if he doesn't do as well as he hoped?
He'll cry all the way home.
Will he?
Yeah, and I'll have to probably stop.
What?
And take him in my arms and stop him sobbing.
OK.
Yeah.
God, we should get a camera on that. That sounds like great telly.
On the other side of the historic site, Our only amateur artist competing in a pod is trying not to be overwhelmed by the enormity of the castle.
I've got this grid basically just to set the composition, find a focal point. It keeps my focus on like, a certain part of the building rather than trying to incorporate it all. Just focus on an area.
Russell Ashcroft paints around his working day as a postman in Skipton, where he was born and raised. His submission, a composite scene of the Peak District, is his first ever landscape. Painting outside and to a deadline are also new practices.
Russell, we're quite a way into the day.
Yes.
And you've done a grid.
Yes.
What's happened?
I've decided to start again because I wasn't happy with the composition. This is my original piece, and detail of the castle just overwhelmed me. So I've decided to simplify it and bring more of the foreground in.
Okay.
And just have a little element of the bridge.
Okay.
Just for time-wise, really.
Right. Did you factor in that might happen, or is this a panic situation?
A bit of both.
So taking a deep breath, you're going to start again?
Yes.
Are you good under pressure?
The best.
So we're going to find out.
I've just blocked in the main sort of fundamental shapes. At this stage, it's quite open, and so I'm moving things around, pushing things around until the whole thing locks, and then I'll start refining. But at this stage, I'm just really trying to get the colours, the tones, and the shapes right.
Colin Watson is based in Belfast, but a frequent visitor to his wife's homeland of Morocco, which inspires his artistic professional career. His submission of an aloe vera plant is painted in his homemade blend of treated oils.
Colin, what we liked about your painting particularly was the sense of texture. There's a kind of roughness or a dryness.
Yeah.
Is it a medium you use?
Well, I'm using a wax medium, so it gives it a bit of body.
Yeah.
And it sort of clogs the picture a bit.
The water, which is this dull brown, you've layered it by using this wax, so there's colour coming through.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, you've got this sort of dull brownish underneath, and then it's more violet, sort of pale grey on top. I think that helps to give it a bit of life.
And that sort of visual mixing, in a sense, that's what you're doing, isn't it?
Yeah,
Instead of mixing the colour, you're mixing it on the canvas.
Exactly, yeah. Same with the castle itself. It's not made of one flat colour, so there's a lot of colours there. So I think it helps you to breathe a bit by layering.
Yeah, it does, and it creates atmosphere as well. I mean, you've seen colours in there which I haven't even imagined. So
well, maybe they're not there.
It works.
Well, you have to keep the thing alive, hopefully.
Well done.
Thank you.
As the second hour of the competition winds down, the wind picks up, along with the artist's kit.
I've actually found the weather quite difficult because when I'm trying to paint really fine lines, my hand keeps getting knocked from the wind.
It survived?
Just about, yeah. Should be all right.
Okay.
Bit of scraping.
You sure it wasn't the wind? It wasn't you getting moody, getting moody and flinging it?
Bit of that maybe involved.
Feeling good. The early explosion of energy has paid off, and I can be a bit more considered.
Normally, when I'm painting, I'm under time pressure because I have to go and pick up my kids from school. My concern today is that I might be tempted to fiddle.
Our 8 competitors are halfway through their challenge at Hurst Monceaux Castle in Sussex. With just over 2 hours left, the sheer scale of the building continues to test the artists.
You've gone quite close in.
Yes, this is bigger than I normally work on.
And it's more complex in a sense?
Yes, because there's so much going on with that building, and I do get sucked in by the details. I mean, the brickwork is hard because there's so much going on within it. You know, certain parts look almost sort of pebble-dashed in a way.
Yeah, I'm quite intrigued how this...
Me too.
No, sorry, I sound... I'm quite intrigued.
How's it gonna
I'm
go?
most positive. I'm intrigued and quite excited to see how you develop this.
Russell, you're a brave man. You changed tack.
Yeah, I decided just to concentrate on textures
Yeah.
and larger flat areas.
What are the priorities that you've got to crack on with?
Just to get some more depth in here and then detailing in the bridge. Other than that, I'm quite happy with sort of the basicness of it.
You're really happy with the moment at which you killed the castle?
Yeah.
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 Well done.
Gary, come on up. I found someone you might remember.
Oh, no.
How are you feeling about Gary's painting so far?
Needs a little bit more work, I think.
Right. What would you suggest?
Well, you don't want to start again, do you, really? No, I think you need to start putting some lines in, some linear work onto it.
All right, Father.
Yeah. No, you'll be all right, mate.
Parental advice is one thing, but today the only opinions that really count are those of our judges.
So it's halfway. And what's the overall impression have you got?
The view that we're asking our artists to paint is almost too close to them. So some of them are not picking up on some of the subtleties.
The ones who stick out for me are the ones who've overcome the problem of lack of light and lack of tonal contrast and found colour.
OK, Satdeep, has she pushed it too far?
I think Satdeep's style of painting is very particular. You know, she is giving us her own voice.
I think the thing we're missing with Satdeep is that bold outlining that she did on her submission, which made it more like graphic art, and we haven't got that yet.
There is something there that sort of interests me. I think it's the pools of colour, and I'm hoping that it'll all resolve itself as we get towards the end of the day.
Colin, very keen on colour.
Colin's skill is, of course, the way he applies paint and finds colour, and the way he's used wax and how the paint is very dryly sort of overlaid. I think it's very atmospheric and very beautiful painter. I think it's gorgeous.
I also think that Colin's given us a little bit of context. There's a rather lovely tree that's appeared on the left-hand side of the castle. There's almost dappled light coming through it, and I'm hoping that that will push the castle back a little bit, maybe.
Let's consider Gary.
I liked his very counterintuitive way of painting the castle, of taking every colour that he could see, and what we've got is this kind of fauvist, wild beasts, warm, saturated castle.
He's working quite small, and it's very sort of almost symmetrical version of the castle, but the colour he's bringing off.
Russell, bold to start a second picture halfway through the competition, isn't it?
I think Russell made such a good decision to stop when he did, because he realised he had too much castle.
And there's something rather beautiful happening. He's running a bit behind, but what's there, I think, is really interesting.
Sarah, happy as a lark in the open air.
Sarah's given us a confident approach, a confident composition, and I'm looking forward to seeing her give us a bit more mood, a bit more texture.
At the moment, it works, but this grey-brown that she's used for the bricks is rather underwhelming.
I really like it, but actually I'm worried that Sarah will have too much time. It's got a real impressionistic, fleeting aspect to it, and actually she could overwork that.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they do this afternoon.
I'm so excited. I've come at just the right moment. I've been waiting for you to do something with these blocks of colour that you've laid down. You've now started to define them with the outlines. It's fantastic. How do you normally know when it's the right time to start laying on these graphic shapes on top?
It's usually when I've had about a week to decide that I'm happy with the underpainting, which I don't have today, so that was the kind of most difficult bit.
I can see how you've got these sorts of circular flumps, or whatever you want to call it. If you look at the tree there, it's a perfect sort of circular flump.
Yeah, there's a direct relationship between what I'm painting and what I'm seeing, but there's also obviously something else going on in my head.
Well, I look forward to seeing how it all pulls together at the end.
Thank you.
The stately Herstmonceux Castle our artists are painting today was the creation of Sir Roger Fines, aspiring Sussex landowner and Member of Parliament during the reign of King Henry V. Roger had inherited what was then a modest manor house from his father in 1402. It was the time of the 100 Years' War, with the ruling families of France and England engaged in a bitter struggle over French territories. With fame and fortune to be made on the continent, Roger had big plans for his family and for Herstmonceux.
Roger himself was very ambitious. He fought for Henry V in France, as did his brother. They seem to have been very popular with Henry V, and they were rewarded with lands and important posts.
When Roger returned from France, he was determined to build himself a home in keeping with his new status as war hero and royal favourite.
Roger was given permission to enclose, crenellate, embattle and entower his manor of Hurst, but you could say that what he builds is like the missing link between the really defensive castles of an earlier period and the later Tudor grand stately home.
Inspired by a chateau he'd seen during his time fighting in France, Roger's castle was a huge edifice of red brick, a building material almost unheard of in Britain at the time, and it looked every inch the medieval fortress. And yet on close inspection it would hardly have withstood a marauding army. The windows were too large, the gun ports too small, and the walls would have been no match for a barrage of cannonballs. By the time he died in 1449, Sir Roger had reached the office of Treasurer to the royal household of a new king, Henry VI, with the splendour of Herstmonceux Castle standing as testimony to his wealth and status.
Enjoying the glory of the castle grounds as they stand today, our 50 wildcards are nearing the end of their challenge, with the judges selecting only one to go forward and be in with a chance of making it to the semi-final.
But for someone, there's already good news.
I got my dissertation results back today. It's not an official mark, but hopefully I'll get a first.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank
That's
you.
wonderful.
I think you win the prize for the smallest work, but I love it. It's so precious. Is this the first one you've done?
Oh, well, I did start over there, but there was too much green. I thought I'd get everyone in so I could put a bit more colour.
You could have put a bit more colour in if you'd used a bigger piece of paper.
Yeah, I actually like it.
Do you paint a lot?
No. I give myself half a day once a week because I've got a job.
Oh, right. What's your job?
I'm a GP.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. So I've got a little thing on my eye.
Well, it's fine.
I wondered if you could have a look
Just take
at.
your top off.
So which of our wildcards has flourished today?
What about the guy who's slightly up the hill?
You just did the foliage and the different sort of textures.
So
yeah.
much richness in the
really.
colour.
No.
But you know, they're mainly looking at
Yes.
the trees, aren't they?
No, that's fine.
There's a girl sitting down, and the trees are painted very softly and rather sort of
Smoky.
smoky and
Yeah.
ghostly.
Yeah,
it's
it's
very atmospheric.
I like that one.
you
I like
like
that
that
one a
one?
lot.
I do like that one.
Okay.
Congratulations. You are our wildcard winner today. Well done.
This has been a really big day, and it's really nice to have just a compliment from an outside perspective because your mum's always going to say it's nice, so it was really flattering.
On top of receiving a first in her art dissertation, Hannah Buchanan from Kent now joins the selection of wildcard winners from all the heats, at the end of which one will be chosen for a place in the semi-final.
But for our selected artists, the pressure continues to mount as the competition enters its final hour.
If you're happy with the light, you're happy with the subject.
Just not happy with the painting.
Why not?
Well, it probably needs another week's work.
Are you feeling the time pressure?
I am, absolutely, yeah.
You're panicking slightly.
I am.
Although I'm using smaller brushes, I'm holding them right at the ends like this to stop me from being tight. And I'm daring myself to be loose and blobby right to the end.
Time-wise, I'm doing better because of the foreground. It's more area of texture rather than detail of the castle. I'm happier because I feel like I'm accomplishing more.
I might have a little bit more to do to the water. I just need to fatten it up now, but I really need to push forward and just attack it.
Here at Herstmonceux Castle in Sussex, our 8 competitors have only minutes left to resolve their landscape works of art.
At this stage, fatigue sets in, so pressure's on.
The quandary I have is how dark to make the shadows. And I have to make sure I don't veer off on the wrong path.
I think I'm okay. I'm just building up the detail now. But my eyes have given up. I don't think they can tell what colour's what anymore.
Artists, you have 1 minute left.
I would like another hour or two.
Artists, your time is up.
Put down your equipment and stand away from your easels.
Well done. Well done.
With the artists retired, it's time for the judges to review their completed landscapes.
I think Gary did rather well today. There's a subtlety in the drawing which makes you aware of where you are looking at the castle from, how that bridge leads over. There's a brilliant colour use.
But it's not as vibrant as it was. He's toned it down, and he's toned it down with accurate tones. And I think the result's excellent. This feels a little bit simplified. I love the tones, though. The colours are really representative of this slightly pink castle, and she just caught that.
The overpowering size of the building and the claustrophobia you get in front of it, it feels like standing in front of the building, absolutely.
I really like the way in which Ian has taken that lovely view of down into the channel of the moat.
I suppose I'm a bit disappointed that it isn't as surreal as his submission.
You're just sad you didn't get Godzilla.
I wanted Godzilla. I mean, I would have taken the crabs.
I really like Izzy's drawing. She's really caught a sense of the ancientness, even though it's small and even though it's only done with, you know, a million different graphite pencils. I think it's got a punch.
In that sort of long slice, it brings the sky sort of over us, doesn't it? So you're really immersed in the landscape. I love the way Colin puts paint on and that atmospheric way. And I look at it now and I think he's just gone a bit too far. The paint surface has lost its luster for me.
But there's a complexity to this work, actually, that shows a sophisticated and experienced painter. I thought Satyajit was really good at observing nature and the natural forms and then reducing them into some sort of abstracted language. I think the graphics thing pulls it all together.
I was really pleased when these thick lines went on because they kind of made sense of what her vision was, although I'm not mad on the lines that she used in the water.
I love the reflection that Russell's been able to suggest in that water and also the texture of the grass. I'm more concerned with the stippled nature of the tree. It doesn't sort of sit so comfortably with this lovely rough texture that we have here.
Almost looks like a Japanese woodcut. And to end on that sort of accent of green, I think is very sophisticated. I like Sarah's understanding of colour in the sense that in a subdued way that she's got these browns working against the silvery greys. I do find the composition a bit oppressive.
I'm really pleased because she didn't overpaint it. I think this painting has got the best water today. You know, it's really beautifully observed.
But no, some good stuff today. The way we set it up in front of the castle, I thought some sort of kind of succumbed to that kind of overpoweredness, and others sort of grappled with it very well.
To help with their decision-making, the judges pare down the artists to a shortlist of 3.
The light was bad. I'm interested in the artists who found a way around that to make interesting paintings. You know, they did something with the colour or did something the way they put paint on.
My favourite 3 are ones that, you know, you have a bit of the castle, but you also have a lot more in nature.
Yeah, I agree with you.
We want a lovely composition and some interesting, painting.
Artists, it's been an amazing day, and it's been wonderful seeing you create this fantastic work.
But the judges can only pick 3 of you to shortlist, and they have made their selection. The first artist on the shortlist is Gary Jeffrey.
The second artist is Colin Watson.
The third artist is Sarah Manolescu.
Our commiserations to the rest of you, but thank you for joining us and for doing really impressive work as well. Thank you.
I'm really happy for the final three. They really captured the sort of mood of the castle and the colours. That was something that I struggled with personally, so yeah, well done to them.
The judges must whittle their shortlist down further to pick their winner. To help them, they take into consideration the selected artists' qualifying submissions.
This castle is a kind of cliché castle, isn't it? Difficult to avoid a cliché painting.
Somehow they brought their own style to bear, and it seemed to avoid that totally.
I think all three of our finalists today have embraced the dominance of the castle and nature itself.
Gary showed an interest in his submission in colour, and he showed an interest today. We've got a very colourful castle.
Yeah, and I think there's a lovely perverse logic to how he painted today, where he said he was going to give us all the opposite colours that were there. And then he sort of took that experimentation and turned it closer to reality.
It's easy to use colour when you're using it as an impressionistic device, but to make something solid and believable using colour as well, it's a step further, and that he can do both is pretty impressive.
Colin can convey a sense of mystery, I feel, in his paintings.
Colin's got a dry way of applying paint, and I think the way the light bounces off the surface of the paint gives us a sense of the air between us and the object, and that is the atmosphere you're talking about. And he's been able to create in both his submission and what he did today, and he's very believable.
And I think the balance in it is really effective, the way in which the tree almost has an equal weight to the castle.
So Sarah really took on the castle, didn't she?
She really took on the water.
Particularly under the bridge. It's so convincing.
Sarah loves her paint to be sort of oily and gelatinous, and that's complemented the reflective surface.
I think Sarah's very good at lots of small, intricate elements, and there's a lot of windows and crenellations, and she was totally unfazed. I think she's a very good painter.
So, who will be king or queen of the castle?
Gary, Colin, Sarah, this is the dreaded moment when we have to lose two of you because only one of you can go forward to the semi-final, and the judges have decided.
The artist they have chosen to put through to the semi-final is... Gary Jeffrey.
Getting to the semi-final has given me a great sense of validation about my work. It means the world.
Gary's a great artist, he's a great colourist, he puts paint on beautifully, but above all, he won because he took risks. We had this very brushy, vibrant way of putting on paint, but we got a sense of the day. And to bridge that painterly language with a sense of realism, where he didn't know whether he could pull it off, and he did pull it off, I think that's just magical.
I'm delighted for you.
Thanks, Dad.
And I think you've done really well. And I hope you can go on further.
Wow, that's
And if you don't, you'll have something to do.
Welcome, ahoy and avast from Plymouth, Devon's historic maritime city.
For centuries, Plymouth has harboured ocean-going explorers, buccaneers and pirates. Today, it's awash with artists.
All swashbucklers hoping to sail off with the prize. Shiver me timbers! It's Sky Art's Landscape Artist of the Year.
Throughout this series, we're visiting some of Britain's most enchanting and exciting scenery.
I love that it's a seascape. I'm always drawn to the sea for some reason. I get seasick, so it doesn't make any sense.
48 talented artists are charged with capturing these sensational views as they strive for creative glory.
Competing today are 3 amateur artists: James Murch, Stephen Rigby and Emma Lord.
Well, if I wasn't here, I'd be doing my day job. I'm a secondary school teacher, I teach art, so I'd be teaching Year 8 in the next half an hour. I'm feeling pretty nervous, if I'm honest.
Joining them are 5 professionals: Pavel Isapov, Lisa Takahashi, Paula Mitchell, Mike Skinner and Tony Parsons.
I haven't had any sleep at all. I went to bed and I stared at the ceiling and then I got up again. I'm buzzing, I've got lots of caffeine in me and that should see me through.
The artists are all competing for a £10,000 commission to paint a Venetian vista in honour of the eminent Victorian art critic John Ruskin.
To be in with a chance of taking the top prize, our artists must impress our 3 exacting judges: Kathleen Soriano, Kate Bryan and Tyne Scherenberg.
It's good to have a time limit, really, because I think I'm starting to get fiddly.
Oh, you've got the smallest brush out now, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always a bad time. I know, it's time to step away.
Know.
Also hoping to impress the judges at every heat are a further 50 artists, our wild cards.
I never work on canvas. It's always metal. It's either bike tanks or motorbike tanks.
One of them will definitely win the competition, and the other one won't.
Ow! That's awful.
Well, so the choice is yours. Don't make the wrong decision.
Yeah, brilliant.
While the 8 artists settle into their pods and each select their composition, the judges review their qualifying online submissions.
Well, judges, here we are, by the sea. This is someone who loves water.
Yeah, I think there's a sort of rich, old-fashioned, green and pleasant England to it. And I think it lives off the water and the reflection on the water and the way that bit of blue just pops as it sort of echoes the sky.
This is a rather ferocious picture, isn't it?
I think what I really like about it is the sky immediately makes me think of someone like Turner, and then you see that what's leading you to the sky are these really brutal electricity pylons.
The whole thing is done by an artist who's fascinated in car tracks in the snow, and they've done it in a very naive but believable way.
You just wonder, with this scene of emptiness, what actually has gone on? They've got a great compositional eye. I love that combination of the contemporary on the cliff above the building and the historic down below. It's like that mashing up of the 2 worlds that we see so much in English seasides.
They've retained a kind of strong sense of understanding composition, of colour.
I love the way with lino cuts where you often get a bit of the ink falling out of the frame of the canvas, and you can see those lovely sort of bands of orange on the far right-hand side.
I think one of the things I like about it is that the seagull gets better treatment than the people.
It seems that the whole landscape has been made out of accidents, in a sense, the way the paint runs, the way it pools, which is very beautiful. I'm thinking, how would the artists deal with a landscape like today to make certain decisions, and can they work with accidents?
I love the way in which they've dealt with the rain in this foreground. You can just sense the wetness of the city and the twilight sort of coming down, these little pops of red with their brake lights of the cars observed so well.
A third of the painting is taken up with this sand-strewn path that we're standing on, and this beautiful pile of clothes in the corner on the right, you know, is reminiscent of early French painting. And so it's got a lot of art historical knowledge in it, but above all, very well painted.
We've got a variety of weathers in all these submissions. It remains to be seen what they make of today's weather.
Artists, we hope this view floats your boat because the challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your artwork, and your time starts now.
Our artist's first challenge is deciding which part of this panoramic vista to paint. Looking out across Plymouth Sound, the prominent landmark is Drake's Island, as well as a constant fleet of vessels, from the smallest of pleasure craft to colossal cargo ships.
So what we've given our artists today is part of a long British art tradition, you know, the seascape or marine painting. You've got a fantastic foreground, middle ground and distance with the little island. You've got a wonderful sea that's really calm at the moment, but has a lot of intricacies and complexity to the surface of it. And if they're not interested in the sea, they've only got to look over to the right-hand side and you've got that lovely little harbour. So we've given our artists a quintessential British scene in quintessentially British weather.
First impressions are, it's deceptively tricky. Obviously, it's a limited colour palette at the moment, but obviously if the weather changes, then the colour palette will change.
It's still nice, even though it's not great weather. I think I'll make something of it.
The view I'm really happy with. It's quite a nice kind of letterbox shape. As the rain is starting to clear, it's looking really interesting.
Paula, I've noticed that you're wearing the same colours that you've started your oil sketch in.
It wasn't planned at all. Didn't think I was going to get to wear this jacket.
But they're your go-to colours, presumably.
I do tend to use purple as the darker shade. So even if it's dark green, I tend to use dark purple.
Paula Mitchell from Portsmouth divides her time between working as a freelance graphic designer and painting. Particularly keen on capturing seascapes, her submission of Ryde Beach on the Isle of Wight was painted in oils on a scorching bank holiday.
You've started off here with a fantastic composition. I mean, how did you land on that arrangement?
I always try and find something that has a strong structure, so it has a lead-in, so your eye gets drawn around the picture.
But you've been quite brave. You've given yourself quite a big expanse of sea, which I know is what we see in front of us, but you could have gone a little bit closer.
It seems like a huge expanse, but there's a lot of colour differences, there's a lot of texture differences. I've got the currents on the top of the water, which I can use as a mechanism to lead you into the painting.
Great, well, good start. Nice size, nice composition, lovely colours.
I hope so.
So you don't make any sketches, you're straight in there with the paintbrushes?
I do a rough block in, trying to find a pattern of light and dark, which is quite difficult because of the weather.
But no pencils, no charcoal?
Just straight in paint, yeah.
Brushes, fingers, doesn't really matter?
Yeah, I use fingers sometimes, yeah. Just to block in, really.
From nearby Paynton, amateur artist James Murch paints plein air as often as possible. His depiction of a local boating lake, painted in all its spring splendour, took 9 hours to complete, requiring numerous trips to capture.
What do you think about this kind of grey seascape we've given you? How would you feel
my
if
first choice.
What about if the sun came out? Better or worse?
If it stays more or less like this, I'll be okay, I think. But sometimes the sun coming out can give you just what you need to kind of put a bit of interest in there.
Talk us through why. Does it make a painting more punchy if there's more light and shade? Because in your submission, the greens are very varied and your paint actually gets very, very thick. This is what happens. The colour gets stronger and the paint gets thicker. Is this what we're looking forward to?
Well, yeah, I try and focus a lot on colour, and I suppose naturally you do get more of an impasto effect.
Well, it's early days, but you've got lots of nice greys on there, James. Let's see what happens.
One artist has arrived with an impressive array of kit to realise her seascape.
Well, now, Lisa, you've come with a lino cut.
Yes.
Now, you've arrived with a lot of equipment, so here's obviously the cutting equipment.
Yes.
But what's going on with all this stuff here? The
so
mirror.
The mirror is where I ink up. It's a bit of a good luck charm. And I've also got a box of pretty much junk, but to me it's treasure. I'll squeeze out the ink and roll it onto these things. So like this wallpaper, for example, is my favourite for sky and sea.
Lisa Takahashi made it to the semi-final of Landscape Artist of the Year 2018 as a winning wildcard, with her oil painting of Broadstairs in Kent. This year's submission is a view of Padstow Harbour made by lino cut, a technique she'll also be using today.
The first process is cutting the lino.
Yes.
How are you going to do that here?
Yes, so basically with lino cut, I start by carving the palest colour and then I will print that layer. So that printing will start quite early on and then I carve away even more and then print colour. Most of the day will be spent carving here and every now and then I'll whip over here and ink up and print.
Also embracing the dank day on foggy Plymouth Hoe is a veritable armada of 50 artists, our wildcards, all vying for the chance of a place in the semi-final. Their view today is the eye-catching lighthouse, Smeaton's Tower.
It's a bit of a disaster, isn't it? I'm trying to balance act here. Important bits.
That's a completed picture. I'm just going to put a grey mess on it and that'll be finished.
That is brilliant already. That sky's Turner-esque.
Thank you.
Despite the sea fog hindering their view of Drake's Island, one of our 8 competitors has rapidly seized the scene.
I've got the island, that's quite key. Everything else is kind of up for grabs. So I've got boats coming past and they're going to create ripples. So that's big slashed lines across the composition and I'm going to use those to point at the interesting things, the island, the headlands. So very much the boats are a movable feast.
A professional artist based in Brighton, Tony Parsons' favourite subjects to paint are the city's Victoriana, including this lift on a local beach, which took him just 90 minutes to complete.
You look like you've almost finished, and we're less than an hour in.
I have bought 2 canvases.
Oh, I thought maybe you double booked yourself.
No, the idea is to go fast and have expressive strokes. Once I've made all the decisions, put as much as I need to say what I want to say, and no more. I really hate overworking a painting.
So you go speed and then you bring in a second one to stop you overworking?
It's speed and chaos, yeah, and then try and chip happiness out of the chaos.
1 hour into the challenge, and as varied as the views today, so too are the artists' interpretations.
You've chosen to avoid the building.
I wanted just one statement of composition, really. Otherwise, it can start getting very fussy, and that's what I was worried about, really.
It's going to have a quiet nobleness to it, isn't it, that island, in order to beat everyone else here, don't you think? You do want to win, don't you?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, it's about the colour for me. It doesn't really matter what the subject is.
I'm going to cut the architecture out of the lino, and the sort of decorative elements.
Lots of detail.
Yeah.
OK, I'm looking forward to seeing those little windows pop in.
I like to think that you spend the first 10 minutes putting the art in and then the next 2 hours knocking the art back out of it. That's when I'll take the canvas off and I'll put another one on and try again. It might be better, it might be worse.
Here on the headland at Plymouth Hoe, our artists are approaching the second hour of their 4-hour challenge, with one artist navigating a free-flowing medium.
The painting alcohol inks. Some ink in an alcohol base rather than a water base. I use gravity, I use a heat gun, and I use a hairdryer to manipulate the inks around the canvas so it comes up with some really interesting shapes and blends of colour, so it's completely unique. I'm not always 100% sure exactly what it's going to do.
Head of art at a secondary school in Preston, Emma Lord has been using this distinctive technique for the past 4 years to create semi-abstract landscapes, like her submission of the light falling through trees in the forest of Bowland.
There's very little drawing there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, in your mind's eye, do you know what the composition is?
I know that the headland is going to
yeah.
be coming through and just gradually getting darker as I come forward. It is a matter of layering, so I'll do another layer and then I'll mask out some areas of that I want to keep that colour and
Can
then
you
build
see
it
the
up.
finished work in your mind?
No, not really.
Oh, can you see it, the steps that you're going to
Yeah,
take?
yeah. I have like a little bit of a process in my mind, but at the same time, there's quite a lot of areas which are not under my control, so there is a little bit of serendipity involved in it as well.
Still, you're quite far along. I mean, you're working in
Yes.
watercolour, so that's quick.
Well, that sort of style where it's
Impressionistic.
but there's enough there to state what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned with tones and colour. Different scales of grey, really. And you've got a purpley grey, you've got greeny grey, back to purple.
Watercolourist Stephen Rigby from Merseyside works all over the country as a water treatment engineer. But his submission of Liverpool's Liver building in his favourite muted palette is a subject he regularly returns to.
Tell me about this pooling here at the bottom. This sort of very almost like symbolist rising smokiness from it. Do you think that will stay, or will you sort of move a lot of that away over the course of the day?
I've seen a couple of figures before.
Swimming?
No, in canoes.
Oh, canoe.
And I'll use them to bring the eye round.
There's the danger, isn't there, that it can flip into being a bit too kitschy.
Yeah.
Sometimes, how do you keep it back?
So it's not knowing when to start, it's knowing when to stop.
But at the moment, it's telling you to keep on going.
Yeah? Oh, yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it's a long way to go yet.
So things are looking up. The sun's coming out. It's a very different proposition.
I'm actually quite warm. This morning I was freezing. There was nothing to paint. The sky and the sea were one, and I couldn't see either of the headlands there, and I could just about discern that that was an island or some lump of grey in the middle. So, yeah, it's looking good. It's looking much better for our artists, and there's a lot to paint. I know one artist has used the opportunity of a rather large boat came across and sort of splitting up in the water and creating sort of current.
They've got to be careful with boats, though, because your tweometer goes off the scale very easily.
It does, indeedy, yeah. I haven't seen any twee boats, though.
OK, good. That sea's incredibly flat. It's tough to paint, no? You're the artist. What would you do if you were painting that?
Well, look, it's about creating an interesting composition. Here, the colours are starting to pop out. The headland's a beautiful colour. The island is beautiful structures, the trees and the buildings on it. So there's a lot to work with. And, you know, painting's about using contrast. So with all this detail, you know, you need a bit of flat sea to work against it. I'm very difficult to please. I'd be happy painting this empty space here.
It's so flat that it's going to be very hard to stop Joan going jet skiing later.
I want to see that.
Meanwhile, keeping watch at the lighthouse are our 50 wildcards. You've decided to paint it when it was quite overcast. The sun's come out. Will you change the sky?
If you change the sky, it affects the light and the way that it hits everything, so then I'd kind of have to redo the light on everything. So I might try and stick to the moodier landscape, which is what I prefer really anyway.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
You've got all the sort of the natural forms in, haven't you, with the island and the cliff in the background?
Yep.
Nice use of that in the foreground as well. But you've also put some boats in. Were they actually there?
I promise you they were.
OK.
There's one there now, look.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So, Richard, we brought you up to the top of this bluff.
Yes.
Overlooking the sea,
Yes.
the bay, the lighthouse, and the gloriousness of the English coastline.
Indeed.
You're painting a road in the opposite direction.
It is, to be accurate, it's the car park.
Can I ask you why?
Well, because it's the only thing I could see this morning, because the mist was everywhere. There's some interesting things there, but there are lovely puddles And the reflections were great this morning, so I just thought...
Do you use the expression lovely puddles?
I like lovely puddles.
OK, fair enough, fair enough.
This is this island here, you see?
Yeah.
And then this here is this, apparently it's Cornwall over here.
Thrilling.
Thank you very much.
I hope you're enjoying it.
I am, I'm loving it, I'm having a great day.
Not all our competitors have been charmed by the sea view, with one of our 8 artists focusing his attention in a different direction.
Pavel, we've given you this wide open scene here, the bay, the distant clouds, and you've decided to paint a little corner of the harbour.
When I saw the view, I was actually really excited because I'm drawn very much to the geometry of the urban landscape. And having this kind of the curvature of this road going down, it's almost like it's sculpted these forms, the little houses kind of embedded into a rock. I think that really caught my imagination.
The youngest painter in today's heat, Pavel Isapov has just graduated in fine art from Edinburgh University. His submission in oils of tyre tracks in the snow was painted from a photograph taken on an evening walk through the Edinburgh suburbs.
Well, your submission was all about shape, and you've really found these really interesting shapes here. I mean, we don't actually see the sky in this composition at all, do we?
Yeah, I actually quite frequently like to crop the sky out. I like to dip below the horizon.
But what we also got from your submission is a great sense of sort of narrative or mystery or atmosphere. Is that what drives the painting, really?
Yes, yeah, of course. It's important to get the kind of the sentiment of a place right. I'm going to not put in any cars or any kind of little benches, because I quite enjoy the almost like the loneliness of the space, because it was quite a lonely morning this morning.
Yeah.
It looked like, because it was raining, not many people about. So.
Okay.
My work is slightly dystopian. I'm trying to sort of get underneath the landscape in a way, to the bone structure, and describe it in a modern way. Hopefully that works.
Mike Skinner from Stroud switched from being a professional commercial artist to one who could choose what he wanted to paint: industrial landscapes. His submission of Rainham Marshes in Essex was completed in his signature mix of acrylics, biro and permanent marker.
You're really not afraid of different mediums?
Not at all.
So what have you put down so far today? We've got paint on the board,
I've
pencil.
had coloured pencil, biro.
What would you say the focal point here is?
I think once this bay has some energy, everything will spin off that.
Tell me what you mean.
I want to sort of describe the energy today as it's kind of changing and moving.
So would that be through colour? Will it be through sort of dramatic movement, or...?
It's through dramatic movement.
Yeah. And how is it experimenting outdoors like this? Are you normally outdoors?
I'm quite a fair weather kind of guy.
Right.
Today's been quite challenging. As you can tell, my voice has gone.
We're going to have to toughen you up.
I know.
We need a bit more outdoor painting, I think.
Our artists are nearly halfway through their challenge, with crucial equipment failing under pressure.
Maybe it's the stress of the day, but I've been sort of furiously burnishing my print, and as a result, the bamboo leaf is now fraying. So I'm now having to use Plan B, which is the metal spoon.
And there are concerns about artistic decisions already made.
Maybe I've tried to include too much. It's really tricky. If I can get an essence of the day, even if maybe some things are not a little off, I'd be happy with that.
I'm working on the more dramatic colours that we've got.
With that big boat that came through not so long ago.
Yeah, although, to be honest, it came through so fast. I can't remember the details. I should have photographed it, to be honest.
I've put another canvas on the easel. I feel a bit like the kid in an exam that's finished an hour or two before everyone else. And I was sort of thinking, what are they doing that I've missed?
Our 8 artists are 2 hours into their 4-hour challenge to capture the picturesque West Country coastline. At this halfway stage of the competition, what do the judges think of our artists' progress?
So we're at the seaside, and often when you're by the sea, you contend with a lot of different weather. It makes it interesting for them, doesn't it?
It does. It makes it difficult too, though, because they start off with this misty, mysterious place, and as the day's gone on, it sort of revealed itself to them.
James's submission suggested that this would be an ideal landscape for him. Is it turning out that way?
I think James made the right choice with that composition, but I do think it's looking a bit flat at the moment.
I mean, James is a seasoned plein air painter. He knows what he's doing. But I think the brush marks, in a funny way, in this painting are too big. But we're only halfway through, so I think it will be more realistic as the day wears on.
Emma is over there applying paint, heating it, it's crackling, it's spitting. It's like painting meets welding.
What I'm worried about at the moment is that she's starting to create something that's feeling a little bit sort of kitschy.
I think using the inks she does, the colours are very strong. And so a green is a green, a blue is a blue. It becomes a very obvious type of that colour. And I think maybe through the process, she'll be able to sort of make them blend a bit more into the light of today.
Tony has painted one picture and he's on to his second.
I mean, I think Tony might have overpainted his first picture. He was so quick, and I thought, well, this would be great because we won't have something too heavy. He'll keep this sort of vivacity, go onto a second canvas. And when I look at the first canvas there on the floor, I think he did put too much down. I'm hoping he learns a lesson for that for the second one.
Pavel has zoomed in on what interests him, that man-made landscape.
Yeah, Pavel found the curve. It takes us in very beautifully, and he's still giving us a bit of nature, but he doesn't like to paint anything that doesn't have some sense of, humanity or the man-made in it. And he's very clever, painting exactly what is in front of him, but slightly to the right.
Lisa has all sorts of processes going on, all these different methods she's using. She's very busy.
Yeah, Lisa's work isn't as punchy as the submission, but she's playing a very difficult game. It's a reduction lino cut. We will only see the final print at the end of the day when there's nothing left of the lino she's cutting out. So I'm kind of excited, but also worried as hell. But
all to play for. And let's see how the weather changes. Things could change very quickly.
I've been panicking quite a lot. I've just noticed that I should have inked up some of the windows black. And the thing is with this printmaking, you don't know how it's going to be until the very last pull. And so, I'm sort of in the dark a little bit about whether it's going to be a good print or a bad print.
How has the changing weather affected you? 1 minute it's cloudy and overcast, the next minute it's blue sky.
Yeah, it's actually helped a bit because I was struggling to find values, and as the sun's come out, it's put a bit more colour into it. I tend to have an emphasis on colour, so it has helped. I think if it was the other way around, it would have been a problem.
Pavel, you like to take what reality has given you.
Yeah.
And you like to put it through your own imagination, your own filter.
Absolutely. I anticipated the changing light, so I decided to go for an experimental colour palette, which will give me room to manoeuvre if the sun came out all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I'm really trying to capture the stillness of this road, very serene nature of it.
Tony, there's one question I'm forced to ask right away.
Go on then.
When you've done a painting as good as this,
Yeah.
why have you moved on to a second one?
Primarily everything changed.
Oh,
that started quite moody, and then the light lifted massively, and the tide went out. Because cardinal sin is chasing the light.
Yeah.
And I felt I was coming up to the borderline where ruination lay.
The view our artists are painting today features Plymouth's historic Drake's Island. In the late 19th century, Drake's Island was part of a huge military construction project whose ruins still haunt the island today. It was 1860 and a time of great instability on mainland Europe, with a resurgent French navy threatening British waters. To combat this, a series of forts named Palmerston Forts after the then Prime Minister was built along the south coast and specially constructed to house a new generation of armaments.
You went from having wooden ships made with pitch and tar, which you could attack with cannonballs that had been heated to partially set them on fire. They now became ironclad. Artillery technology was moving on as well, so you had bigger, more powerful guns.
The new defences consisted of concrete gun ports called casemates, wrapped around the south of the island. The Palmerston Forts were the largest and most expensive construction project of 19th century Britain, but the guns here were never tested. As the century drew to a close, a devastating new form of land warfare loomed on the horizon, with the Palmerston Forts eventually renamed Palmerston's Follies.
Further along the headland, time is nearly up for our 50 weathered wildcards, with the judges selecting just one to go forward to be in with a chance of making it to the semi-final.
It's been a good day. Funnily enough, being by the seaside, I think this happens quite a lot. When it gets sunny, the cliches of the seaside start popping up in the paintings, and really good paintings sort of tip.
There's been so much potential here. I really like the lady who made most of the picture, her umbrella.
Yeah. There's a young woman who's painted the lighthouse from early this morning, and it's grubby and it's gloomy and it's sort of got a strange narrative.
Yeah, and it's the banks of colour are sort of really abstract in a way, but they belie the level of complexity of the greens in there, for example. I really like that one.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello. You're our wild card winner.
I am absolutely serious.
Beth Uglow from Truro will enter a pool of wildcard winners from all the heats, at the end of which one will be selected for a place in the semi-final.
Yeah, we love it. We think it's great.
The lady sat next to me said she's coming this way, and I was like, no, no, no. Oh, just shock. Absolute shock. I feel amazing. I feel completely blown away. I'm just gonna go home and try and wrap my head around what's just happened, I think.
But for our artists looking out over Drake's Island, it's all about those final artistic flurries as the competition reaches its concluding hour. With the pressure on, reassurance from a loved one is sought.
What do you think? I might put boat in.
Yeah.
They always go on about how twee boats are, and I don't so I don't know whether to or not.
Twee, it's fine.
I used to have a little cottage behind that headland. There's two little fishing villages that you can't see.
Let's pop it in. There you go.
Oh, my cottage. Joan was here.
I really kind of want to keep that ethereal, grey qualities of the landscape. And yeah, I actually am enjoying the atmospherics today.
You can get to a point where you're happy with it, which takes a long time, but it can take maybe a second to do something that can take half an hour to fix. So I want to try and avoid that.
Here on Plymouth Hoe, our 8 artists have just minutes left to complete their marine masterpieces. But for one artist, it's decision time, and one they're not making alone.
What do you reckon, gang? Which one? Come on.
Artists, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay.
5 minutes left.
I'm beginning to fiddle, so I'm actually quite pleased there's 5 minutes left.
Are you happy with what you've done?
I forced myself to stop.
Why?
Because the lights changed too much, and I'm about as far as I can go with it, really. I think I'll know in a few days whether it's all right.
think I've been looking at it too long now.
Packing up now.
Well, yeah.
You got somewhere to be?
I'm
We need to tell the
teaching tomorrow.
Oh, are you? So we tell
Yeah.
the judges to get on with it?
Yeah, that'd
Fair
be
enough.
nice.
It feels like I'm sort of teetering on the edge of either success or disaster.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your utensils and stand away from your work.
With our artists' work complete, it's time for our judges to assess the finished seascapes.
I was very concerned that James would overwork this, but I mean, you still even see the raw canvas coming through in the sky that was there this morning. I think the cool tones of the water in the sky against these kind of very warm earth patches of paint, almost sort of shiny and luscious, all hangs together very nicely.
It's a fantastic technique, and all credit to her for sort of having discovered it.
The sky and the water are extremely beautiful. I love the land in Tony's piece. I love definitely the dark blue receding land. I don't love the tiny little details in the foreground of the water.
This is the second of his too. I think he took a public vote, asked everyone to decide which one he should put forward.
I find this scene incredibly moving. Pavel has absolutely captured the atmosphere that he was trying to capture this morning, about the sort of the desolate corner of some forgotten harbour.
She's used a really charming shorthand, particularly there with all the detail on the promenade. We really do feel like we're headed far out to sea with those clouds.
What I really like about Mike's work is this sort of bird's eye view that we have, and this wonderful sort of vignette here, and this thrusting frigate, or whatever it is, coming into view on the left-hand side.
I really like Paula's sense of composition. The sky is fantastic. I think the headland and the island are beautifully done. The water, I have a problem with. I can see she was trying to do something with the dynamics of the currents, but it looks like it's not a flat surface here. It looks like it's folded.
I love the little attention to detail. There's a tiny little set of stairs there, which are absolutely adorable. It's really convincing in its sort of sense of depth and scale.
The judges can only pick one artist to send through to the semi-final. To help their decision-making, they start by reducing the selection to a shortlist of 3.
I see 3 who are very realistic or traditional in a sense.
Funnily enough, this larger one doesn't do very much for me, so I almost think this counterintuitively has got this kind of real zoomed-in sense of real scale.
I like the serenity that some of them captured, actually, but that one for me has caught it really well. I do think, for me, it's these 2 and that one.
Yeah. Very nice.
Top 3.
Artists, we commend you all on the remarkable artwork you've achieved today.
But of course, this is a competition, and the judges can only select 3 artists to shortlist. The first artist the judges have selected is James Murch.
The second artist on the shortlist is Lisa Takahashi.
The third artist is Pavel Isupov.
Our commiserations to the rest of you, but your talent and enthusiasm has kept us enthralled all day, so thank you very much for coming.
well done.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Lovely piece of work. From their shortlist, the judges must now select just one winner. To help them, they take into consideration the selected artist's submission artworks.
What variety you've given us in your shortlist today. You'd be hard-pressed to recognise that James and Pavel have painted the same place. And Lisa's work is in a completely different medium.
It'd be a great exhibition, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So how do you come to this list?
They've all found their own little corners or excerpts of the view that we had and given us a real sense of the bit of Plymouth Hoe that they experienced today.
James, in his submission, gave us a lot of green with a bit of water. Today we've got a lot of water with a bit of green.
He's very consistent, and, you know, the brush marks are put down in a very similar way. And, you know, and he's kind of getting away with murder with those big dashes of blue to delineate this blue sky that we had. I mean, it's convincing, although it's, you know, really quick.
What we have a lot of today is sky. Pavel has avoided that.
Pavel chose to concentrate in a corner of a busy port town, and when he looked down this morning, there was nothing going on. And I like the fact that he grasped that as something poignant and worth painting.
And he's kept it with his signature style, you know, with that wonderful curve. He was looking for that shape right from the very start, and he found it naturally in the landscape.
Lisa gave us this very brightly coloured Padstow scene. Today, she's altered her style.
I thought what she did with the houses is really sweet, and it's got a charm that's certainly there in the submission. But here, you know, I see a sense of her, but I just see her showing us that she's got a lot of range, and that's really encouraging.
Well, you've got 3 styles of painting, processes and outcomes, so deciding will be a real problem.
It's a lovely problem we like having as judges, really.
James, Pavel, Lisa. Well, it's clear each one of you has impressed the judges, but then only one can be a winner.
The artist who will be going through to the semi-final is... James Murch.
I feel amazing to win, a bit dazed, and it feels kind of surreal. Massive confidence boost. Really means a lot, and it means that I could potentially justify spending a lot more time painting and less time working.
James was really exciting to watch today because he was able to give us a sense of distance. There was a real energy in the paint marks. They were believable, but there was such brevity. He didn't need to put much down. He was masterful at telling us the sun came out with that one blue dash in the sky. So I'd like to see more of that. I hope he's as confident today, if not more so, in the semi-final.
Hello from Newcastle Gateshead, where we're about to step on board HMS Calliope, regional HQ of the Royal Navy Reserves.
On the south bank of the River Tyne, we've mustered a fine crew of 8 artists, ready and willing to serve in the name of art.
All aboard and prepared to launch, it's Landscape Artist of the Year.
Over this series, we're challenging 48 talented artists to capture some of the most spectacular and striking scenery Great Britain has to offer. From the ancient to the modern.
Today's clutch of competitive contenders painting a view of Tyneside comprises 5 professional artists. Andrew Hurd, Camilla Dowse, Fujiko Rose, Troy Stewart and Ronwyn Hayes.
Really looking forward to getting stuck in. I'm a little bit anxious that we get a little bit of blue sky.
And up against them are 3 amateurs, Kate Langley, Keith Tunnicliffe and Paul Graham.
I'm petrified. I'm feeling petrified this morning. It's been a few weeks of nervous anticipation, so I'm just dying to get going now.
They'll be working under the exacting gaze of our judges, Kathleen Soriano and Taishan Schierenberg.
Nothing feels right. This is too thick. Yeah.
Look, you're here because your submission is lovely and you're a good painter, so get on with it.
All right. Sound like my husband.
No, oh God.
The artists are all competing for a sensational prize, a £10,000 landscape commission of Venice to celebrate renowned art critic John Ruskin.
Also aiming to impress at every heat are an extra 50 artists, our wildcards.
So do you normally work sitting cross-legged on the floor?
I forgot my chair.
So who will make a meal of it?
Not happy at all.
And who's hungry for success?
I keep imagining an enormous boiled egg just being sliced.
That's why you're hungry.
I mean, I must be.
Until now, the judges have only seen a digital image of each artist's submission. So this is their first chance to get a close-up look at the real thing.
Well, we don't have Kate and her bump with us today, so you're going to have to judge even more and possibly reflect what she herself might have thought of paintings, OK?
I guess we'll have to. What I like about this work is actually how much movement there is in it, even though the buildings are so dominating, but they're also static.
In this abstract jumble of shapes, our eye is able to travel across space and make sense of it. It just is a beautiful symphony of grey, really.
You can feel sort of the heat of the day beginning, but the cool of the shade, but there's a little bit of a breeze blowing with the clothing sort of waving around on the line. I think they've really summoned up that sense of weather.
I love this. I think it's an extraordinary bit of ink drawing, mark making, and also an interesting way of breaking up perspective into this kind of cubist way of looking at space to give us a sense of a location.
What I found interesting are the different painting techniques. So you've got this sort of wobbly painting technique, which you see on the barge and then you see in the water, which is really effective. And then you've got the precision, the blockiness even, of the building.
It's a strange use of lino cut, is it?
It is lino cut.
To then cut a window into a scene that you've almost finished and put in a sort of bit of engineering detail, because it looks like the wires holding up a bridge. So it's almost saying this is an urban scene, and underlying it all is this sort of engineering stress.
I find it a little bit spooky.
Yep.
It makes me think of the house in Psycho.
All the colours are slightly turned up, and I think that's what gives it this sort of powerful narrative.
What are you to make of this one, I wonder? It is, in fact, reflections in water.
Yeah. You can even smell the dankness of the pond edge. It's a beautiful piece of organic greenery.
Well, it remains to be seen how all the artists handle the bridge over the Tyne.
Artists, it's time to look lively and shake a leg as the competition is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your painting. Your time starts now.
Perched on the Gateshead waterfront, today our artists are facing the elegant Millennium Bridge. Known as the Winking Bridge, it's the world's first and only tilt bridge, and has become an architectural and engineering emblem of the region.
So we picked this incredible view with this wonderful bridge because we wanted to give the artists something sort of technical and meaty to get their teeth into. But there's a lot more there which they might pick up on. There's a reflection of the water, the buildings in the background, and the area is quite animated. So today we're interested to see if the artists can actually capture that sense of the iconic that this bridge gives us and to do it effectively and powerfully in the work that they produce.
It's a bridge that just seems to float, so there's an awful lot of air to paint. Unlike the other bridges in Newcastle that were quite Victorian and solid in structure, this one's all about what's not there rather than what's there.
A professional photographer from Glasgow, Paul Graham specialises in photographs of houses. Paul often carries his paints in the boot of his car, so whenever he sees a view he likes, he can instantly capture it, which is how he came to create his submission of a local restaurant, which caught his eye.
Now, you have not wasted time. Look at this marvellous charcoal all over the canvas.
Well, I'm just trying to get the shape and get and make sure I'm happy with the composition.
Are you happy with this line of the buildings?
I think so. It's more the gap that the bridge leaves, because this bridge is all about how it floats in the air.
So it's going to be a painting of the sky?
There's going to be a lot of sky in it, yeah.
And the sky's changing all the time?
It is indeed.
You know it's treacherous, don't you?
Yeah, but I've got a wee trick. I've got a Polaroid camera, so when the sky's right, I'll take a Polaroid and hang on to that.
And what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the sun to move?
I'm waiting for the sun to come out. Which it just has.
Seize your moment.
I'll do it now.
With a 4-hour time limit to create their landscapes, seizing the moment is good advice for all the artists.
My biggest concern is that I won't finish it in time. I still haven't figured out how I want to lay out the image. Hopefully I can create something that I'm happier with. Cross fingers.
Fujiko Rose is a self-taught fine artist and wallpaper designer. She took part in 2018's Landscape Artist of the Year, drawing Fountains Abbey in North Yorkshire. This year, her submission shows foliage around the front door of her Welwyn Garden City home, made in her customary medium of Indian ink.
Starting with small sketches, what are you trying to work out?
It's quite a complicated scene in front of me. You have to kind of edit things out as well. I'm sort of trying to get a slightly old photo feel merged with a bit of a modernist meets a bit of a wood block.
That's good. Of the 3 squares you've drawn for your sketches, you haven't filled out the 3rd one. Have you arrived at your composition, do you think?
I think I might flesh out the 2nd one a little bit more, and I think I'm going to have to move around a little bit. I might try and get a slightly different angle of the bridge, actually.
OK, good. Well, look, I'll let you get on with it. I'm quite intrigued how it's going to look on here.
I'm also quite intrigued.
Don't say that.
The 8 artists lined up aren't the only ones painting on Tyneside today. On a first-come, first-served basis, we've invited 50 more artists to paint on Gateshead Quay, the wildcards.
It's a fabulous view, but what do you do? Can you give us a clue? No? There. You can go anywhere, can't you?
And if any of their artwork captivates the judges, they could win a place in the semi-final.
So yeah, I'm going to inject green in here. There's a tree growing out of the thing back there, so I'll put it there. Put
Growing
some
out
trees.
of what thing?
Do you see here? Down there, there's a tree growing out of the ditch in the water.
But you're facing this way.
Yeah, but it's called artistic license. I can put whatever I fancy.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm a portrait painter, so we're at the Baltic. And there's all this big landscape, but none of that's the Baltic. That's the Baltic.
Paul?
Yes?
I'm impressed by the start you've made to your painting, but I'm more impressed by the fact you're sitting cross-legged on a stone floor. Do you do yoga?
I don't do yoga, no. I do a bit of bodybuilding.
Bit of bodybuilding, OK.
When I can.
Not going to pick a fight with you, then.
Don't do that, whatever you're doing.
Well, it's a cracking start.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Nice to meet you.
And you.
Watch those knees.
I can't get up. I'm literally going to be
Somebody
here for the rest
help
of the day.
Help him.
Can somebody, anybody?
My gosh, Keith, you've made an incredibly vigorous start. It's all sort of swooping lines and energy.
Well,
Is that how you
That's
read
exactly
it?
what I want. What I try and get is a feel of something.
Yeah.
This isn't going to be a really accurate lino cut. So it'll be more like a painting, really.
Since retiring from his career as a web designer, Keith Tunnicliffe now devotes his time to art. Having recently discovered a passion for lino cut, his submission print of Waterloo Bridge in London was created after crossing the bridge at sunset.
One of the things I really liked about your submission were the limited range of colours that you used.
Yeah.
But they were very beautiful. Tonally together, they worked so well.
It's only the third ever lino cut
I
that I've
know.
ever done.
What have you changed from that being your third one to this being much further down the line?
I don't think I've learned very much, really. I think what I try and do is try and tell a story. So basically, you might see 4 prints going up on only one submission.
So we're going to have a little gallery start to emerge in your little pod.
That's right.
I mean, it's a wonderful start.
Right now, Camilla, you've done a very small, very beautiful little sketch, and it's lovely. Is that towards a bigger picture?
I just need to work out the composition, really. I could have brought the bridge in from the side, but then it wouldn't be about the bridge, and I want it to be about the bridge. I mean, you can see here what the big one will start looking like, because I do a lot of drips. I let the paint do what it wants to do.
We love drips.
Okay.
We love drips. Camilla Dowse from Henley-on-Thames has been painting professionally for 5 years, since giving up her job as a picture editor in publishing. Her submission, painted in acrylics, was inspired by the evening light falling on the waterfront of a boathouse on the River Thames. Now, what do you make of this medley here of sort of neo-modern, strangely reminiscent Byzantine architecture?
Yeah, well, they've tried, but well, I must admit, I don't find it very attractive, but what I will probably do is just look at the shapes and screw up my eyes and try and not see the detail, because that's where I'll fall down if I end up putting too much detail in. So I just want to concentrate on the bridge.
We'll be with you all the way.
Thank you very much.
The artists have been painting the Millennium Bridge for 1 hour. But even at this early stage, every decision counts.
With lino cut, there's no looking back. If you don't get the cut right in the beginning, then really you've got to start again.
It's not as I imagined in my head. You have an idea, and then as you're drawing it, it's not as you pictured. So how to fix that is the current problem.
I'm probably at quite a crucial stage, because I've used masking tape to mask off the area of the bridge, which I'll reveal, and if it doesn't look right, I need to start again.
Here on Tyneside, 8 artists are 1 hour into their 4-hour challenge to create an artwork of Gateshead's iconic Millennium Bridge.
Bronwyn, you've got lots of masking tape and lines. Have you worked from something like this before?
Not really, no. I make it up as I go along, really. You just have to kind of respond to whatever's there. And, you know, I start to draw lines and I went, ugh, lines are too tedious. It's going to take too long to draw. So I just want to block it out and mask it up and get blocks of shape.
Bronwyn Hayes from County Clare in Ireland went to art school in Dublin. But landscape painting has had to take second place to raising her children and her job as a film set painter. Her submission, inspired by a visit to Monet's garden at Giverny, was painted over several days in oils and acrylics.
So you've got this beautiful sky stain, and you've already caught the colours of the river. I mean, Is it about applying paint in a transparent way again and again?
Yeah, it's building it up and building it up and building it up. And then I'll probably put a whole wash over the whole thing that pushes it completely back.
Bloody
I'll put a
hell.
glaze over it, and then I'll probably paint some oils, and then it changes completely again.
I mean, you said you don't really have a plan, but it seems to be working and looking quite exciting. So, as long as you're quite gestural, and I've got to be
Yes,
very careful
I know.
about my clothes.
I'm nervous of
But
that.
I continue.
I live in London, so obviously I'm exposed to urban landscapes a lot. I'm comfortable with it. Obviously, there's a lot of sort of man-made, mechanical, sweeping-looking lines. I just want to make sure that I can get that correct.
Originally from New Zealand, architectural technician Troy Stewart now lives in the UK and is studying part-time for a diploma in portraiture. His submission shows a view of the Regent's Canal in London, painted in oils using traditional techniques on a decidedly modern subject matter.
One of the things that impressed me in your submission was that it felt to me like there were almost two styles of painting. One was sort of like wibbly-wobbly, almost impressionistic, and the other was sort of blocky and formal. I mean,
Yeah.
are we going to see those two different styles here today, do you think?
I come from a drafting background, so I try and get the proportions right, but I'm trying to be more expressive.
Yes.
So I want to do the wibbly-wobbly effect on the front rail here.
What's next? Have you got a game plan with the hours that you've got left? 3?
Yeah, I think the curve of the arch is quite important, so I want to sort of lock that in now.
But you'll be okay for time, you think?
I'm going to have to be.
The bridge over the River Tyne. It's not without its issues to paint, I'd imagine. Is it technically difficult to paint something like that?
Yeah, that elliptical shape, I would find it very difficult. I mean, what's harder is a circle on its side even, and that's what we have in a sense from the view. But we're not even directly under this elliptoid, we are to the side of it. So you've got to make it a believable shape. Actually, the only nice thing, or easy thing, I think the artists will really enjoy is the water itself.
Right.
But some of them even complain that when it gets windy, of course, it gets choppy and you can't see the reflections. So this is a right old handful.
Complained?
I
This is
know.
Landscape Artist of the
I
Year.
know. How
What
dare
have they
they?
got to complain about?
Earlier, I know you were a bit sort of overwhelmed by this scene in front of you.
Yes, I decided, if the sun will behave, that I'm going to focus on the reflections. In other words, the only not man-made bit.
And you're not worried that you've given the largest part of the canvas over to something that's a little bit sort of empty?
Empty? Where's the empty? This, the river?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's the best bit.
When amateur artist Kate Langley first moved to Scotland with 4 young children, the cold, wet climate prevented her from painting outdoors. But her submission oil painting of a summer garden was painted in the heat of a family holiday in northern Spain.
Well, I think the washing line was inspired in your submission work. It really sort of animated the landscape. It sort of carried the eye through the picture frame really well.
Thank you. Yeah, I must think movement, but nothing much is happening. Got ripples, we've got ripples.
Fantastic. I'll let you focus on getting all those ripples and all that reflection in.
A lot of my work is quite structured. The horizontals and verticals, I feel quite at home with that. I do paint water quite a bit, so again, having the river in front is quite sort of reassuring. It's something to sort of ground me a little bit in terms of having the reflections as I like to work with.
After selling his haulage company a few years ago, Andrew Hurd took early retirement and relocated to the Isle of Wight, allowing him to paint en plein air every day. His submission was painted in oils over 8 hours and shows a rooftop view from the restaurant of London's National Portrait Gallery.
Andrew, that is a really beautifully balanced composition here. Quite a few of the artists are having a problem fitting this crazy bridge in.
That was my big worry, really, yeah, how to get all of that in and and sort of cope with it. So I thought I'd just have a little bit of it to suggest it's there, but at the moment it looks a little bit sort of abstracted.
What is interesting, I love the abstraction, and in a sense, this block of buildings that you just blocked in with some very zigzaggy marks is a kind of, it's rather beautiful way to paint buildings without getting bogged down by detail. I mean, are you going to have to adapt to the time frame?
I'll reduce it quite a bit, but really pick out the pieces that are important, and some I look back at paintings when I finish them and think it was better 2 or 3 days ago.
No, I mean,
So
I think
the 4 hours
really...
might stop me before it goes wrong.
Also exercising their creativity on the Gateshead quayside today are a further 50 dedicated artists. Our wildcards.
I work in this building, I get to see these views all day, every day. I like the geometry of the steps here, and I think that deserves a mention in its own way, doesn't it? Obviously, I'll put an ode to the Tyne Bridge and the Sage itself, but that's not going to be the focus.
No one else is picking out that particular view, and that's it.
Well, that actually says something, though, does it? You should be painting over there.
Sort of France in the 19th century feel to this.
I'm not really sticking to any colours, I'm just going for the shapes.
You're not sticking to any colour, you're sticking to all the colours. So you're ignoring this big bridge behind us?
I thought that might be a bit too technical.
Right.
So I thought I should go for something like this.
Yeah.
Of course, one of the difficulties of painting a famous tilting bridge is just as you're halfway through, the bridge begins to tilt.
Oh!
They're just about to
That's
lift the
about to
bridge.
lift the bridge.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
And a moving view isn't the only difficulty our artists are facing.
Yeah, the change of light's getting really hard now because it's so much brighter, clear blue sky, so everything has changed considerably from this morning, and the water is ever shifting. Every time I look at it, it's different.
But I think for something so big as this, it needs just nice marks rather than playing with it. I think big brushes mustn't go small brushes.
I have problems. There's lots of sludge, there's lots of mess. Hopefully we'll get there.
I've got to put in the cables that are holding the bridge up, and I'm a wee bit concerned about that, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
On the banks of the River Tyne, 8 artists are halfway through their 4-hour challenge to depict the Millennium Bridge. The judges have been keeping a close eye on them all morning. So what do they make of their efforts so far?
Glorious sunny day in Gateshead. Andrew has looked at what's in front of him at the various angles of the river and the bridge and the buildings, and he's shifted his perspective over. Are you happy with what he's doing?
I think Andrew was super clever to identify that he wanted all the lines to converge really on the Baltic. We're not close enough to the end of the day to see how he's done that, because every line, including the wires on the bridge, are going to help him achieve that, I think.
Fuji's submission had an elegance to it. Are we seeing that elegance in what she's produced so far?
With graphic art, the sort that she makes, there is an elegance, isn't there, inherent in it, and you've got to be careful it doesn't tip. And the slice she's picked is very beautifully balanced.
Ronwen is approaching this view in a completely different way to everybody else. The only solid bit of structure so far is the arch of the bridge.
I'm absolutely terrified at the moment, because she told me this was going to happen, that we'd see the form, we'd see the composition, and then it would disappear. And it has completely disappeared.
Yes, it sort of went.
Yeah.
But now she's starting with oils. I think she's bringing the whole painting out again, but it is a bit scary at the moment.
Camilla did a very small sketch which has sent you into raptures.
Oh my gosh,
Kathleen.
I love Camilla's little sketch. I just think it's so beautiful. And as she scaled it up, I just think it sings.
Actually, the way Camilla's working it up doesn't add anything new.
Okay.
Sometimes paintings work because the mark making is of a certain size within the framework. In blowing it up, the size of a brush mark stayed the same, and it's lost that kind of vivacity. But, you know, it's early days.
Well, I don't remember a heat where I felt the artists had so much to do. So we'll see if they can pull it off.
You've included a very great deal here. You've got all the foliage here, and you've got this series of buildings, not particularly attractive buildings, but you've made them more attractive than they are.
You know what, when I was doing my rough sketch was really small, and so I sort of just ignored the buildings earlier, and then when I was drawing large, you start to realise little problems like there's more trees than I realised, which isn't a problem, that made me happy. But yeah, I couldn't really block off the building. It's larger than I expected, so you had to put a bit of focus on it.
Keith, this is so different from what I saw first thing this morning. And I can see that the Baltic is slowly emerging more and more.
Yeah.
At the moment, it feels quite abstracted.
I want it to be sort of abstracted, but
Okay.
it's also got to, it's got to have that last little bit of definition, I believe.
Okay, and that definition will be with darker lines, you're thinking now?
It will be with fine black lines.
Well, I think Gallery Keith has been a huge success.
So about an hour left.
How am I going to avoid overpainting?
Yeah.
Is there a bar? Is there?
Do you need to be physically dragged away from your paintings at a certain point?
Normally what I would do, because I would be in my studio, I'd put it on my easel, my big, huge easel, so I live with it for a couple of days, and then I might go and tweak. But that's probably, obviously, I don't have that luxury here.
No.
No.
No, you have an hour, and then
No,
the painting
so-
will be judged by two fearsome judges.
Yeah, thanks for that.
OK, Andrew, I rather love the pink in your clouds.
The light this morning was a bit softer. The plain blue, I think, would be too, you know, it would lose something.
The
Yeah.
water is changing,
Mm.
and you're changing with it here.
Yeah, the water won't necessarily match the sky, but...
We won't
I
let on about that.
No, we won't tell anybody about that.
Water dominates our artist view, so it's appropriate they're working in the shadow of HMS Calliope. Despite the HMS in her title, she's what's known as a stone frigate, a naval base on dry land. In the past, there've been 5 actual ships named Calliope, one of which was the star of a famous 19th century story of seamanship and daring do. Commander John Galpin served on the ship many years later, as she neared the end of her working life.
I joined in April '49. It was the old ship. You saw straight away that this was something pretty special.
In 1889, she'd been stationed in Samoa, protecting British trade routes in the Pacific. In charge was Captain Henry Coe Kane. On the 16th of March, a major cyclone hit the small harbour of Apia, where Calliope lay at anchor. Hemmed in by the reef and jostling for space, many of the ships nearby began to run aground.
Captain Kay, with the ship literally 6 feet from the reef, felt there was nothing he could do where he was. If he stayed there, he would be lost. So he ordered maximum steam and ordered full ahead.
Captain Kane tried to steer Calliope out of the harbour, but one of the other vessels, the American ship Trenton, was in trouble.
As Captain Kane put the helm over, Calliope's boom went over Trenton's stern, and then they were away. And the Americans cheered them as they went out.
the captain and crew of Calliope returned to a hero's welcome. Now, over 100 years later, the name of the famous ship lives on here in the Royal Navy Reserve's training centre.
Filling the Gateshead quayside, our 50 wildcard artists have spent the day capturing their surroundings in all their diverse styles.
This building has just been amazing. The reflections, the colours, the tones, the shapes. I love the shadows and the darkness, and it's forever changing.
I'm actually quite pleased with how it's going. I'm really into skies and things like that, so it's perfect. I don't usually do bridges and things like that, but it's quite a nice challenge.
But have any of their paintings captivated the judges?
I really like the guy who's sitting on the ground, who's really just done the Baltic, you know, with that orange ground.
Beautifully loosely painted, but it's very much the building. It's got the essence of it, yeah. I still like the woman down towards the side who did that on that very loosely painted painting of the bridge here, where, you know, first time I understood that there were two shadows.
Yeah, I like that too.
So it's between Baltic Man and double shadow on the
Yeah,
Tyne.
I think so. Do you think?
Yeah, so who?
Congratulations. You are our wild card winner today, Mr. Baltic. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thank you.
Fabulous job making it the hero of the day. I think it made all the difference sitting on the floor, don't you?
Yes. I'm going to pay for it later. Absolutely amazing. Didn't think it'd happen. I hoped, you know. I just put a little bit of faith, and it was amazing that it all came together in the end, and I'm just over the moon about it.
Paul Ashton from Bradford will enter a pool of wildcard winners from all the heats, one of whom will be selected for a place in the semi-final.
Painting the Millennium Bridge, the 8 artists have less than an hour to go and must use their time wisely.
I'm in the danger of where I start getting too detailed. Just try my best not to ruin it, because I always do it in the last hour. I always ruin a painting.
So I call this the panic stage. No, I just keep on going and drawing, and hopefully it'll turn out well.
I'm not happy at all. I'm really struggling. It's a little bit too dry, it's a little bit too insipid. I'm very frustrated, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to save it a little bit before the next half an hour or so. Ugh, yuck.
Here in Gateshead, our 8 artists have just minutes left to complete their artworks of the Millennium Bridge over the River Tyne.
If I could cut the painting in half and keep the bit of the Baltic centre, I'll be happy with that. But the rest of it's getting a little bit tricky, so I just need to sort of get the water right.
Looking great. What do you need to do?
No, I hate it.
Do you hate it?
Absolutely.
Oh, no.
Loathe it at this stage.
What don't you like about it?
I need loads more time. It's not luscious enough. It's very one-dimensional. I'm really disappointed.
Kind of glad it's almost over. The swathe of kind of brown buildings, I wanted them to go back a bit, and I'm not sure, maybe put a bit too much detail in. I actually just don't know at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to go with that one.
Artists, you have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
Exhausted and not happy. I don't like architecture, and there's an awful lot of it today.
I wish I had another power. So I could scrape it all off and start again. That's the way I'm feeling right now. But yeah, I've done all I can do.
Artists, the challenge is over and your time is up.
Please stop your work and step away from your easels.
Our artists have done all they can. It's time to hear what the judges make of their work.
It's been a good day. I think Troy did very well. I get the sense of where he was standing, so you got that river taking, going off in the distance.
I think Fuji did redeem herself from the slight prettiness. There's more of this lovely wash. There's a timeless quality to it. The way in which she's used the white of the paper to define the arc of the bridge. It's very elegant.
That's a good, solid piece of painting Andrew's produced today. It really has a sense of the day, and it's put together in a really lovely, painterly sort of way.
What I do like is the way in which he has drawn the eye completely into this gap that he found. I was so excited by Ronwen's start this morning, all that energy and vigour and the way she was blocking it in, and it was all so balanced. And she promised me that what was there at the beginning was going to come back, but I don't think it quite has.
It's the most painterly print I've ever come across, and I think it's very beautiful as an object. I must say, I don't know what I'm looking at, though.
I think he's experimenting with the medium of print, and it's playful and it's very personal.
The colours are bonkers in the water, but in that kind of Renoir, sort of impressionist French way, it works. I just think Kate sort of fell down, giving us a sense of solidity. It sort of seems to dissolve, which is beautiful, but a bit sort of unstructured.
I like the amount of sky that he's given us in the context of the river, but some of it feels a bit too sort of impatient and rushed and not thought through. I really like the arch and the way she hints at the wires there, and the sense of that orange coming through with those lovely blues. It's very pleasing a work.
I'm looking at this, and it's sort of some faded Tuscan villas on the hillside. I'm thinking that is fantastic.
The judges can only pick one artist to send through to the semi-final. They start by narrowing their selection to a short list of 3.
This one, I'm feeling more and more confused about what I'm looking at. From this end, I feel I'm happy with that one, and then these 2 down here, that's my 3.
That bridge is you get a real sense of tension in its arc, and it leads you over. So,
3?
Yeah, I've got 3. I've got 3.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Let's go for it.
Artists, we hope you've enjoyed the experience of painting here today. We've certainly enjoyed watching you at work.
But sadly, the judges can only fit 3 artists onto their shortlist, and the first artist they have chosen is Fujiko Rose.
The second artist on the shortlist is Andrew Hurd.
The third artist is Camilla Dowes.
Our commiserations to the rest of you. You are all talented artists, and it's been a pleasure having you paint for us here today. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Very well. I thought more highly of your work than you.
Now the judges must whittle the shortlist down to the day's winner. To help them, they take into consideration the selected artists' submitted artworks.
3 very different moods of today. I'm not sure without the bridge, you'd know that they'd all painted the same place today.
It's interesting that each of them have been absolutely true to their artistic voices. And isn't art wonderful that you can look at the same thing and come up with sort of very different sort of results, really?
So, taking every artist in turn, let's start with Fujiko.
What is interesting about her submission is the graphicness of it. It brings all the detail and the texture to the fore, whereas in today's piece, Fuji, in using that paper, has made it actually is very quiet and it draws you in. And I thought, actually, that I preferred it on white, but this thing grows on me.
She understands about how to lead the eye, and very cleverly with that dark balustrade that she's put in the foreground, she's created this sort of contemporary sense of distance into a world that could be 200 years ago behind it.
What about Andrew? Has he fulfilled the promise of his submission?
I think the strength of Andrew's painting today is that he found the right angle. And actually, when you look at the submission, he did exactly the same there. He's very good at finding that focus point, or that vanishing point.
The colours he's used are very sort of tonal in a certain sort of painting tradition, but we certainly get the feeling that it's very much related to what we were experiencing today.
Camilla, we know that she can paint water really effectively, as we see in her submission. It's interesting, though, that she knew when to stop in the work that she was painting today, because I think that would have been too heavy-handed in the composition that she's given us here, which is lighter. Presumably being slightly tactical, knowing she only had 4 hours as well.
Well, for Fuji, Andrew and Camilla, will it be Bridge of the Gods or Bridge of Sighs?
Fujiko, Andrew, Camilla, the judges have been impressed by the work that each one of you have done today, but there can only be one number one.
After much deliberation, the artist they have chosen to put through to the semi-final is Fujiko Rose.
How about that? Congratulations. Well done, well done. Hard luck, hard luck.
Definitely a surprise. Definitely. I was getting ready to clap for someone else.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Really loved it.
My mum was crying. She's been supporting me this whole way, so I'm glad for myself. I'm also I'm really happy for that she's happy too.
Usually when we have a graphic artist win, somebody who works in black and white on paper, there's always this discussion, it's got to be really good because it's up against painters. I think Fujiko's work surpasses that it doesn't even come into the equation. It really is about the richness of her visual language, the richness of her mark making, the inventiveness of her compositions, and how she fills them with this texture. And I've never seen anything like that before.
Hello and welcome to Plymouth Hoe, famous as the place where Sir Francis Drake finished his game of bowls before sailing out to encounter the Spanish Armada.
No such luxury for today's 8 artists who have a strict 4 hours in which to complete their painting of this stunning landscape.
So, since time and tide wait for no man, let's get on with the competition. It's a brand new series of Landscape Artist of the Year.
Over the coming weeks, we're travelling the length and breadth of Great Britain and pitching our pods at some of the most remarkable, challenging and exhilarating scenes.
This is a bit of a gift for you today.
Couldn't be better, could it, Aunt Isla?
Are you pleased?
Yeah, delighted.
From breathtaking fairy tale castles to awe-inspiring engineering marvels.
The view is spectacular, so I really want to do it justice.
Throughout the competition, 48 gifted artists will be challenged to capture these truly glorious vistas in their own unique style.
The way you're swinging that brush, I'm going to get out of the way.
Yes, right.
The artists are competing for a sensational prize, a £10,000 commission to paint a scene in Venice to celebrate the bicentenary of the art critic John Ruskin.
But first, they'll encounter strict scrutiny from our 3 judges. Art historian Kate Bryan, independent curator Kathleen Soriano, and award-winning artist Tyne Scherenberg.
That is exciting and also scary for us, but hey.
Great. I'm glad that you're terrified too.
At every location, an extra 50 wildcard artists will be trying their luck to go through to the next stage of the competition, whatever the weather.
Seemed pointless using an umbrella, seeing everyone else's blow away.
So batten down the hatches and hold on to your hats as we begin the search for the Landscape Artist of the Year.
Hoping to claim a place in the semi-final today are 6 professional artists. Dante Turner, Zosha Olenska, Kathy Reddy, Andrew Wykes, Lisa Turner and William Balthazar Rose.
I paint usually in a very private way. But it is time to go public with my art.
And taking them on are 2 plucky amateurs, Tony Munns and Maggie O'Keefe.
Apparently, if I tell my brain I'm excited, it will see myself as being excited rather than really nervous. So I'm trying to do that, but I know I'm lying.
All of the artists were selected based on a piece of artwork they submitted online. So today, the judges get their first chance to scrutinise the real things.
Good morning, judges. Since we're at the seaside, it seems appropriate to start with some fish and chips.
It's like a little Edward Hopper scene, you know, the person alone at their work, the fantastic long shadows of the ketchup bottles. You can smell the grease of the chips, you can smell the brine of the sea. It feels like you're really there.
We're used to people reacting to the landscapes, trying to get the right colour or tone, and here somebody's physically reacting, but in a very sort of unusual way. So we have these tracings of their emotions as they react to the landscape over the whole thing, which gives it this frenetic energy, which is quite fascinating. I really like the construction of it, the way your eyes led across the bridge to the factory buildings and then blocked out by the foliage. It's very well balanced.
Yeah. I'm pleasantly surprised by the scale of this, and so it means that everything I liked about it, almost like more, the sort of undone figures are even more undone because actually their legs are just formed of one big rectangle of paint, just to give you that sense.
And another bridge here, but less of it.
Less of everything, really, and that's the charm of this piece, is that they've foregrounded the angle of the bridge through which we actually see this tiny little landscape.
So, Bali.
When we think of a landscape, we think you've got to see as far as the eye can see for miles, and actually this person's reminding us that a landscape is also in the micro. You need to sit amongst Bali and be really entranced by all these amazing patterns and geometry that you can find within nature. Is it South America somewhere?
It's Lima.
Lima.
Lima in Peru.
Everything's on the off. The road is slightly off. I love the buildings in the background being slightly off and tumbling down and falling into each other. And that gives you a sort of really strong sense of tension, but it's all rooted by these wires that sit across the top and somehow keep everything under control. It's got a really, it buzzes, this painting.
I like the format of this. You really get the spread of the bay, but I really like the colour, the tonality that seem to emanate from the sculpture, the grubby greens. You find them echoed in the trees and in the sort of this weird, dirty sea. So it's all of a tonal quality, and it works.
And our final landscape today, but it's in North America. That sky is incredibly blue.
What I really like about it is the use of red in the noise of green. It sits underneath the dark bushes and makes your eyes sort of travel across really nicely, and it breaks up all that incredible range of greens very quietly but very effectively.
So we've got landscapes from all around the world. Let's see how they cope with Plymouth.
Capturing Plymouth, it seems, requires an entire studio's worth of kit.
I decided to bring just about everything. It's compact packing.
And apparently some from the kitchen.
I'm very interested in connection between cooking and painting. And so this is my experiment, that I've actually come as a chef. And I've got my hat on for you.
Et voila. Artists, I hope you have everything you need to create a masterful work of art as your challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your painting, and your time starts now.
Each in their own way, the artists get to grips with the vista before them. Today, our artists are looking out over the mouth of the River Plym, with the yacht harbour in the distance, and in the foreground, the unmissable landmark of Smeaton's Tower.
We've got a great view today. We've got a cracking lighthouse in the middle of their scene, this amazing pop of colour that they're going to have to deal with. They've also got the headland, there's the sea, and there's lots of people around. It's Landscape Artist of the Year, so that means we have a very big personality to contend with, and that is, of course, the British weather. So it could start raining, the blue sky could disappear. I think they just need to lock their composition down early. Then if they can do that, they might be able to beat this challenge, because actually it's a pretty tricky one coming to the seaside.
But one artist is utterly undaunted by today's challenge.
The strategy for today is to start off with a very quick acrylic painting covering all the way over, looking very carefully for tonalities that I see in the view in front of me, and I want to accomplish that in about an hour.
Andrew Wykes, a professor of art at Hamline University in Minnesota, loves to paint trees, as demonstrated in his submission, which depicts his local park. To capture today's view, he's decided to go extra wide.
That's 3 boards?
It's 3 little panels, yeah.
Did you know that was going to be how you were going to approach it today?
Well, originally I thought maybe I'll do a square, and then when I saw what was in front of me, I realised it really needs to be a very long kind of view, with perhaps the lighthouse in it, but if it is going to go in it, it would be to the far left as some kind of foreground structure.
And I see already you haven't been going long. There's paint on your hands, the hat's seen a bit of paint. Are
you're
going to be quite a grubby painter, right?
Definitely. Oh, very messy.
We're going to have to hose you down at the end of the day.
It's not a technique, it's just me. I'm just messy. I'm just disorganised.
Okay, well, the way you're swinging that brush, I'm going to get out of the way.
Yes, right.
One artist is taking a much more abstract approach.
I am doing a mindful drawing. I close my eyes and get focused and listen to the sounds and just respond to those sounds with marks. So if there's a bird going like that, I might go like this on the paper. If I draw blind, it always comes out better than trying to make a great drawing. Yeah, I need to just be brave and trust the process.
Amateur artist Maggie O'Keefe is a children's play worker who, after attending a mindfulness retreat 5 years ago, rediscovered a love of painting. Her semi-abstract submission was created from memory using mixed media and depicts one of her regular heights in the Yorkshire moors.
Maggie, you're really kind of like tuned into the environment that you're in, but not with your eyes.
Yes.
We think of painting as just a purely visual activity.
Yes, so I want to bring in the other senses to be more mindful about what's happening. And I like abstract, so it helps send the painting into the abstract realm.
What about our friend the lighthouse?
It's out of, I can't see the lighthouse.
Okay, you've decided not to see the lighthouse.
If it was right in front of me, it would be the main character, I guess.
But instead
it's
we've
not.
got this fantastic sky.
Yeah.
Well, it's a lovely start. I really like your process. I think we could all do with a bit of tuning into the sound of this landscape today, so I might try and go and do that myself.
Yeah, I recommend it.
But it seems not everyone's been seduced by the tranquility of the seaside.
It's blue, flat, just like one big feature that you can't really ignore, and honestly, it's about the worst thing I could think of to paint. I would never have chosen it.
Self-taught professional artist Zosia Olenska gave up commercial illustration to pursue a career in fine art. Her submission of Barnes Bridge in London was created to produce a river painting with no river in it. It's a compositional device she's using today.
I think it's super clever, actually, that you've avoided that large open expanse and you found a tiny little crevice there. It really does look like a window. It's almost like you've drawn... I was wondering if you've drawn the side of the pod.
I have drawn the side of the pod. I like pictures when you kind of have to fill in a little bit more of it themselves. So I think giving you a little bit of sea means that, you know, if you had a day out at the beach, you'll hopefully be thinking about that when you're looking at it.
Do you go into the detail towards the end?
Usually I do a really detailed pencil drawing to start with, but actually all the details really, like, it's in that harbour behind the lighthouse here. So I guess I think I'll probably leave that till last in terms of ad hoc strategy. I don't know. I have
Well, that's very
They've got
exciting.
no game plan.
No game plan.
Oh my goodness, no game plan.
That is exciting and also scary for us, but hey.
Great. I'm
It's
glad
good.
that you're terrified too. That's brilliant.
Our 8 hopefuls aren't the only artists on Plymouth Hoe today.
Can't wait!
50 wildcards have come along to have their go at capturing the view across Plymouth Sound.
I like the colours in the water in the boys. They're quite grey and grim, but there's nice colours in there to bring out.
The ultimate victory is to catch the judges' eyes and be in the running to gain a place in the semi-final.
I'm looking forward to chatting to the judges because it's nice to hear different opinions on your work.
You're not rubbing it already, are you? What do you mean? You can't be rubbing it.
It really is lovely, isn't it? I mean, if you do a rubbish painting, it don't really matter, does it? Because you've been looking at that for 4 hours. So it'll be a nice day, whatever, I think, won't it?
A short distance along the seafront are our 8 pod artists.
And as the good old British weather begins to make its presence felt, one artist has a big decision to make.
The sky keeps moving. For 10 minutes, it's perfectly crystal clear. Then there's clouds. Now there's a mist and a fog coming in. So I'm not sure what to do with the sky, how to tackle that. Do I make it look sunny or do I make it look like it is now, moody and misty and something more like Turner would have done?
No stranger to working en plein air, Cathy Reddy took part in Landscape Artist of the Year 2017, creating a lino cut of Knaresborough Bowling Green. She specialises in prints depicting Irish agriculture, as seen in her submission this year.
It was a barley crop at home on the farm, and it was more environmentally friendly. And that particular day that I decided to make a print of it, I was out walking through the field and my father was beginning to harvest it with a combine. So I took a picture on my phone. I came back an hour later and was trying to sketch it before he cut all of it away. I suppose I wanted to commemorate that crop on the farm because I'm always trying to commemorate what the farmer does in the landscape. So, you know, the barley was there, now it's gone 15 minutes later. So as the farmer makes a mark in the landscape, I try to make a mark in the lino to replicate what they're doing.
OK, what do you make of this landscape?
It's absolutely fabulous. It's a real monumental landscape. You've got this man-made fixture of the lighthouse in contrast with the cliffs. I absolutely love it. It's big, it's bold, there's so much you can do with it.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how that develops. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
With an hour of the challenge already gone, there's no sign of the weather settling.
Because the light is constantly changing out there, it takes a lot closer study at the hues and tonalities of things.
I was delighted when the clouds came over and it started to rain, and I just thought, yay, something to follow, because that's kind of what those marks are, me following the clouds.
The weather's changing so quickly, and by having the pod in, I think it's framed it in a way that at least I'm concentrating on a smaller part of the canvas. So it's less to go wrong, hopefully.
Here on Plymouth Hoe, 8 competitive artists have already spent an hour creating their landscapes. They're contending with a hard-to-ignore lighthouse and fluctuating meteorology.
Well, you're lucky you're sheltered from the rain, that's what it's saying.
How have you found dealing with the weather?
Terrible.
Terrible, ¿por qué?
It's different because 20 minutes is sunny and 20 minutes is raining and cloudy. I think I had to change during the day, I think.
So very good idea that you've gone small.
Yes, because can I, for example, put the raining in that area and maybe a little bit sunny here because it looks more interesting.
Professional artist Dante Turner likes to depict spaces altered by humanity, as seen in his submission of Lima in his native Peru. It captures the divide between wealthy candidates and their poor electorate during elections.
In your painting submission, we had so much detail and busyness with all the buildings behind.
Yeah.
You've gone for something that's completely, almost empty here. Where are you going to get that detail in?
I think I'm going to get the details with the boats, los barquitos.
Barquitos.
The buildings behind.
¿Y cómo que no tenemos el farol?
I think it's quite big from him. We are too close, I think.
Uh-huh. Too dominating.
Too dominating. It's going to take some more part of the canvas, I think.
Fantastic. Come back later.
Okay.
Soon. Good luck.
Thank you.
So you've given us a lovely, pretty lighthouse, boats bobbing in the harbour. Just need a puppy in the foreground, and we've got the full house of Ty's delight. How do you deal with the view we've given them without it becoming twee?
Luckily, we've got the weather.
Yes.
Which has been a total nightmare, really, with the weather changing this quickly and this frequently.
So as the weather changes frantically, should an artist just decide, I'm going with the overcast look, or I'm going with the blue sky in the background look, and stick with it, or should they try and respond second by second?
Each of the elements we've given them, the lighthouse, the headland, the sea, in any given weather condition, it becomes more beautiful or less beautiful. And if you can combine all the best elements and the best weather conditions, you could get a very interesting, vibrant painting. But, you know, it's a competition. And I'm hoping the artists take advantage of what the changing weather sometimes gives them. There's some absolutely beautiful light effects. And if they're good, they'll find them.
What I don't want to do is just a picture of the obvious, which is the lighthouse. It's not a picture of a lighthouse, it's obviously a picture of a place and a location. So what I've got is the viewpoint slightly higher than ground level that actually embraces everything into a sort of coherent and well-managed picture.
Amateur artist Tony Munns is a graphic designer whose love of the seaside is apparent in his acrylic submission of an imagined scene. He wanted to create the familiarity of fish and chips on a pier at the end of a summer's day.
Tony, I can't help but think this view is a bit of a gift for you today. There was a kind of charming seaside nostalgia, Hopper-esque quality to your submission. Yep. And here, look at this. I mean, it's...
Couldn't be better, could it, aren't I?
Are you pleased?
Yeah, delighted. But having said that, this has its own challenges. It's obviously a huge 180-degree almost sort of landscape. It's got all these different components in it, which are, none of them are really tied together. They're all sort of disparate bits and pieces and different styles, different colours, different shapes. And I was also slightly concerned about the magnitude of that feature versus, you know, everything else, really. So
yeah, because it's a game of scale, isn't it?
It is,
you can see so far away. This is really, really wide, and this is actually a really enormous vertical structure which kind of dissects the whole thing.
Yeah, so with that in mind, I thought if I went to a sort of higher viewpoint...
Yeah, that seems... It's almost like you're a drone above the area that we're in.
It's my way of bringing the components together in a sort of a believable form.
And so is the lighthouse coming to life after lunch or before lunch?
Probably after lunch at this rate, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in between the rain showers.
The lighthouse is so huge from where I'm sat, but it seems unkind to not represent it. I really want to get it all in.
Originally from Cheshire, art teacher Lisa Turner likes to paint places she visits with her children. Her panoramic submission is based on a photo of Ilfracombe Bay, taken when the family went to see Damien Hirst's famous statue, Verity.
You've just turned the Verity piece that you submitted on its side, haven't you? You've got a tall vertical, but weirdly you've chosen not to embrace that sort of rolling hillside that you had in Ilfracombe.
Yes, I didn't feel she was as dominant in that landscape as that is. It's right up into the sky, isn't it?
It is.
I felt like I really wanted to use that.
And from a proportions, you have made it smaller, haven't you?
Yes.
Because I can see with that first band of red, that's sitting above the hilltops there, but you've put it way below to sort of contain it almost.
Yeah, I mean, it is dominant, but I didn't want it to be as dominant as that because it would just be sort of, that's a lighthouse. And I wanted a bit more going on. It's always a gamble, but I'm hoping.
Gamble in a competition, that's the way.
And it's high stakes for another artist who's adopted an unconventional strategy.
Have you come from another job? What's with the chef's outfit?
where I just wanted to crawl into the mind of a chef.
Is it a performance art kind of thing going on?
I try to resist categorizing myself.
I see.
Because I feel that, you know, one of the jobs an artist has is to try different things. So I'm trying different things because I think it expands the possibilities.
William Balthazar Rose has been a professional artist for more than 30 years, dividing his time between Italy and Somerset. His oil on canvas submission is of Bath Bridge and is a far cry from his usual paintings of cooks.
And you brought along some food.
Yeah.
Were you worried about our catering?
You know, I want to play with all this stuff. It's fun. The shell's very nice. You're welcome to touch it.
It's for you.
Ah, thank you. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, yes, well, we've got to have a better serious conversation now, don't we? Now, look. What? You hung up on me. Blast you!
Meanwhile, exposed to the ever-erratic elements and with their typical can-do attitude, are our 50 wildcard artists.
Are you used to painting outdoors?
I do paint outdoors a fair bit, really.
Would you pick a day like today normally, though?
Well, I live in Norway and I paint in Norway. This is kind of bog standard. Maybe not so much with the wind, but the rain definitely.
Yeah. OK, so you're pretty hardy.
So you arrived this morning with lots of vegetation. What did you bring?
Right, so today I've got preserved moss.
So this has been treated so that it won't decay, is that right?
Yeah, so you won't, all what you need to do, just keep away from water.
Right.
And keep away from sunlight.
What are you going to do if it rains?
Well, I think I'm prepared. I've got 5 umbrellas.
Probably just as well, because only 5 minutes later, the weather turns yet again.
It's a bit frustrating with the weather. Every 5 minutes chucks it down, so it's not making it easy.
Oh, that's gothic and moody. Oh, like the day. But you're persevering. You deserve a drink and a warm bath at the end of the day.
It's only a bit of rain, isn't it, you know?
Oh, having great fun. Something to remember. Woohoo!
Do you often paint in these conditions?
If I count this time, this has been first.
Right.
The reward for their dogged determination, the chance to win a place in the semi-final.
Halfway through the challenge, and some of our artists have reached a crucial stage in their landscape.
This is where it can get a bit tricky and sticky to try and figure out now how to pull out the painting from what I've got.
I'm trying to get the kind of moody, misty weather here that we're getting at the moment. So trying to get that to come across in a line-up print is quite difficult because it is a medium quite set in stone. I can't put washes of paint or anything.
I think the things that's concerning me is that it just looks really unresolved and like a bit vague. And I usually, it should be a bit tighter. Maybe I'll manage to pull it together.
It's a bit nail-biting, it's a bit risky, and I think it should be risky. That's what painting is.
Eight artists are halfway through their challenge to capture the breathtaking view from blustery Plymouth Hoe.
Ooh.
And with only 2 hours left, it's action stations all round.
What's the next phase?
Pencil.
Right.
Gonna do some sketching on top of it.
Okay.
Maybe tighten it up a bit.
Right.
Maybe look at it a bit. Maybe
Okay.
make some noises about looking at it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just working on the cliffs here at the moment. So your wrist gets really, really sore. So I suppose a lot of printmakers suffer for their art.
My main concern is to merge with what is out there. These are my ingredients, this is the meal, and I am the one who's going to translate it.
Battling through the inclement weather, the judges have been keeping a close eye on the artists all morning, but retire to a more sheltered spot to review their progress so far.
What do you feel about the gift of a lighthouse to an artist? Isn't it a little obvious?
Well, the lighthouse is very obvious, and I think most of them have been very inventive in trying to accommodate it.
Now, William Balthazar, I think his painting is almost as showy as he is himself.
I think his painting's rather good. So it's a pity it's sort of being obscured by this performance. But the way he puts the paint on has got a certain textural quality that is very reminiscent of his Submission, and I think is going somewhere.
I disagree. I think there's a lot of sensitivity and sort of poetry in the Submission that we're not getting today. I don't know if it's because he's used those quite chalky colours, the blues and the whites.
OK. Zosha.
I love the fact that it's as if you're looking through a window. I like the fact that it's on the slant. It gives it a little bit of tension.
I love the orange she's chosen because, of course, this red and white banding is very obvious, and by changing the tone slightly, it's very delicate but very strong.
OK, Kathy.
I love a tondo. We haven't had many in the competition ever. This circular format, you have to make very intelligent choices. And, of course, if you're making lino cut, you have to make exceptionally good choices early on.
Everyone is dealing with the sky, which is either blue or grey or raining. Anyone with paint can change it at all times. If you're doing lino cut, it's once forever.
Yeah, but she's very, very highly skilled with those very dangerous weapons that she has surrounding her.
Maggie.
What is fascinating to me with Maggie's work is there's something in the line that I know it's authentic. So each line, although it's just layered and you think this is going willy-nilly, there is a real sense of something important going on. My problem is when it comes to something more solid like the headland, it's suddenly not sitting in space properly. And I hope that she finds a way of anchoring that into a realistic space.
Now, Andrew.
The work feels a little bit messy at the moment. It hasn't coalesced yet, and maybe that's something that happens towards the end. But it feels like you like.
I love it. He's using the red, so even through the paint, he can still see where the drawing is. But he understands also, of course, that aesthetic looks very beautiful. But there's a vitality to his painting, which I think is fantastic.
Are you telling me you like him because he paints like you do?
Not quite like me, but like my teacher.
While Plymouth's coastline provides a picturesque vista for today's visiting artists, in the summer of 1815 it played host to one particularly notorious visitor. After his defeat at the Battle of Waterloo, Napoleon surrendered on board the Royal Navy's HMS Bellerophon on the 15th of July. After sailing to Plymouth, she lay anchored in the harbour for 2 weeks as the French Emperor's future was decided.
It's really hard to imagine that you would have somebody that had been defeated in war, that had caused a lot of death, a lot of grief, and then you bring them to Plymouth, where he parades himself on deck of the ship, and everybody wanted to see him.
Amongst the crowd were journalists and artists eager to capture the subject of a lifetime. One of them was the young Plymouth-born painter Charles Locke Eastlake. The ambitious 21-year-old drew his boat alongside the Bellerophon just as the man who'd struck such fear into the hearts of the British public was taking a walk on deck.
Eastlake was sketching Napoleon, and Napoleon obviously clocked this and asked to see some of the sketches. Napoleon allowed him to take his jacket and various other bits of his apparel back to his studio in High Street so they could get the detailing absolutely right on his outfit.
Eastlake's portrait of Napoleon is one of the most famous paintings of the extraordinary events of July 1815. And it was the start of a glittering career, which eventually saw Eastlake appointed as the first director of the National Gallery.
All thanks to a chance meeting with one of the most infamous Frenchmen of all time that took place here in Plymouth Sound.
With a resilience fitting for an area rich in naval history, 50 wildcards have battled through what Mother Nature has thrown at them. And they've come out the other end, still smiling.
It seemed pointless using an umbrella, seeing everyone else's blow away. I mean, I love the painting, but I'm more concerned about the state of your knees. Are your legs really that wet right the way through?
Right the way down to my socks.
Oh, my goodness.
Maze, you've done that in one day. Fantastic.
Are you with each other, or have you just met?
We aren't. No, we've been with each other for a long time.
Oh, I see. OK. Married?
Yes.
Yes.
And you've decided to come out to sunny Plymouth?
To end it all.
So which artist has done enough to be in the running for a place in the semi-final?
I've seen some quite good paintings considering the
I
crazy
have.
weather.
Very
I've seen
good.
lots I like, yeah.
The woman with beautiful, big, portrait, upright, very warm, yellow, colourful piece. I want to be in that version of today. But next to her, a few doors down, is the guy who's really put a really beautiful painting together there.
Well constructed and well finished for the weather and the time.
Yeah.
OK, the weather gets it, or the one who beat the weather gets it.
Hiya.
I think you've done a rather good painting. We think you've done a rather good painting today.
Blimey.
And congratulations,
Oh,
you're our...
good night. I think I'm a bit giddy, really. I think I'm going to go into shock. Maybe it's a bit too soon, but gin and tonic might cure that.
John O'Neill from Reading will enter a pool of wildcard winners from all the heats, from which one will be selected for a place in the semi-final.
Further up the Hoe, our 8 artists are into their final hour.
I'll probably put a bit of thicker paint on here and there. I need to work on this headland.
I'm feeling quite panicky, just a little panicky, because I know that I'm not going to pull off something that is going to be great, you know, but hopefully it's going to work.
I carved most of the fine details, so I'm happy enough. But yeah, I don't know how my little line of cut stands up to all these fabulous paintings.
Oh God, I'm still worried. It's really twee. I've put some more drab colours on it since I had a bit of a panic, and hopefully that will tone it down a little bit. Hand of the gods.
Here on windswept Plymouth Hoe, our 8 artists are nearing the end of their 4-hour challenge.
Artist, you have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
Oh God, 5 minutes.
While most of the seascapes are nearing completion, one hasn't even appeared yet.
Your first print?
Yeah.
So it's a heart-stopping moment.
Yeah.
Because we haven't got long to go, have we?
No.
I don't want to freak you out, but we're into the last few minutes.
This is my main worry.
And you get one chance to connect the two.
One, two.
Wow.
Trying to just stay focused and get round the whole painting.
We need to get some detail here and there without overdoing it.
I think, oh, I've got to do that, got to do that. Got to do it here, there and everywhere.
To really make it work, I would probably need another 2 hours.
Artists, you have 1 minute left. Uno minuto.
Oh my God.
That's still enough time to ruin it, you know?
Stop the clock, somebody.
Artists, your time is up.
Put down your work and stand away from your easel.
Well done. How was it? Right.
How was yours?
Well, this is what it is.
While the artists take a well-deserved break, the judges review the 8 completed landscapes.
I think William Balthasar clearly knows what he's doing. The way he's given the lighthouse a rounded form by really subtle variations in the colour.
I like the way he puts on the paint very dryly, very thickly, which makes it very painterly. And the sky, there's some marks in there where you just wonder what's going on, and it sort of jumps forward.
Joshua's given us a fantastically colourful snapshot of today. The way in which he's used this device, which is modelled on the pod, really gives us a thrust into that focal point over there, but still so much energy and dynamism in that sky.
What I particularly like is Tony's use of this elevated position. We're almost floating above as we look across the bay. I find his painting technique a bit sort of underdeveloped in the landscape, but I can see he was getting close to that sort of strange, nostalgic feeling he had in Submission.
We've got this fantastic tondo. I love the off-kilter lighthouse. It feels very exact, and at the same time that a lot of it's drawn from her imagination somehow.
And the fact that everything's flipped, it makes me sort of spend more time trying to renegotiate the landscape that I've been looking at outside.
Andrew's choice of this very thin composition works very well. We get the immensity of the day, without being overwhelmed by huge expanses of sky and sea.
One of the things I find a bit distracting is that he tidied it up, and he's tidied, and then it just looks like he's shoved loads of stuff in the cupboard. That doesn't look properly tidied to me. It's not quite resolved.
I think Lisa was wrong in choosing this small size of a canvas. She needed more space that way.
I think the verticality could have worked better if Lisa left some of the background undone.
I think Dante needed to tighten up rather than loosen up. What I really liked about his submission was that tightness of focus. And here it's a little bit too wishy-washy for me.
Maggie left out the lighthouse, so we're seeing a slightly different take from all the others who are pretty lighthouse-centric.
But that headland, I don't find, is sitting in that space. And I wondered whether maybe if she had brought in the lighthouse, it would have been a way of anchoring us in the foreground and giving us that space.
The judges must now whittle the 8 artists down to 3.
I mean, this looks really strong, despite the fact that it's so different. It's looking really strong.
I have to say, this one, which I wasn't so sure about before, I like the sort of softness of the colour, but I keep on going back to this one. I know it's a little bit dirty, but I like it.
I love that one.
I think the composition is interesting and some of the colour choices are wonderful.
But it's a good top 3, isn't it? Look, how the diversity.
Artists, thank you for joining us today. You've all been magnificent.
But unfortunately, only 3 of you can make it onto the judges' shortlist. The first artist the judges have selected is Zosha Olenska.
The second artist on the shortlist is Kathy Reddy.
The third artist is Andrew Wykes.
Our commiserations to the rest of you. You've all done admirable work, and thank you for sharing it with us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I feel a little bit sad to not be carrying on the journey. It's very exciting to be here, but overall I'm very pleased. It was a wonderful day. I'm very happy with how it went for me.
There can only be one winner to go through to the semi-final, so the judges take into consideration the submitted artwork to help them decide.
Well, judges, we've had wind and we've had rain, and we have very different impressions of what it's been like to be here today.
We gave them a pretty confronting view. The lighthouse is not to be messed with. I mean, it's very vertical, it's very stripy, and yet we've got 3 very different interpretations. I think it's really exciting to see that.
But 3 consistent artists. They've brought what we picked them for and kept that language going. It's quite extraordinary because it was a difficult view to tackle, and they've done it all in their own inimitable ways.
So let's talk about each artist one by one. How about Zosha's work today?
What Zosha does really, really effectively is use a device like a window for us to look through. In her submission, it's the frame of the bridge, but here in the work that she did today, it's the side of the pod. It's very effective.
She obviously spent a lot of time on her submission. We see lots of detail, lots of painstaking window panes. She didn't have the time to do that today, but she gave us the same sort of effect of really throwing the eye into the distance of scale. And it's impressive to see that she can do it in a slightly different way.
Kathy's given us another elegant lino cut.
I'm impressed. Kathy's close-up barley heads. I just didn't know how she was going to move from that close-up to this space and the monumental lighthouse. And she's given us something that is inventive, and it all sits very beautifully together, and it's very punchy. She, you know, considering she's up against paintings with thick paint on them or colour on them, it really stands its ground.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be brave to come and make prints on landscape artists, especially on a day like today with this weather. And I think Kathy was doubly brave because she didn't use colour. And this really strong monochromatic work really stands up against the others.
Andrew knows what he's doing.
Andrew is very clever, I think, to take that bottom section of the lighthouse and plonk it in that left-hand side and sort of allow it to weight down the entire composition.
This is a very exaggerated panorama. He kept enough of the lighthouse in that we understood what it was, and he allowed that colour to inform the headland in the background. And he did that really effectively in his submission. But I think he has a really sensitive understanding of colour.
Well, we've had a great day by the lighthouse, but this is the calm before the storm, because you judges now need to train your beam on just one of these artists. Very good. I'm here all week.
Joshua, Kathy, Andrew, each of you has displayed remarkable talent, but sadly, only one can go forward.
The judges have made their decision, and the artist they have chosen is... Kathy Reddy.
Well done, well done. Well done.
Shocked, I'm still shaking, like with my hands. I can't believe it. All those paintings were amazing, such beautiful works of art, but my little lino cup was able to win. I'm shocked.
I was really impressed by what Kathy pulled off today. You see in the decisions she's made that she's done this for quite a while now. She's moved away from the traditional printmaking, lino-cut languages that I've seen so often before, and she's really developing her own language and her own equivalents. You know, to make a tree, a lighthouse, a bay, and translate it into black and white in a way that hasn't been done before, that's quite an achievement. And I'm really looking forward to see how she reacts to what we give her next time.
It feels amazing. Happy to have a print win for once and not a painting.
Welcome to Hurst Monceaux in Sussex. Once home to the Royal Greenwich Observatory, the site still houses 6 historic working telescopes.
And today it's home to 8 astronomically talented artists who we know will make a bid for the stars in search of landscape glory.
Let's hope they create something out of this world. It's Landscape Artist of the Year.
Over the course of our glorious British summer, we're visiting some of the most spectacular and thrilling scenery that our sceptred isles have to offer.
48 talented artists will be challenged to capture these magnificent views and turn them into their own landscape masterpieces. Come rain or shine.
The weather is crazy, but it's still a beautiful landscape.
The artists are competing for a sensational prize, a £10,000 commission to paint a scene in Venice to celebrate the bicentenary of the art critic John Ruskin.
To be in with a chance of winning, they'll have to impress our 3 exacting judges: Kathleen Soriano, Tyne Scherenberg, and Kate Bryan.
Have you been practicing doing a painting in a day?
I've got different speeds, so I'm just gonna...
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just...
Or put yourself on turbo speed to do.
Yeah.
And at every heat are an extra 50 artists, our wild cards, just one of whom will make it to the semi-final.
So sit back and enjoy as the search for the Landscape Artist of the Year takes shape.
I do landscapes in triangles. I do lots of things in triangles. Everything is triangles.
Not literally. I mean,
not literally.
You don't see me in a triangle.
I can, yes.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Okay.
Engaging with both the landscape and the British weather are today's competitors, comprising 4 professional artists: Pippa Cunningham, Stephen Royals, Patsy Moore, and James Hayes.
I think the weather kind of suits me. I like to paint gloomy skies, so couldn't have asked for more.
Joining them are 4 amateurs: Drew Carr, Tamara Savchenko, Chien Snow, and Roy Carlos.
I have painted in rain before. I don't think I'm worried about anything, except maybe lightning.
All of the artists were selected from a piece of artwork they submitted online. So today, the judges get their first chance to scrutinise the art in person.
Well, judges, welcome out of the rain to contemplate some really stunning landscapes. Look at the sunlight on this one.
There's such an intensity of colour here. You really feel bathed in a warmth. I really like the way the paint's put down. I mean, they're really clearly delight in these big, bold brushstrokes that sort of dance across the canvas.
I had problems with this sort of angular style, but seeing it in the flesh, what really works is the distance the artist will be able to create and the space in a believable landscape.
You know, we often want our artists to have their own particular style. It feels like this artist has found their own voice. It's a really creative composition, actually, sort of combining the man-made and the natural in that way with that fantastic viewpoint that frames the landscape for us.
But so counterintuitive in a sense, because, you know, if you're teaching somebody about painting, you would say, don't frame something that's symmetrical with something that's sort of geometrical. But it works because of that contrast between the natural and the pylon.
It's a really strong bit of storytelling. Man's existential crisis in the face of the forces of nature. There's a storm brewing on the mountains, there's a tiny little patch of light in the distance, and he seems all alone with his thoughts.
What a cheerful picture.
Oh, it's fantastic. I want a coconut, I want my bikini.
The way the marks are made, there's a speed to them, which sort of suggests also the speed of light somehow. It sort of matches the brightness. Today is a rather dull day, so I'm quite intrigued how they'll bring this language to bear.
This is very gritty, it's very industrial, but at the same time, well, it's really quite cute with all these lovely colours. I mean, I don't think you look at this and feel kind of weighed down by industry. I think you feel intrigued by it.
Again, a fantastic composition. The diagonals are pushing us out to the edges of the canvas, and a small work is telling a huge story within it.
Water in a landscape. Water's always wonderful and refreshing, but it must be hard to paint.
Very difficult to paint, especially in this way. I can hear the water rushing. You know, it's very well done. I mean, it leads your eye through the landscape in such a way that it becomes very abstract. And I think it's a fantastic bit of painting.
I love the colour palette. Everything's got this really lovely kind of yellow glow, so you don't know whether or not it's like a kind of sandy scene and that's echoed into this glowing yellow sky.
The way in which they've sort of created these lovely blocks of colour with the different buildings and distant mountains, you know, and I think it's quite an interesting, not an obvious colour palette.
So here we are, 8 extremely talented artists, all very different. Rain coming and going, how will they handle that? We wait and see.
Artists, the moment has arrived.
You have 4 hours to complete your landscape, and the time starts now.
Assessing their surroundings, the artists get underway, each with their own particular technique. Their view is of Hurst Monceaux Observatory, once home to the Astronomers Royal and still in use today, albeit by less august stargazers.
Mirroring the domes of the telescopic housing, we've dropped in some rather shiny celestial objects of our own.
We're looking for the artists today to really respond to what we've put in front of them. You know, how do they deal with that traditional English pastoral scene and this very kind of modern geometric form with this amazing reflection, actually? There's good storytelling here. I mean, they could do something quite moody. We could have something quite strange. We could almost have like an alien landing landscape artist of the year. That would be fun.
think the view is incredible. When we arrived, I actually shed a tear of joy because I love round things. I've never painted round things, but I love round things.
I usually go for kind of distance and horizons, and there's none of that today. And the silver balls certainly add a bit of complexity as well, which I try not to panic about.
For one artist, panic may actually be setting in.
It's not a view I would pick. It's really difficult. I mean, normally you pick things that have some sort of connection, you know, there's a feeling that you want to paint. And this is like quite challenging for me because I don't have any of those sort of feelings towards it.
Local artist Pippa Cunningham studied fashion and textile design. During her career, she's been commissioned by high-end fashion houses and national charities. She often features balmy climes, as depicted in her submission, painted in gouache on a recent trip to Sri Lanka.
Now, your submission was the beach scene.
Yeah, I like sunny, hot places.
Sunny, hot places.
Yeah.
It's not.
No.
It's also quite a challenging image, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's quite hard.
So you've started with a wash.
Yeah.
We've got this huge, bold splash of green.
Yeah, I'll be splashing out for the next 4 hours, I think.
Where are you going to focus?
Probably just sort of, I don't know yet, exactly.
Do you know, I think this is the hardest landscape we've ever presented to anyone. Really hard. But don't let me discourage you.
No, thanks.
Because everyone else is in the same boat.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a definite precision about the architecture, but ironically, as an architect, I don't really enjoy painting buildings. I would usually choose mountains or locks, a bit of both.
Glasgow-based architect and amateur artist Drew Carr's submission in oils is painted from a photograph he took of Long Loch while out running near his home. The scene's been framed by the geometric form of an electricity pylon.
Drew, you've sketched it in a sort of a kind of blue underpainting.
Yeah, I always kind of do a quick wash, mark like 9/3, as it were, trying to figure out where I think the composition's going to sit.
Is that because it makes for a better composition, or it helps you draw out the scene in front of you?
It's kind of like a really lazy way of gridding up.
Once this is done, you start applying realistic colour? Or?
Yeah, so I kind of always get the sky in first and then kind of just work my way forwards, basically.
Oh, OK. So actually the paint is physically coming forward as well?
Yeah, I just did that when I first kind of got into painting. I kind of learned that the hard way. Like, trying to do the sky last was a nightmare, just trying to paint it around everything you'd done.
It's a very beautiful start. I would like to hang that on my wall, but I think it needs to go on, so I'll let you get on with it.
All right, thanks very much.
Also experiencing the volatile weather at Herstmonceux today are a further 50 weather-proofed artists, our wildcards. They're pitched directly in front of the historic castle, an army of umbrellas on manoeuvres, deploying tactical measures regardless of the rain.
I've got 2 easels because I've got a metre-wide canvas, and then I'll have good firm, and I won't wobble at the end.
It's fun, isn't it? It's day out. Be a nice warm bath later, I think.
I'd sit down, but my seat's got a puddle in it.
Should their landscapes catch the judge's eye, they could win a place in the semi-final. But some don't want to just catch their eye.
If you come right back now and tell me what to do next, then I'll be very happy.
Yeah, right. You've got a plastic bucket, you've got a broom, you've got a mop.
We've got it all here.
Was the art shop shut?
I just wanting to cover this large canvas. Much quicker, you see.
Is this-
Didn't need any of those little tiny paintbrushes.
Turner didn't know what he was doing, did he? Who needs paintbrushes?
Meanwhile, our chosen 8 are taking a slightly more traditional approach, depicting their scene at Herstmonceux Observatory.
I've never painted anything quite like this before. This is very different. I like a view that will tell a story, and that's what I try and get across in the painting, that there is a story to be told there.
Professional artist Patsy Moore's Shantytown submission is painted in oils. A fine art graduate from the University of Edinburgh, for the past 17 years she's tutored budding artists on how to get their stories across on canvas.
Patsy, what are you making of these quite extraordinary orbs that have found their way into this bucolic English landscape?
Fabulous.
Oh, you like them? Good.
I do.
Pleased.
They're reflecting. I mean, it's all about the sky, this view anyway, I think, isn't it? The story is about the sky. I'm intrigued by how much lighter the globes are than the sky itself.
I mean, they make the sky look so dramatic, don't they? It's
Behind
like a
it,
vortex, those clouds.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a bit vortexy today, I think, hasn't it?
Well, that happens on Landscape Artist of the Year. I love this undercolour that you're using. There's a kind of almost fleshy pink tone.
I think it has advantages because there's warmth in the atmosphere, and that can come through if you leave a few crackles of the dusky pink underneath.
Yeah. OK, good. Well, let's see where we end up with the day.
All right.
Those observatories look like giant Daleks. Kind of, we will exterminate. We're going to come and get you. It's good. I like it.
Somerset-based amateur artist Chien Snow is a freelance graphic designer and mum to 2 young girls. She revels in the freedom of oil painting, working quickly to capture scenes.
Chien, you've gone off like a rocket. I mean, you're painting, not you.
I'm keeping with the theme of the astronomical theme.
Sending stuff up into the heavens.
Yeah.
You don't hang about, do you?
I don't. I try to, actually. I try to sit back and think about it and be really sensible.
Oh.
And then I thought, no, I've got to just be myself.
Yeah.
So I thought, I'm going to dive in.
Right.
I've got 4 canvases.
Have
so
you?
If I mess up.
OK. You've got a plan B, C and D.
Yeah.
So you wrestle with your art.
Oh, yeah.
It's a psychological battle with yourself.
I'm never happy.
Really. You smile, but inside there is...
Crying.
Well, I expect to look over later and see you laughing hysterically one minute and crying like a baby the next.
With an hour of the challenge gone, is the view still to everyone's liking?
It's just getting everything coordinated. There's an order, chaos, order, chaos, order. I'm at one of the chaoses.
I always feel like the beginning's not too crucial for me. Everything kind of moves about a little bit and changes a lot throughout the course of the painting. So once I've got everything covered, that's the proper start.
I am finding it difficult. It's just feeling a bit blank, I think. Might fill it up with buttercups.
At Herstmonceux Observatory in Sussex, our 8 artists are into the 2nd hour of their 4-hour challenge to capture the cosmic view. But for one, artistic licence may play its hand.
I think this view, I'm reasonably happy with it, but I think there is room for shuffling things around. I'm juggling the balls.
Not fazed by today's weather is amateur artist Roy Carless, who has a love for light, as demonstrated in his submission of Thornton Force in the Yorkshire Dales. An experienced landscape artist, in 2017 his painting of South Gare on Teesside won that day's wildcard heat.
Hi, Roy.
Hello.
How are you going to cope with these big balls?
Oh, fine, that's no problem, I think, really.
I mean, you've really gone for it. You've put them all in. You've decided to embrace them fully. So you started with the compass.
Yep. So I've let everybody else know that they are available for rent.
Have you got no competitive edge in you at all? You should have kept them for yourself.
No.
This could have been your defining, glorious feature.
Indeed.
You're the only one smooth around balls.
But one artist has no need of a compass.
My specific style is just not to use curves, which is, with this many shiny balls, it's pretty challenging. When I started learning how to paint, it's just a revolt against all the curves. I just want to just be sharp and straight and still beautiful.
Retired chemistry teacher Tamara Savchenko originally hails from Russia, but for nearly 30 years has made Exeter in Devon her home. Her submission, an oil painting of Budleigh Salterton Beach, is in her signature geometric style, something which might prove tricky with today's spherical view.
Tamara, we recognise the reduction of the landscape from your submission, of course, but what's missing is the triangulation.
If you look, everything is a little bit triangular-ish. So it doesn't have to be an exact triangle.
Right.
It's just a straight line which create the angular shapes.
There's a looseness here that I'm really enjoying. It gives it much more texture.
I just actually want to make a landscape which is more or less realistic, and on the other hand is chopped into my shapes.
And I think you've done that really well. I love the surreal quality of it and the way the worlds are reflected inside the spherical balls as well.
I love them so much, those
Yeah.
balls. And I've had the smiley face over there.
Oh, yeah, the gravel
actually-
makes a smiley face.
It's actually a smiley
Sweet.
face there.
Yeah, very
That's
nice,
great.
very nice. Well, let's see if the smiley face makes an appearance and what happens when the trees come in.
Our landscape. Trees, grass, 6 copper domes and a lot of silver balls. A weird one today.
It looks a bit like a prog rock album cover, don't you think? I think it's amazing. I must say I wouldn't want to paint it, though. So we've really...
Tough.
Yeah, it is very tough. The balls are very shiny and the balls are reflecting within the balls.
I am told. From above, they look like the solar system.
Nice. Well, it really is for the artist to find subtle differences in a landscape that contains a lot of the same shape.
How could they muck this up? How could they cock up the balls?
I don't know. I mean, the human mind likes to make order. And if they start subliminally sort of lining things up and trying to make order, it could get very boring. So they really need to concentrate that there's a nice rhythm in their painting.
I think if the wind picks up, it'll blow all those balls down and wipe out several of our artists. Maybe that's how we let them know who's the winner.
I don't need to do too much judging then.
We just roll 7 balls down and wipe out 7 pods, and the one who's left is the winner.
Excellent idea.
Trying to do justice the roundness of those spheres. I can't remember the last time I painted a sort of perfect circle, so we'll see. They might be imperfect, but...
A love of straight lines in the landscape is also much more Stephen Royal's style. A Bolton-based professional artist, he has a passion for painting construction sites, fascinated by their dynamic energy.
Steve, your submission was lots of straight lines, and we've given you a composition with lots of round things in it.
I'm still trying to do straight lines. And I think maybe I'm going to do quite solid lines for the domes.
And what about light? Is that important?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, because it gives you absolute depth, doesn't it? And especially when we first started this morning, it was so flat, I was struggling with the sky.
Okay.
But now we've got sort of creases in the sky. It's really interesting, that.
I can feel it happening. There's a way to go, so I'll let you get on with it.
Brilliant, thank you.
Like all these domes and all these spheres, and there's a lot of competing elements. So I just kind of decided to focus on one of the domes and just a couple of the spheres. Went with a kind of a portrait, elongated canvas because I wanted to emphasize the sky. There was a bit of thunder and lightning earlier, and if you're trying to paint an atmospheric sky, like, to be honest with you, that kind of stuff kind of helps.
31-year-old professional artist James Hayes describes himself as a country boy at heart. Born in County Kerry, he takes artistic inspiration from the brooding, expansive skylines he's grown up with. Are you happy to see clouds and grey skies, or would you prefer blue skies?
Absolutely thrilled. Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't get a lot better than this, does it?
No.
Yeah, I'm planning on doing something a bit dramatic, maybe slightly more dramatic than what we've got.
Your submission was very dramatic.
Yeah, the submission is dramatic.
Yeah,
it's
huge landscape with those big storm clouds gathering.
Yeah.
Who's the figure in the painting?
That's my brother. He ends up in a lot of my work. He kind of wanders into shot, you know, and sure, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Do you two come as a pair?
We do, yeah. Today, anyway.
Are you close in age?
Yeah, we're twins.
You're twins?
Yeah. So
that's close in age.
Relatively close, yeah.
In the submission, you look very moody. Are you the dark, brooding one?
Always.
You're the light, sunny, smiley one?
I wouldn't go that far.
There you go. Oh, really? You're both moody.
Yeah.
Enjoying respite from the rain, our 50 wildcard competitors are working on their interpretations of the medieval castle, vying for the chance of just one place in the semi-final.
Well, that's great. I mean, I think you're the only person who's had the guts to take on the whole castle. So well done.
What I find interesting is there's a lot of colour. I mean, and given that it's a grey day, I mean, I know there's a lot of green, but there's a lot of psychedelic colour as well.
There
are
a
people
lot of,
playing with bright colours.
The way the castle is reflected in the brown water. I mean...
Pink water.
I'm sure the water's brown and it's pink because the castle's reflecting it, but whatever. There are colours, you know, you're talking about colours. I mean, I'm looking and it looks a very drab day, and even this great castle looking pretty drab. But I think you're right, people are compensating because as they're looking or finding their way into the painting, they're finding these colours to work with. But
over your shoulder,
yeah.
I can see an amazing picture, which is mainly sky and just the turret of the castle.
They've all cracked on at an incredible pace.
Everything you do you put that black line?
Right, I'm not really interested in a landscape in a conventional way, but I like the shapes. So the black line helps me to kind of pull out the shapes, really.
Works very well. Well done. I like your umbrella as well.
The fact that water's running down your painting, you know, it adds to it somehow.
Basically, just got your back to this castle. You're bossing the castle out because you're saying, I'd rather not paint the castle. We've got the tiniest sliver.
I don't particularly like the building, but I think it works reasonably well the way I've just put it on the edge like that.
Back at the observatory, our selected artists are also feeling the effects of the meteorological mayhem.
The weather has been so crazy. I've changed the sky a million times. You kind of hear claps of thunder and you think, oh yeah, and they kind of try and get the dark clouds in, and now I might as well just catch the rain on my canvas and see what happens.
As the weather is changing, so are the colours, so are the tones, and you have to adjust to what I saw earlier as well as what I see now.
Every time I look at the balls again, they've changed in colour or pattern. Of course, the sky's done the same. I'm going to have to rework that. Plenty to do.
Our 8 artists are nearly halfway through their challenge to depict the renowned observatory at Herstmonceux in Sussex. With just over 2 hours left, one artist is still struggling with her composition.
Pippa, here, I'm looking at the centre and there's an emptiness to it. You still need to give your work a sort of a focus, don't you?
Yeah.
So, I mean, where would you say the focus is at the moment?
I don't know, that's the problem at the moment.
Might you introduce an object or a thing in this middle ground?
Well, I was thinking of painting the...
Oh, the camera?
Yeah.
And totally uninterested in that copper roof of the observatory. It doesn't appeal to you at all?
Not really.
What is it that put you off it?
The shape of it, the colour of it, where it is.
I love how you're screwing up your nose at this observatory. You're just absolutely not having any of it. Well, good for you. I mean, we want you to paint a version of what's in front of you, and you've chosen your very particular, quieter corner, so good for you.
Clearly not at a loss in the landscape is Chi Yen, who's already completed one canvas and is now working on another.
G.N., you're on your second painting.
I am.
It's a different composition. Tell me why you got bored.
This was more of a study. This is me having fun. Like sitting an exam, you do your best very early on, make sure you get everything done, and then you kind of go, ah.
Also having artistic fun is Roy.
I love the way that you've got the echoes of the silver balls in the sky. I love that.
I don't know whether they're going to stay in there or not.
OK.
I'm not averse to pushing a bit towards the abstract.
OK.
I don't know. I think we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, so even you don't know?
I'm really not sure.
So, what do the judges think of our 8 artists' progress so far?
Is there anything nicer than coming to the British countryside in the summer?
I think it's the worst we've
It's
had.
definitely the hardest rain.
But possibly the best quality of work in the pods that we've had. The complexity of the vista that we've given them has actually made them all put a lot more thought into it.
How is Patsy coping?
What is beautiful is the red ground she's used that's still coming through. I think what we liked about her work was a sense of her colour palette being slightly off. And at the moment, I'm not getting that enough.
Roy's been here before. Is his experience telling?
So the way he puts paint on is consistent and it's very beautiful. Very strange, the orbs are reflected in the sky, which I don't think is necessary.
But I quite liked seeing him this morning with his compass, you know, making sure he got everything right. And then as he paints, he sort of paints a lot of life into it.
Pippa's not interested, it seems, in the spheres or the observatories particularly. Is that a problem?
She's struggling, but in this struggle, she's reduced the whole thing down to just a field of green and one orb, and I think it's looking rather elegant.
I worry, though, that it's a bit dull in colour. It just seems a bit flat.
I love the colour and the density of that colour, the sort of chalkiness, the opaqueness of it. The palette that she's chosen today is really attractive.
She ends interesting. She's on her second canvas. Very vivid, her painting.
Very vivid, and she uses colour really well. She plays around with the paint on the surface, lets it skid around, different brush marks. There's very little drawing, and a lot of it is done through this big gusto act of painting.
The second composition, I think, is slightly stronger, but she works so fast, I think she just needs to back off a bit and slow down and really sort of tighten things up a bit, because at the moment, I think it's too energetic.
How Drew do?
He starts with what's furthest back. Right. So when he paints something over the top, it is physically in front of what is behind. So the actual paint is following the same regression as what is...
Rather than just sitting side by side.
Side by side.
I don't know if anyone paint like that, really, on this programme before, but I think it's quite an interesting way of doing it.
Some fine work out there. Let's see how they get on before those orbs hatch and our alien overlords rule the Earth.
The view of the observatory our artists are painting today only came about in the 1950s. The original Royal Observatory was based in Greenwich, founded by King Charles II in 1675. By the mid-19th century, light pollution in the capital prompted proposals to relocate the observatory to a rural location. In 1957, it moved here to Herstmonceux. Individual domes were constructed on the site to house 6 large telescopes, their green copper cladding designed to blend in with the Sussex landscape. At its busiest, 200 astronomers and support staff were based at the Herstmonceux site, monitoring the night skies. The 7-metre-long Thomson refractor is one of the largest telescopes in the world. In 1969, it was used by a team of astronomers assigned by NASA to map the surface of the Moon ahead of the Apollo mission, and it's still in working order. Every night, the Herstmonceux astronomers mapped the position of the sun and stars, and were even responsible for generating the Greenwich time signal, more commonly known as the BBC Pips. In 1990, the Royal Observatory moved again, this time to Cambridge to be close to the university. But the old telescopes and their iconic green domes remain here at Herstmonceux. The site is now a science education centre, inspiring the next generation of stargazers.
Today, down the hill from the observatory, 50 wildcards have spent their day dodging the downpours, capturing the castle on canvas. Only one will be selected to be in with a chance of making it to the semi-final.
2 ladies in purple. Did you deliberately set out to match?
Totally accidental.
Except we both like
We both
purple,
like purple,
obviously.
but, yeah.
Now, yours is not purple.
No, but there are elements of purple there.
So this is yours.
It is.
What do you say that she should do now?
Scrap it and start again.
So which of our wildcards has impressed today?
They've been amazing, and some really good work has come out of this dreadful day.
There was a guy at the very far end, and he did a large landscape, and he was using masking fluid, and actually he really allowed the rain to literally tell the story of the morning.
And that fantastic tree, did you see the...
Yes,
I
with the root
love
tree and
that.
that's
Beautiful.
The one that stands out for me in terms of picture making is the woman who's got a sliver of...
I love her. Do you like that one?
I do like it. I think the way in which she structured the trees with the colours, I thought was very effective. So, yeah, let's go for her.
OK, good.
Yeah, cool. OK, we've got a winner. We really like your painting. It's caught enough of the castle to get away with it. Well done, congratulations.
Absolutely delighted, thank you.
It's always a boost, really, to know that somebody else likes what you're doing. It's an absolute thrill. And it makes you think, yeah, I can do this, and I'll just carry on doing it.
Sue England from Chichester will enter a pool of wildcard winners from all the heats, at the end of which one will be selected for a place in the semi-final.
Back at the observatory, our 8 artists are into their final hour.
The only thing that's worrying me at the moment is, will I get it finished? But it's an interesting challenge. I'm not defeated by it yet.
Right now, I have no red brickwork in and rusty red doors. I've got those to do. If I don't get those in, then it's going to look weird, so I must get those in.
There's a couple of things that I can't quite write, which I'm kind of just going to run with. Domes haven't been easy, but it's too far on to undo them now.
Here at Hurst Monceaux Observatory in Sussex, our 8 artists are coming to the end of their landscape challenge, with final make-or-break decisions being made.
I've got 10 minutes to go, and I'm just trying to paint the camera crew. They're quite difficult because they keep moving around.
Filling up the obvious gaps, the details, bits and pieces.
My main concern is choosing the right painting. I need a big hand to come along and push one over or something like that. Can't make a decision.
Artists, you have 1 minute left.
Another half hour would have been nice, but done what I can, I think.
Artists, the laws of space and time cannot be broken. Your time is up.
Please put down your equipment and stand away from your easels.
Well done, mate. Nice one.
Very well done.
Well done, you.
For our artists, the hardest part is over. But for our judges, it's just beginning.
I think Patsy's been really clever. Sometimes when people have a seductive undercolour, they overplay it. And I think she's just given us enough of that fantastic deep rose pink.
There's a kind of distance also in Patsy's painting, as though you've come across a very strange scene. Because the circus tent is, you don't know what it is from a distance. It gives it a certain mystery. What I particularly like about Roy's painting is the colour of the copper. It's so well observed. You even got the sense of its age, but also its wetness from the rain, and he's just caught it perfectly.
Yeah, and that echoing of the spheres, the whole thing is just wonderfully weird, really, but also precise and accurate.
I love Chi Yen's mark making, the way she puts paint on. I'm glad she went for the first version because it's more contained. You know, with that kind of painting, you need some control, and I think this has just about got it.
It's a kind of Alice in Wonderland trippy version of being here today. I'm really pleased that James chose this composition. I mean, the sky is a tour de force. You really get the sense of that sun doing its best to break through this thick cloud.
A lot of them reduced that area of sky because it was just too much, but he's just revelled in it.
I love Stephen's scratchiness. I thought that Stephen used line to construct space, but here he seems to use line to construct atmosphere as well. It's sort of rainy and uncomfortable.
It leaves an awful lot to the imagination in a very sort of poetic way. Tamara's all about reducing form and colour and shape.
There are really unusual shapes in here, which are very much Tamara's making. You know, these are not spherical. I do wonder, though, how successful this kind of green lawn is. Finally, the unsung heroes of Landscape Artist of the Year, the valiant camera team. This side of the canvas was crying out for something, and actually, you know, she resolved it with this inclusion.
Pippa's such a master mark maker with gouache. If she'd picked a more complex composition, she would have pulled off something quite amazing today.
Drew's made a very quiet, honest painting about today. He might be one of the most successful artists to deal with the orbs. The way that he kind of swirls the paint inside.
I like it. It's got a freshness. I could spend a lot of time looking at it.
The judges can only pick one artist to send through to the semi-final, so they initially narrow their selection to a shortlist of 3.
It's all about the balls today, isn't it? And the 3 that I feel have been most successful in dealing with that sort of luminescence that you get from them, those 2...
Yeah, they're great.
And that one.
And those 3, which really stand out, for me, used the orbs to their advantage.
The ones that we've picked are believable, and I think if you took the painting away from here, anybody seeing it would understand what's happening.
OK, good day painting.
Artists, you've all done exceptionally well dealing with this extraordinary scene today.
Sadly, only 3 of you can be shortlisted, and the judges have made their selection. The first artist on the shortlist is Roy Carlos.
The second artist is Patsy Moore.
The third artist, Drew Carr.
Commiserations to all of you who haven't made it, but we have really enjoyed watching your efforts today. They have been exceptionally good.
Well done.
It was an amazing experience. I will keep painting in my speed, with the same vibrant colours. I feel very encouraged.
Taking into consideration the artist's submission paintings, the judges must now make their final decision.
Well, our painters today struggle through some difficult conditions.
All these 3 have really risen to the challenge, actually.
So let's talk about each artist in turn, and starting with Patsy here.
I think I like Patsy's work today more than I like this. There's something about her submission that is very sort of staccato and precise. There's a more organic nature to the work that she made today.
The choice of the ground is really, really sensible, and just the way that it comes through, just enough.
With that beautiful red ground coming through and that sort of the purple in the sky, she's a really great colourist.
Ty, earlier in the day you were worried about Roy's reflecting the orbs in the clouds.
Yeah.
But has he resolved that for you successfully?
It seems to make sense. I got some sci-fi soundtrack coming through the clouds there, and I think those vibrations that make the painting more interesting.
And I'm pleased to see that he's just taking one step into something a bit more surreal, and I think it really raised his game for us today.
Drew? Drew came through.
I think Drew's painting has a language that makes sense, and the subdued colour and simplification works very well. But I would have liked a more vital surface.
He didn't put a contrivance on top of the work. He didn't just have a trick of seeing something through something else. He really painted what he saw today, and he's got this fantastic sense of distance.
I think all 3 of these artists today didn't just really nail the orbs, but they really thought carefully about the kind of sky that we have. This is not a characterless sky.
Well, the English summer's finally arrived, a few hours too late. You needed to pick a winner. I'm going to go and get my Speedos on.
Patsy, Roy, Drew. It is, of course, a fantastic achievement to have made it to the last 3, but there can only be one winner.
And the judges have made their decision. The artist they have chosen to put through to the semi-final is... Patsy Moore.
Wow. Thank you. I'm stunned that I've got through. The fact that the judges recognise something in my work is a big confidence boost.
On a wet, miserable, cold day, Patsy sort of outshone the others. Beautiful colours, beautiful sense of mood. She gave us that slightly surreal nature of the scene, but also the reality of it at the same time.
Winning this heat means the world to me. It's fabulous, tremendous.
Why aye there? We're here in the northeast of England on Gateshead's Millennium Bridge, Tyneside's latest feat of awe-inspiring engineering.
We're gearing up to test the mettle of 8 industrious artists with a view to daunt even the steeliest. The iconic and imposing Tyne bridges.
So, up the Tyne and away the Tyne. It's Landscape Artist of the Year.
During this series, 48 accomplished artists are challenged to capture on canvas some of Britain's most beautiful and enchanting vistas. From seaside surprises to celebrated cities.
It's a very complex environment. Traffic, people moving, so it's very busy.
Today, on the bustling embankment of the River Tyne, 6 professional artists have come to show off their creative prowess. David Fox, Joanne McAndrew, Andrew Halliday, Levon Bowman, Lee Glover, and Claire Bowen.
I feel busy, very excited and quite terrified.
And up against them are 2 intrepid amateurs, Wei Deng and David Youds.
Normally, I don't have the luxury of having a full day painting. I work full-time, I've got 5 young children, so it should be good.
They'll all be under the intense scrutiny of our demanding judges, Tyne Scherenberg and Kathleen Soriano.
Well, at the minute, I'm looking at nothing.
Exactly.
So,
The artists are competing for a thrilling prize, a £10,000 landscape commission of Venice to celebrate the bicentenary of renowned art critic John Ruskin.
And at every heat, an extra 50 wildcard artists are also out to make an impression.
It's very grubby drawing.
Say the nicest things.
In a good way, you know, that way.
So who's got the know-how and the nerve?
I haven't got long, oh my God.
To become the next Landscape Artist of the Year.
You're working on quite a scale there as well, relatively speaking, for a day like this. Sorry, am I saying all the wrong things? You look devastated every time I say anything.
As the 8 qualifying artists prepare to produce their urban landscapes, the judges, who until now have only seen digital versions of their submissions, get the chance to examine them up close.
Good morning.
Morning.
Firstly, congratulations on being the 2 judges to make it this far in the competition.
Yes.
You should be very proud. Kate is, of course, pregnant and she's at home. So let's have a look at our 8 submissions. And we start with a bit of canal side graffiti.
I love it when an artist gives us a little inconsequential bit of nowhere and makes it monumental. you start to build up a story because there's nothing there.
What is there is beautifully bathed in this light that you find by the river, so you do get a sense of the atmosphere. I like paintings of motorways because that's how a lot of us see the landscape these days, is through a car window.
I'm happy with the splattering in this painting. Normally it irritates me, but here it adds to the texture. But overall, what I love is the desolation of it.
This artist obviously makes their own collage paper and is using birds and yachts to balance the composition.
What I like is the way in which they've actually torn the edge of the paper to bring a level of texture to the work itself.
It looks quite simple and borders on craft, but actually it's very sophisticated. The light and the way the clouds and the snow are rendered is just fantastic.
And the depth of the colour that you see in the clouds is allowed to bleed almost into the paper, using the white of the paper, as we know a good watercolourist will do. This has got a level of virtuosity to it if you look at the way in which the foam of the wave is painted in the bottom left-hand corner. But in order to give a sort of traditional landscape interest, they've added all this pixelation, and it works.
I think it's beautiful visual language this artist has got. And as you look at it, you realise how abstract everything is. So the cars are just a couple of brush marks on the right, and the building on the left, all the rows of the windows are just very simple, crude black lines. What is beautiful about this painting is the way the paint is put on, this dabby fashion.
I love the composition. You've got this lovely curve of the pavement, which echoes the curve of the river. You know, even the little details like the reflection of the towers are well observed. This is such a familiar location. It's the reality of our lives. Anything with paintings of cars done so roughly but gloriously oily, I just love it.
It's incredibly well observed. Each shadow and reflected light and the light from the windows also are absolutely spot on. It's just wonderful.
So a feast of different subjects and techniques. Looking forward to seeing how they get on today.
The most important piece of kit is my 35-year-old easel that I built when I was 15. I had to have it here to give me a bit of luck for the day.
I've got so many canvases with me. I keep putting different ones up there because I think, well, I could do that, I could do that. But,
Well, I've treated myself to some new brushes, expensive ones as well, so whether it makes me paint better or not, I don't know. But I'm hoping it's going to do.
Artists, it's time to create a masterpiece, or as they say round here, I read Bobby Dazzler.
You have 4 hours to complete your painting. Good luck, everyone. Your time starts now. What do I do with this for?
I don't know.
This stretch of the River Tyne is famous for its many bridges, and today's artists are presented with no shortage of them. With the High Level Bridge, the Queen Elizabeth Metro Bridge, and the historic Swing Bridge. And in the foreground, the striking single-span Tyne Bridge itself.
Landscape isn't just about rolling green hills, mountains, and English castles. You know, this country is also about fantastic urban architecture. So the artists have got at least 3 bridges within their sightline, each of them reflecting a different moment in Tyneside history. Let's see if they can capture a sense of that today.
Not had a lot of experience in painting bridges. I have done a couple, mainly like on canals and stuff like that, rather than this scale.
Stunning bridge, absolutely beautiful. It's very close. I have never painted something so big, so that'll be a challenge. That really will.
I love bridges. Although I haven't done this bridge before, it's a perfect view for me. So I'm going to first of all do some drawing and then practice on a canvas by drawing it out and see if it will fit, and then do some tonal blocking in and then put the colour in. Easy as that.
After several years working as a ski instructor, Claire Bowen became a professional artist who paints outside almost daily. Her submission is of London's Albert Bridge, a view she has painted over 10 times and was produced as the focal piece of her first solo exhibition.
You had a wonderful bridge in your submission, and here you got a gift of another wonderful bridge.
3.
Are we going to see all 3 in yours?
Yes.
Wow. But at the moment, I can only see this one that's right next to us.
The reason I'm doing this one first is because the sun is going to move round and I wanted the light on the front. But then the ones underneath, the train bridge and the red one, will go in as well.
Did you come and map out
Yeah.
where you knew? Oh, wow. Gosh, serious?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
I got an app that tells me where the sun position is going to be, so I know by about 12 o'clock it's going to be straight onto the bridge and then it will be behind it.
OK, so...
But I'm pushing today. I want it to be good. I want it to be bold.
You want to win?
Oh, yeah. In it to win it.
I'm thinking to include part of the bridge and the river because those boats, they are part of the urban life, so we got to paint these.
Amateur artist Wei Deng is a chartered landscape architect whose submission shows a view of the snow-covered village of Portree on the Isle of Skye. He spotted the scene during a family holiday and painted it in his favourite medium of watercolour.
Now, you come from Sichuan in China.
Yes.
Did you go to an art school there?
Actually, my dad, he is a painter, so I learned painting from him when I was very young. Chinese traditional painting.
And that would be with traditional brushes and ink?
Yes, I'm still using this today.
And what do you make of this landscape?
I'm a little bit worried about the bridge because it's so big.
It's only taking about a third of your picture.
Yes, because I'm not allowed that big bridge dominates the painting.
While you're doing it, you're enjoying the river yourself?
Yes, I'm enjoying it very much. Nice weather, nice place with other artists. Very enjoyable.
The 8 pod artists are not the only ones grappling with the view over the River Tyne. Taking over Gateshead's Baltic Square and Millennium Bridge, 50 idiosyncratic artists are trying their luck at creating a stunning cityscape.
It's like if Asterix the Gaul met Game of Thrones.
I'll take that as a compliment.
You should.
Thank you.
These plucky wild cards are hoping to impress the judges and be in with a chance of gaining a place in the semi-final.
I like all the bridges. The dome shape here, the dome shape on that bridge, and then the dome shape on the stage. That's a lot to do, though. I know I've only got 4 hours, so yeah, we'll see.
But it's not just a ticking clock they're up against.
A bit windy today.
Wind is the worst weather. When you have basically a sail in front of you, wind is definitely worse.
Wind is the enemy.
The forecast is for the wind to get up, I think, today. When it funnels down that river, could be a bit exposed in places.
I've got a large canvas and a small easel, and I think it's a bit more like a sail than a canvas. I'm afraid. But it's quite exciting. No, go.
A short distance along the riverfront and sheltered from the elements at the base of the Tyne Bridge are our 8 competing artists. One of them, who'll be working on a wooden board today, is still struggling with indecision.
I'm not sure which size panel I'm going to use, so I've brought a few different sizes and shapes. I'm quite worried that I'm going to get the composition wrong, and if I do, then it's a disaster because I think it's the most important thing. So I'm doing a few quick tonal sketches and see what looks good and what doesn't, and then hopefully I'll be comfortable enough to put it on the canvas.
Busy mum of 4, Joanne McAndrew, runs drawing classes part-time and has only recently started painting cityscapes. Her submission shows a view of the Grand Canal dock in her home city of Dublin and captures the warmth of the vibrant graffiti in the fading evening light.
Joanne, you're feeling your way into the composition, and you're using a credit card to work with.
I am, yeah.
Do you usually work with a credit card?
I do when I need to get straight lines or particular angles. For example, the bridge there, I just kind of bend it, and because I do find that kind of angles are a little bit tough to get.
Once you've worked out the composition, do you transfer it onto the board?
Yeah.
And then once that's in, you then paint with a brush?
I would paint with a brush, yeah, and I'm kind of panicked now that I haven't started.
Okay, I'll let you get on.
Thank you.
plan is to not fuss around too much, worrying about the composition, just loosely a quick drawing of the structure. With something this sort of size, you've got to be quite brutal, really, and just think, with the time limit, I'm just going to have to go on a sort of small scale and just pick a composition within that and go from there, really.
Amateur artist David Youds is a school site supervisor from Blackburn. His submission captured the view from his front room, created at night while wearing a head torch. Painting from life forces him to work quickly, essential with his family commitments.
I noticed you've got a fan club behind you. Who's here today?
Yeah, my wife, Lisa. Got 4 of my 5 daughters and my twin brother.
How are you? 5 daughters is impressive, though. You've run out of names.
Oh, with the first name, it's like you spend ages looking, and by the time you get to the 5th one, it's like, just throw a dart in the butt, you know.
Yeah, I've got 3 sons. I just get beaten up all day long.
That's the thing with girls, is it's more like psychological warfare.
1 hour into their challenge and the complex city view is proving troublesome.
It's quite bitty. There's a lot of bits to it. And I need to kind of bring it all together. So, fingers crossed.
The thing make me a little bit worried is the bridge, because of its scale, is so huge.
I was struggling with where to put the bridge. I can't get the whole thing in, so I have to crop it. I'm starting to panic a little bit because I spent so much time on the compositional studies, so I'm a little bit worried about that.
The bridge itself has been quite tricky. One minute it looks quite blue, and then when the sun's not on it, it's diluted. But I think it's important to get them colours right, because that is like the main focal point of the painting.
Here at the base of the mighty Tyne Bridge, 8 competitive artists have been producing their urban landscapes for 1 hour.
I love painting cityscapes. I love the challenge of it. Cities are full of detail, and here is no exception.
Gallery manager Andrew Halliday has competed under a time limit before, when he produced an oil painting of Inverary Castle in Landscape Artist of the Year 2018. Fascinated by urban life and architecture, his submission is of the view from the top of the Rockefeller Center in New York.
You're very precise.
Well, yes, and there's a point I don't want to try and get too precise.
Okay.
I think otherwise it'll lose its life.
You're working on quite a scale there as well, relatively speaking, for a day like this. Sorry, am I saying all the wrong things? You look devastated every time I say anything.
Well, actually, I was thinking of working smaller, but because of the detail, I'll actually work better if I'm working a bit larger.
I see.
But yes, there is a problem in terms of area and getting it covered.
It's Landscape Artist of the Year. You've got to try, you've got to be ambitious, haven't you? When you say...
Yes! I'm going to win it.
You're going to win it.
I'm quite minimalist. I try to break down the information that's in front of me and use as little as possible. My loose painterly style and drips don't really work if I layer up on details and traffic and people and things like that. Less is more, I suppose.
David Fox is an operations manager for a bus company in Dublin, who previously took part in Landscape Artist of the Year 2016, competing at Scotney Castle in Kent. His submission this year is of the M1 motorway connecting Dublin and Belfast, painted to highlight the logistical impact Brexit will have on Irish communities.
So you're doing a series of paintings about the border?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Just painting along the border span. It's not a tangible border, it's not a physical border. The greenery's the same, the road's the same. You wouldn't even know you're crossing the border half the time, you know? Just highlighting that freedom of movement.
Who'd want to change that?
Exactly, that's what my point is.
There's no border between Gateshead and Newcastle.
No, but
there's just the Great River. Are you confident?
I don't know. If it comes across that way, I'm doing well.
If you like bridges, this is the place for you. I can see 4 from here.
It's very chaotic bridge-wise, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think a lot of them have gone for a view. I really like the way that bridge frames very beautifully those different style buildings. And I've been watching a few of them work on that and felt it was like pang of brush envy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought, ooh, yeah, I want to do that.
Okay.
We're talking about the business visually, but also there's the business of the city. And I would like to feel that somehow in the painting. I'm allergic to the use of people in a landscape, and birds, and boats.
So how do you create the buzz?
There are boats in the river. Paint them in a way that isn't about the history of yachting. Okay. Or people walking along the quayside, not as a kind of tourist centre, but as shapes and colour. There are ways of doing it without becoming twee.
So should I walk up and down the artists ringing a bell, shouting, no people, no boats, no birds?
Let's see what they get up to.
The collage is made up of painted pieces of paper. I'm using shape and I'm using colour to describe a space. I've drawn my composition, but the hardest part is trying to find the right elements because there's just so much that you can see. You've got to pick out those little bits that will make the landscape happen.
Professional artist Lee Glover's submission is a collage depicting the Seven Sisters Cliffs in Sussex on a breezy day. He left the brushstrokes visible to communicate the wind blowing through the landscape. It took 30 hours to complete.
Lee, the thing with collage, it has to be quite brutal and bold. How do you introduce subtlety?
It's by getting the right tone and colour.
Okay.
And then the cut in the line is the brutal part of it. So that's where the subtlety stops. But if you get the right colours to go next to each other, it will work, hopefully.
And with the line, the cut, I noticed that you like to use the torn paper, the edge of the paper.
Yeah.
But not all the time.
Not all the time, no. Only for certain things. So in the submission piece, there was crumbling chalk cliffs.
Yes.
And it just worked perfectly for that.
Okay. So do you have a sense today, because we've got quite a sort of man-made linear structures around us, do you feel that it'll be more about cutting today, or?
Yeah, I think it will be sharp lines, but as I go down into the water, I'll have more use for the torn edge.
Okay, let you get on with it.
It's a very complex environment. There's a lot of wildlife in the background, birds, traffic, people moving. So I want to capture some of that. And I want also, I don't know if I can do it, but I will try, capture the emotional response that has been evoked being here.
Bus driver Levon Bowman has a degree in fine art from the University of Northampton. His submission, depicting his Jamaican homeland, includes stylised pixelation, representing how his emotional memory of his former country is fading and distorting.
You know, in your submission, there was that pixelation. Will we see that, do you think?
Probably you will see some form of distortion. Maybe I'll use the blur technique instead.
And have you worked out in your mind's eye what you can do?
I'm trying to. I don't think I can get everything. I think the other bridge in the background will be very, very vague. Is that?
Okay. So in a way, blurring would make that work, where you have blurring in the background, make it softer and the harder in the front.
And then you will be forced to think, okay, there's something else there. That's what this place does for me. It does captivate me. I could stay all day just staring at the scenery.
It is great, isn't it? It's a great view. It's a very complicated view, but it is a great view.
Meanwhile, encamped on and around another iconic Geordie structure, the Gateshead Millennium Bridge, are our 50 wildcard artists. But it's not just the impressive feat of engineering that is at the forefront of most people's minds.
I'm all right, but my paper keeps blowing away and I can't run after it, not in the Tyne. It's cold in there.
So you've tied it in order to stop everything blowing away?
Oh! Didn't go, it went.
I'm sure I saw you drawing over there at some point.
I did do this drawing in 2 places, but only because I was actually going to take off.
Well, look, it's a lovely drawing you've done today, and I'm sorry you've suffered for it, but that's what artists do, isn't it?
Our wild cards have sort of scattered all over the place today, but I think the main issue is the wind.
It's not only the wind, but also the bridge lifted and they're to get off.
You'd have thought they would have realised that at the beginning of the day.
I think they like the challenge. But what is interesting, because they're so scattered, today I think we've got a lot of different views of Gateshead and Newcastle. It's much more variety than usual.
A lot of them aren't happy with their work today.
Artists, I love them.
The payoff for their stoic effort is the prospect of winning a place in the semi-final.
The 8 heat artists are almost halfway through their 4-hour challenge. And it's not just the imposing bridge they're wrestling with.
I want to get a bit of the water in there, with it being next to the river, but trying to sort of get it to fit with the rest of the picture is quite tricky.
I don't even know if I want the water in because I don't know if it's going to work. It's another stripe at the end. I need to see if it works. If not, I'm going to just bring the pier down and pretend the water's sunk a bit.
There's water to deal with.
Yes, I've got the base and I'm going to just add over the top, make it thicker paint.
Going
That's
well.
the plan. I haven't got long. Oh my God.
Here on Tyneside, 8 artists are halfway through their challenge to capture the intricate view across the River Tyne. With only 2 hours left, some of the artists are seeking expert advice from some straight-talking critics.
What do you think of the painting so far?
It's good.
Good.
Did you need to do the red windows on that building?
And that building over there?
Looking at that bit, isn't he?
It kind of
He's doing it
stops
this
there.
way.
What do you think? Do you like it?
Amazing. You should
It's too
add a
pink, is it?
little, like, yellow to that.
Will I put that more yellow, will I?
Yeah.
You're giving me some tips, aren't you? You're very good.
However, it's the opinions of our judges that really count, and they've been monitoring the artist's progress all morning.
Judges, the first thing that strikes me about today is how different the contributions are one from another.
They are, and funny enough, they've all chosen pretty much the same view. That rather striking bridge and the way it sort of settles into those 2 towers there.
I also wonder whether it isn't about symmetry. Something that's so perfect as the arch is not so interesting. But the minute you have only some of it, it makes everything tighter.
Let's consider the different styles then. Way.
It's very romanticised. The way he's tackled the buildings, it looks like the dreaming spires of Newcastle. It's obviously the tools he uses. So those traditional Chinese brushes must give his marks a certain flavour. I'm just amazed how traditional it is, but I think it's very beautiful.
Joanne is working on wood.
I love the heaviness of the line, the confidence. There's no tentativeness there using that credit card. And the fact that she's gone so close in and it's so dominating and dirty and real, I love that about it.
David Youds, how's he doing?
I think David's started to construct something that's really rather beautiful and gem-like. He sort of builds it up through the use of the colour.
There is so much information, so I'm glad in that small rectangle he's using, he's been able to pack as much in.
Andrew?
I think he's doing a cracking job. It's just got confidence, bravura, power. I just want it to stay the way it is at the moment.
He saw this and realised that it had to be a certain size to get the monumentality across, and I like that he's responded to it in that way.
So we go on to Claire.
Claire is so comfortable. She knows what she's doing. The structure's really good, the composition's really good, but it's really hard to judge at the moment because she hasn't started to engage with the other 2 bridges that she's going to put into the picture.
Will it be hard to judge?
It's going to be really tough to judge, actually, today.
Today it is.
Gosh, if only we had her.
What's her name?
Yeah.
Kate, we need you.
David, Today you've got plenty of cars on the other side of the road. Might we see some of those
A couple of
featuring?
nice vans knocking about before. I thought if I put a car in, you probably won't notice it on there.
No.
But something a little bit bigger, perhaps.
Perfect.
The bit that I really like, which is through the bridge, it reminds me of somewhere like in France, the old buildings. But I'm finding them quite hard because they're quite small and quite bitty. So I'm trying to, you know, make them work as a whole.
How are you getting on?
Pressure is on. I normally just work in my studio in my own time.
Okay.
I would normally be there, very meticulous, and then now I have to be chucking paint around. But it's fun. It's a challenge, isn't it?
I wish you well.
Yes, thank you very much. I need that.
Newcastle and Gateshead may be separated by the River Tyne, but they have centuries of shared history, although it's often been a rocky relationship.
There's always been a fierce rivalry between Newcastle and Gateshead. Historically, Gateshead was referred to in both political and social spaces as Newcastle's wife, or even more critically, as a dirty lane leading to Newcastle.
7 bridges link these Tyneside cities, with each being testament to groundbreaking engineering. But arguably the most iconic is the imposing Tyne Bridge, which for many years was the longest single-span bridge in the world. Designed by the architects of the Sydney Harbour Bridge, it was proposed at the height of the Depression to provide work for local skilled labourers, and was a project to unite the Tyneside rivals. The bridge was built by shipbuilders from Newcastle, while 7,000 tonnes of green paint came from Gateshead. But working on the bridge was a dangerous business.
The early 20th century is really not famed for its regard for worker health and safety. Men would be working up to 200 feet above the river, clambering from girder to girder, stepping over gaps without any harnesses or safety helmets.
Thanks to the bravery of the Tyneside builders, the bridge was opened in a grand ceremony by King George V on the 10th of October 1928, with thousands lining the streets. Since then, the bridge has been a symbol of inspiration and resilience, which unites the people of Tyneside. And the legacy of world-class engineering continues with the world's only tilting bridge, built to celebrate the new millennium.
I think there's always going to be a strong sense of home identity, whether you're from Newcastle or Gateshead. But Tyneside as a whole has a much broader Geordie identity. We're proud of our history, we're proud of our present, and we're proud of our future.
On the busy riverside, 50 wildcards have captured on canvas the various feats of engineering the area has to offer in their own unique styles.
I love the way you put paint on. It seems haphazard, but everything's there. Is it haphazard and everything's there?
I think it is quite haphazard, yeah, but deliberately haphazard.
That sounds great.
It's looking all right. Once you get it blocked in and you think it's all right, then it's just a matter of colouring it in, like a colouring book.
Interesting bunch today.
Yeah,
What about that
I know.
girl who struggled on the bridge with that drawing? You know, that's
she
what I
loved
like.
it. She was saying she really loved all this detail, but it was a struggle. Equally, there's a woman here drawing in pastel who also revelled in the detail, especially on the sage, but it seems to have worked.
And then there's a woman with blonde hair sitting down over there who's almost bleached out the light, and it's just beautiful, actually. So
Okay,
I think there's some contenders.
Yes, no, definitely. But I think because we picked up on struggle, I think struggling artists are dear to me.
And me too.
So, windswept artist, well done. Congratulations. It's a lovely drawing and about to take off again.
Pleased and delighted. I nearly chickened out this morning, but my boyfriend forced me to come here. Very, very sweetly, I should add.
Rosie Barnes from Edinburgh will enter a pool of wildcard winners from all the heats, at the end of which one will be selected for a place in the semi-final.
Further up the river, our 8 artists are into their final hour.
I actually feel a little bit more panicky now because time is ticking. I haven't looked at the other artists' work because I just think sometimes comparing is despairing.
Could carry on painting forever, but I'm just trying to work on some of the little tiny details rather than the bigger areas, really.
I am behind schedule. Yeah, it's going to be tough to finish.
I'm worried that it's just too much about the bridge. It's not going well as a picture in itself, so I need to just figure out something there.
Struggling. There's an awful lot of details to get in, and it's a very, very limited time. So it's tightly squeezed, to be honest. I'm pushing as hard as I can.
8 artists are approaching the end of their 4-hour challenge to capture the elaborate view across the River Tyne.
Oh my goodness, you're going to put people in?
I'm not drawing legs, arms and people chatting. It's just simply a few marks because that's all it would need.
I'm just seeing if a few seagulls help. Yes.
What's still to do?
This boat's a little bit dark, so I need to give some white color to lift it up.
Artists, you have 5 minutes left. 5 minutes.
What can I do in 5 minutes? Not much.
A little bit stressed. I just wanted to cover it and so it's not looking unfinished. But yeah, it's coming. I'm just working hard to try and get it done.
So easy just to kind of overwork things. Sometimes you just need to know when to leave it alone.
I've lots to do.
Artists, you have 1 minute left. 1 minute. Less now.
There's only so much you can do, and then it's overkill.
There's more that I could do, but with the time, I think that's the best I can do.
Artists, it's time to down tools because your 4 hours are up.
Please stop work and stand away from your paintings.
Well done.
As the artists enjoy a much-needed respite from painting, the judges evaluate the 8 finished landscapes.
It's been a really good day. All the artists have chosen the same point, and so it's a really good way to compare their visions and their sort of artistic language. In a funny way, David has painted about being in this car park instead of about what's out there.
But I think David's been true to himself. You know, David paints the bleakness of modern life in a way, but he normally does it in a slightly more poetic manner.
It's a fantastic watercolour, but I get a sense that Way's given us a version of Newcastle on the Riviera. It doesn't give me any sense of where we are today.
But a really clever device that Way took us down to the water on the embankment.
Yeah. Joanne's composition's incredibly well constructed, like the bridge. It's a ruddy, big bit of grubby engineering.
Joanne, using that credit card, she sort of almost stamped the presence of the bridge onto the wooden block.
Powerful bit of painting.
I think David started to get us close to the lusciousness that we saw in his submitted painting. I'm so pleased he managed to get the cars in as well.
There's a beautiful touch in the way the paint goes on. And it's very strange, there's very little there, but you do get the whole sense of that space across the river. I love the way Andrews painted that shadow across this building and really creates a sort of space under the bridge that we can enter.
I do like that suggestion of people. I was so worried when he started to put those in, but I think they're just on the right side. Claire was really comfortable working outside. She's got all the elements there.
And I love that sort of jumble of buildings that aren't absolutely rendered perfectly, but we get a feeling of the volume. I mean, the colours are the thing that holds it together for me, really. I think Levon is by nature a studio artist. He worked like a Trojan today to get all the stuff in that he wants to. And he's create this painting with great atmosphere.
He does know what he's doing, he just needs more time.
How does Lee conjure up this sense of volume and space, but if you just defocus slightly, it just becomes bits of paper? It's a magic trick.
I am a little bit sorry to see the seagull. That becomes too literal, whereas everything else is more suggestive.
But some good paintings today.
It's now the judges' task to pick 3 artists to be shortlisted.
What I'm finding as we step back is that the volume under the bridge makes sense for me, and I get that feeling. Well, actually, funny enough, the middle 3 here.
I'm going off this one slightly, I have to say, and I think I'm veering more towards the little ones and that one.
So, OK, we agreed, sort of, yeah, I think we're agreed.
2,
yeah,
1, perfect.
Artists, your endeavours and achievements today have been phenomenal, and we applaud every one of you.
Sadly, though, there is only room for 3 artists on the shortlist. And the first artist on the list is Joanne McAndrew.
The second artist on the list is David Youds.
And the third artist is Claire Bowen.
Our commiserations with those who didn't make it. It does not mean you are not very talented, and we admire you all. So, commiserations. Lovely piece of work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant day. And I will put into practice what I've learned today. Painting in the open air, I think it's completely different from painting in the studio. You get to soak up the atmosphere, you get to feel it, and then you get to express it on the canvas.
With only 1 artist able to go through to the semi-final, the judges also review the shortlisted artists' submissions to help them decide on a winner.
First thing I'm struck by, looking at today's 3 shortlisted paintings, they all have zoned in on a pretty similar viewpoint.
It's been a very good day, though. I think what we gave them really inspired them, and I think we've got 3 very good finalists.
Let's talk about each one in turn, then. So, first of all, Joanne.
Joanne's got a very good eye for framing a scene and giving you a lot of information with interesting elements.
Joanne really responded to the engineering of the bridge. She really got the sense of building something. She built that painting. It really shows in her submission. She's very good at leading the viewer through the painting, and she's showing that again today.
And David, his submission placed us in residential normalcy.
I think that David's work has a charm, a naivety, which you see more in the submission maybe than in the final work today. But I like the way in which the paint is applied in these little blocks of luscious, oily colour, and the darkness of those arches sitting underneath the bridge, the reflection on the water. I think there are small passages that are really strong.
He introduced traffic lights and traffic. You got a sense it's a working city behind us, and that was very nice that he was able to do that on such a small scale.
Well, now, Claire, her submission was truly romantic.
I think Claire, because she's a plein air painter, she loves light, and that's what I feel in both of the works. What I see is not just the light, but I see shadows, and what she's very cleverly done is created a circularity in those shadows, so it's got an awful lot of movement in that picture as well.
What comes to the fore is Claire's understanding of colour. I think it's beautiful.
So you have a decision to make.
How are you going to decide?
What I would really like is a week to live with them and then see what I feel after that time. Yeah, so see you in a week.
We haven't got the time. Joanne, David, Claire, each one of you has shown outstanding artistic ability today.
But the judges can only pick 1 winner, and the artist they have selected is David Youds.
Brilliant. Yeah, well made up. All the sort of hours and hard work, the self-doubt and everything artists put themselves through. It makes it worthwhile. Well done, mate.
What about that, eh? David's painting is an absolute little gem. You've got a real sense of life going on here in the city. There's just something sort of special and distinct, even in its naive form. He really deserves to go through to the semi-final.
Well done. Before the heats, my girls, they all wrote a little letter each saying how proud they were and it was really sweet. To win it, they're absolutely thrilled for me, which is great.
Hello and welcome to Battersea Power Station, where we're about to have a very big night out.
3 artists made it through the competition, and we thought we'd stay up late and celebrate. So how will they rise to the challenge of painting a night scene?
Will it be an all-night art party or a dark night of the soul? A moonlight sonata or a hard day's night?
Oh, we'll be working like a dog.
It's the final of Landscape Artist of the Year.
Throughout the series, we've presented 48 talented and competitive artists with a range of breathtaking and inspiring views.
I think the view is incredible. When we arrived, I actually shed a tear of joy.
We've challenged them to create landscape masterpieces, each in their own individual style. From a blast of the unorthodox...
This is biro sprayed with deodorant.
...to a slice of the unexpected.
I'm pretending I'm a child with poster paints.
OK, splash it on.
And throughout it all, 3 artists have excelled.
Patsy Moore.
Fujiko Rose.
Sue England.
Just amazement. To get through to the final, it's fantastic.
It's definitely a big validation, a wonderful booster of confidence.
This is crazy. No way did I think I would get through to the final.
Now it's time for the ultimate artistic showdown. I've never seen such a difficult final. Just thought you'd like to know that.
Thanks. Thank you, everybody.
I'm a very messy painter.
Oh, no, well, I mean, look at your hands. You look like a Smurf.
Timing-wise, do you feel that you're on plan, on target?
No.
No? OK.
The sensational prize, within our finalists' grasp, is a £10,000 commission for the Royal Institute of British Architects to capture the Gothic glory of Venice, in honour of the esteemed Victorian artist and critic, John Ruskin.
But it's not just tonight's artwork that's up for scrutiny. The judges will get to see, for the first time, a landscape art artist we're given 2 weeks to complete.
Never attempted anything like that before.
And choosing the winner are our judges, Kate Bryan, Tyne Scherenberg, and Kathleen Soriano.
I want our winner to surprise us.
Yeah, as always.
So who would take the top prize and be crowned this year's winner?
The Landscape Artist of the Year 2019 is...
As the sun sets over London, tonight our artists face their final challenge. Their view is of Battersea Power Station, which, having lain derelict for decades, is now undergoing a major reconstruction.
Capturing this architectural icon as it's brought back to life are 2 professional artists, Fujiko Rose and Patsy Moore.
Winning would be such an accolade. The thought that the judges rate what I do gives me huge confidence.
It'd definitely be a huge boost for me to win. It would open up new doors, so I have to try my best.
Painting alongside Patsy and Fujiko is one amateur artist, Sue England.
To win it, it would be a validation of what I do as an artist. I just feel so privileged to have got this far.
This is some urban landscape, isn't it? Isn't that stunning?
Absolutely amazing.
There's a lot of detail.
There's a lot of light coming through it, isn't there?
Yeah.
A lot of line.
I'm going to take my glasses off and then I won't be able to see the detail.
That's the one.
It's the final of Landscape Artist of the Year. It's going to be very exciting. We've got 3 very good artists, but we're also doing it in this crazy situation with this bonkers building. So it's going to be something that none of us have ever experienced before, and I'm really intrigued.
And as darkness falls on the capital, our 3 finalists are preparing for their nocturnal challenge.
It's mostly black and white I need here, isn't it? My view is changing by the second. I loved it half an hour ago. But yes, it's fascinating, and it will keep changing as the night goes on, I'm sure.
I've not drawn a nighttime landscape, so I'm sure there's going to be complications with that. I don't know what those complications will be, but I will know shortly.
The view is a bit overpowering, really. It's right on top of us. It's colossal, and I really don't know yet how I'm going to tackle that scale. I've no horizon line.
While the artists may be full of trepidation, the judges already have something to celebrate.
Hi guys, I'm back.
With a
You
bonus.
brought somebody with you.
Yeah, I thought we needed an extra judge.
Bonus baby.
She's just gorgeous.
Gina's already picked her favourite.
Oh, excellent. Well, we can all go home now.
So how's she going to express her interest?
We'll work that out later.
Okay.
Artists, I hope you're not afraid of the dark and that you've been eating your carrots because your nighttime challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete the last landscape of the competition. Good luck to each of you, and your time starts now. Patsy, have you been practicing painting in the dark?
No, not really.
But you like the landscape?
Not in all honesty. I looked longingly at the river behind me, but no, it's the power station.
It's like a space station, isn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if it just took off.
Do you think a rocket's going to come out at the top?
Patsy Moore is a professional artist and art tutor from West Sussex. At her heat at Herstmonceux Observatory, it was her vibrant underpainting technique that led to her winning artwork of the atmospheric scene.
That beautiful red ground coming through and that purple in the sky. She's a really great colourist.
At the semi-final in Cromarty, Patsy once again combined a palette of warm and cool tones to wow the judges.
Patsy's style is very traditional, but she has found a shorthand. She's able to give us great detail without getting fussy. So I'm really excited to see what she can do tonight.
Now, you did pink backgrounds a lot.
Yes.
It's your kind of hallmark.
Not today, because it's a very different light. I've overpainted my good old Patsy pink background with a kind of indigo, darker tone.
And this is what you've done so far, which is structuring it.
Yes, just marking it all out. I want to get some sky that I did see earlier.
Right.
Not a sunset as such, but a slightly lighter sky towards the bottom.
What about the red crane, the red on the cranes?
There'll be red cranes.
Will there?
I love those dots.
I've gone portrait. I find portraits easier to do in a shorter period of time just because I can get detail in and I can get a sense of the place. If I was doing landscape, I think I'd have to include too much and there'd be too much to do, so I've gone portrait with this.
It was professional artist and wallpaper designer Fujiko Rose's ability to edit her view which first impressed the judges. Her dynamic composition, along with her monochrome use of Indian ink on white paper, won her heat at Gateshead's Millennium Bridge.
There's a timeless quality to it, the way in which she's used the white of the paper to define the arc of the bridge.
Fujiko's semi-final industrial seascape delicately conveyed the strength of the engineering while bringing a hint of east meets west to the scene.
Fujiko's great strength is composition. She uses artistic license in a really beautiful way. She doesn't have colour to play around with it, but that might be fine tonight, given that everything's black.
How's it going, Fuji?
I'm not quite sure at the moment. If you come back in a couple hours, I might be crying.
Why will you be crying?
It's a little bit experimental.
What you're going for?
Yeah.
In what way?
It's sort of like, you know, you remember a dream, but you don't actually remember the specifics of it. That's what the image in my head is like.
It's that thing when you try and remember a name that you've forgotten and you're just,
Yeah, it's just on the cusp of it.
There's a lot of detail up there, isn't there?
I am a bit overwhelmed, but I might just squint my eyes, and then it's just a shape.
You seem very relaxed.
No, I'm very nervous.
Oh, are you? You're giving a good
am.
impression of someone who's very comfortable and calm.
I know, I should play poker.
I started by slapping some paint on because I'm just trying to get out the basic shapes and to get the proportions roughly right, which is very difficult because we're looking up at it. Getting the proportions right is fairly vital to how the rest of it will develop.
Retired graphic artist Sue England from Chichester is our only amateur artist to reach the final. Sue first painted as a wild card at Hurst Monceaux Castle and was eventually selected as this year's overall wild card winner.
When I saw all the 6 wildcard winners lined up, Sue's jumped out. She'd made something with its own distinct style.
At the semi-final, Sue's depiction of the oil rigs saw her triumph once more, thanks to her signature semi-abstract style.
Sue's essentially a colourist, but it's quite a monochrome palette tonight. And what Sue loves more than anything is that sort of fluidity of the colour across the page. I'm just curious as to how she's going to find that.
So Sue painting through the night, painting a huge building that is lit in a really bizarre way. Interesting or a pain?
Yeah.
Or...
No, it's really interesting. To be honest, I'm not going for accuracy.
Yeah.
It's the feel of the thing and the way it looks at night.
Usually the light falls on an object and it creates 3 dimensions, whereas here, all the light seems to be emanating from it. Is it making it difficult to make it understandable?
Yes, it is. I think as well, the towers in particular look transparent.
Interesting.
Chinese lanterns or something. You know, as if
I
they're
know
made
what
out
you
of
mean.
papier-mâché.
But one of your strengths is your sense of colour. And here there isn't much to play with.
No.
Is that an issue?
No, not really, I don't think. I mean, when you look, there's lots of tones going on, all the greys and whites, even browns coming in.
That's enough to work with?
I think that's enough to work with, yeah.
I'll let you crack on and speak to you later.
The artists are almost an hour into their final 4-hour challenge of the competition. And just like the building before them, their deadline looms large.
I am rushing because I am quite nervous for time today because it's not as set in my head what I'm doing. I'm trying to be playful, which usually takes more time, usually requires more thinking.
I will struggle with the time, as always. I'm not the speediest painter in the world. So it's just trying to make the decisions quite quickly and get on with it.
The time restriction is always a problem for me because normally I take days and days faffing about. When I started, I just placed it in and I know I've not got the proportions right, but I'm just going for the feel.
This evening at Battersea Power Station, our 3 finalists are approaching the 2nd hour of their 4-hour challenge, and the view's proving problematic.
I'm struggling a bit. I haven't got the monumental feel of it because the proportions are wrong. I need another foot on my canvas to do that.
At the moment, it doesn't super excite me, so I need to find a way to make it more exciting. Still working that bit out.
I find all of it difficult. It's such a network of lights and different tones and angles. It's everything. It's just everything.
Nighttime painting, why don't we think of this before?
Because it's really difficult for the artist, but the light is beautiful, although painting throughout the night, I think, might be a different sort of problem. I'm ready for dinner and a box set, you know what I mean?
A kit.
Yeah.
So we're positioned low and at the corner of the building, looking up. What difficulties or opportunities does that afford?
What they've got to really use are the two chimneys and the spaces that are clear to create that volume.
So no danger of twee with a brutal industrial
I don't think that is a danger at all.
The moon is just making an appearance. Yesterday was the full moon. I know that because I woke up this morning naked and hairy on Hampstead Heath.
Right.
But I presume the moon might add a little bit of extra something.
That'd be wonderful. I mean, it's such a man-made landscape here. It'd be quite nice to have a little sort of accent that is natural.
Well, it'll be a long night at Battersea Power Station, but let's see which artist can Battersea others into submission. I'll get my coat.
So you always get a lot of paint down, which is fantastic. Did you know straight away that you were going to try and tackle not just the verticality of the power station, but also the water in front of it?
Yeah, well, I like water. So it's nice that it's got the reflections in it, even though I've got the reflections in the wrong place.
Did you find it a bit of a struggle to sort of manage something which was so big and also had so many different angles? It's all over the place, isn't it?
It is. There's too much going on, really. And also, I didn't get the proportions right. Once you've got it laid out, you've just got to go with it, really.
Yeah. But of course, what's important is that we're always judging this on the actual painting itself, and we're not looking for a very sort of, you know, architectural drawing. I'm quite struck by your hands. You are definitely the muckiest painter we have this evening. What's going on?
I know. I do make an awful mess. Nobody will shake hands with me now, and hopefully somebody's got some baby wipes. Have you got some baby wipes?
I've got baby wipes. I've got loads of baby wipes. I got you covered.
OK, cool.
Working with her signature medium of masking fluid and black ink, Fujiko's composition is coming together.
You've gone for exactly what you see in front. How are you going to give us a sense of night?
The whole thing should be very dark. It's a very rough sketch, but it's just a sense of light and dark, but I want it to be quite dark.
OK. This almost looks like a little Whistler sketch, which is very appropriate given where we are. Are you a fan of nighttime painting?
I've not tried drawing a nighttime scene before, but I like a lot of artwork that's set at night.
And timing-wise, do you feel that you're on plan, on target?
No.
No? OK, so I better get out of your way.
Just, I spent too long sketching.
OK.
So.
Well, it's a fantastic start. Really, really marvellous.
Patsy, is this pure coincidence that you're actually wearing the colours you are using?
I do love colour coordination. Bring my canvas to match my jumper.
I'm looking at this, and it's very big, and it fills your vision.
Yes.
And you've been able to create a bit of distance.
Because it's big and it's powerful, I want to get it all in a short space, but also in a short space of time.
Yeah.
You would expect the towers to go vertically. However, if you look at them, they're actually getting slightly closer together and they go slightly backwards.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yeah. This drawing with white has created a sort of weird effect.
Everything's back to front, rather like an old film negative.
Yeah. I love that. It does give it a sort of ghostly negative.
Should I leave it like that?
Afraid you... No, crack on.
The celebrated monolith of industrial architecture that the artists are painting tonight was first conceived in 1927. Due to London's rising population and an increased demand for electricity, plans were drawn up for a super power station, and access to a transport infrastructure was vital.
The location was pretty ideal. There were a lot of railway lines that terminated here. Also, you've got proximity to the River Thames for shipping in the coal, which was used to fire the boilers, and you could also bring coal in by rail. So it was seen as an ideal location by the London Power Company.
By 1955, the buildings were completed, but not before the renowned architect Sir Giles Gilbert Scott was brought in to refine the existing design.
He was an expert at monumental buildings and design. So he's given us the fluted chimneys, he's given us the elevational treatment on the brickwork, and it becomes more and more ornate as you go up into the monumental building that it is.
But by the 1970s, the power station was outdated, and 1983 marked its final year of electricity production. By this time, the building had become an iconic landmark, having graced album covers and gained listed status. For the next 30 years, the building lay derelict, until finally in 2012, its current regeneration began.
Capturing the power station as it undergoes its transformation are our 3 finalists, and they're almost halfway through their late-night challenge.
I'm okay energy-wise, just quite hyped up. It's adrenaline, I guess. My nervousness is also keeping me going.
I'm not going quite as fast as I would like. It's always a race against time for me, and I think at the end I'm going to feel absolutely banjaxed.
How's your stamina?
I'm hoping the coffee will keep me going through.
Plenty of coffee?
Yes. A drop of rum in it would be nice.
That would be nice.
Tonight at Battersea Power Station, Patsy, Fujiko and Sue are nearing the halfway stage of their last challenge of the competition, battling to win a £10,000 commission and the prestigious title of Landscape Artist of the Year. They're all feeling the pressure.
I haven't got to the point of ruining it yet. I've still got such a lot to do. But yes, I could easily just panic and spoil it.
If I could start again, having looked at it for 2 hours or whatever it is, I understand what the building's doing a bit more now, but I can't change my mind halfway through.
It was quite miraculous. The ink didn't go on the paper even though I dropped the brush. Oh, my heart went.
We're halfway into the final, and how are they doing? Let's start, first of all, with Sue.
I think Sue's got a really good composition. I love the fact that she's got right in there. I slightly worry that the colour, in the way it's applied, it feels a little bit slabby.
It does look like there's really good bones there, but it's looking a bit flat, isn't it? But I'm hoping the second half of our evening, she'll really be able to lighten it up.
She did start by putting on huge slabs of colour. It was industrial.
But also very organic. We get the presence of the building without the 2 chimneys being delineated.
OK, now Patsy. How do you think Patsy's doing?
I was a bit worried that Patsy's composition was too traditional and she was trying too much in too small a space, but I think she is pulling it off.
I do like the blue, colder tones that she's picked up, but what I'm worried about is I feel I'm looking at something rather romantic.
For me, it works because of the ghostly nature, and that's happened to her white pastel drawing underneath. I think it's rather beautiful.
OK, what about Fujiko?
I really like the way Fujiko breaks things down as that sort of horizontal and vertical elements. But I need to feel that I'm looking at something more than just a very good illustration.
What she's got is very true, it's very accurate, the blacks are gorgeous, but there's no sort of storytelling.
What was interesting, where she's masked out the cranes and she's put the black in the sky, it looks like constellations.
I'm worried for all of them about the introduction of the red lights. how sweet that might make the pictures.
I was talking to Stephen about the view, and he said there's no chance of tweeness here. And I went, no. And I was just saying, yes, the red lights, it would make it incredibly twee.
I have to tell you, none of them are going to leave out the red lights. Of course, part of your judging will involve looking at the work they've been commissioned to do over a period of time. How do you feel about that, Kathy?
Super excited. It's always one of the best bits.
Yeah.
When we have the big reveal.
And it can change everything. You can think, right, I know who my winner is, I've got no problems. And then you see the commissions and you see a totally different side of the artist. So it's really the combination of both that helps us make our minds up.
For their commissions, our finalists were assigned 3 spectacular but very different landscapes without the pressure of a time challenge.
The commissions are important because they remind us of what they are like as artists when they are doing something under their own steam, within their own time frame. What we get to see is something that they absolutely have edited 100% themselves.
Sue headed off to Falkirk in Scotland, home to the world's only rotating boat lift, which connects 2 canals. The Falkirk wheel is a pioneering feat of modern engineering, but perhaps not the most obvious subject for a painting.
Well, it's not what I would call a landscape. I've never attempted anything like that before in my life.
Fujiko travelled to the foot of the Black Mountains and the ruins of the 12th century Lanterney Priory, originally built by a Norman knight and once one of the great medieval buildings of Wales.
There's a lot to this view, which can be intimidating. The Abbey's already fabulous, but it's situated in such an amazing location.
Patsy visited the remote island of Skellig Michael off the southwest coast of Ireland, where the remains of an early Christian monastery perch high above the sea.
Wow, it's extraordinary. It's another world, isn't it? Just another world. They're tombstones. What a view these guys have got forever.
The 3 locations chosen by the judges all had strong, distinctive characteristics and came with their own set of artistic challenges.
The main struggle is just, I think, it is very complex. Because it's a very open structure, you can see through the arches. It's quite hard to play with that, in a sense.
It's got so much to it. Clear blue sky, bright blue sea. The view could be a bit chocolate boxy or pretty.
I'm moving, the boat's moving, the water's moving, the machinery is moving, all within this huge space. But I'm already getting ideas as to how I can amalgamate that.
And to fully marvel at the mechanics, Sue was invited to look inside the wheel.
Oh, great. Danger of death.
Yeah, don't worry.
That's
You'll be safe with us.
encouraging, yes.
You can go all the way through. You could go out and then we can look out the door at the other end.
OK, well, I'm up for anything, whatever. Wow, how bizarre is this? Woo!
You are inside.
That is no landscape like I've ever experienced before.
One of the main challenges for our finalists is how to capture more than just the view.
I do want to create a sense of, you know, like you can step inside the picture. It would be really lovely to do.
I don't want to do a horizon, the wheel, the water, all flat on. I've got to somehow mix all that in together.
I am fascinated by these rough old stairways. I think I might have found my view.
The artists returned home with 2 weeks to complete their paintings. The finished works will be unveiled before the final judging.
But tonight, the 3 artists have just 4 hours to create their final artworks. And painting at night is presenting a whole new set of artistic dilemmas.
Fujiko, You've got a very strong sense of the structure of the building already. How are you going to deal with these accents of light around, the red lights and the cranes of white sort of...
The paper colour is going to be the white. In a way, because it's nighttime, the light's so much more obvious and it just becomes like another shape in a way. The sky's not done yet. I think it's going to be a bit darker. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, because it's quite a dark sky.
But it's not pitch black
No.
out there. There is light in there. So are you enjoying it?
I really loved just before I started drawing, but I'm sketching the ideas out.
Okay.
And I like the last maybe 30 minutes of the drawing. I'm in the middle phase where I'm putting the ink down, and usually that's the scary phase for me where I'm like, oh, I don't like that. I'm going to have to change that later.
So it sounds that the process, the most of it is painful.
It's tense. I enjoy it, but it's tense.
I feel like I'm looking at something that's quite romantic. I think it's the colour that's making me feel about the romance more than anything.
But I can see those colours. Angela, the colours are changing every minute.
But it's a symphony of blues I'm looking at here, as opposed to sort of the inky black or dark purples that we're looking at in the sky.
I didn't actually want the sky totally black.
OK.
I wanted it to be like the light we had earlier on.
OK. And how are you going to deal with what I think are the really troublesome, pretty red fairy lights that we have dotted everywhere?
Well, they will be there. There will be some cranes as well. I can't do it without the red lights.
Do you worry that if you put the red lights on it, it's going to
look like static fireworks?
I'm wondering.
We'll see how they come out.
For one artist, it's not just the painting that's proving a challenge.
You're right.
Getting a little bit tired, to be honest.
It's late. It's actually the next day now.
It's past my bedtime.
You're right. How are you finding Battersea Power Station?
It's quite different at night than I thought it was going to be. It's more floaty, and I think that black really throws the towers. So I need to work a bit more on the towers, and then I'm going to put the highlights in, all these lovely reflections down here.
Right.
And those beautiful red spots at the top there are just going to be...
They're very pretty, aren't they?
In the right place.
With the prospect of victory within their reach, the finalists have less than an hour to resolve their landscapes.
No, I'm not happy with it at the moment. It's looking very messy, but there's not much I can do about that. I'm pretty sure I will run out of time.
I think I've captured some of the feel of it, the size of it, and the fact that it's really dominating what we've been looking at all evening. It's a bit messy and it's not that accurate. The middle bit is very peculiar. Because it's right in the middle, it bothers me a bit.
I'm struggling more than I would like. I need to get a move on, extra move on. For me, the atmosphere at the moment of what I'm drawing is a bit flat. It's just finding the things that's missing, you know, a bit of seasoning almost for the artwork.
Painting one of London's iconic landmarks in the hopes of being crowned Landscape Artist of the Year are Patsy, Fujiko and Sue. And time is running out as they approach the conclusion of their challenge.
There's only 10-15 minutes left. I don't think I can do too much in that time. I don't think I'll overwork it. I'll get it presentable.
Artists, wake up. It's the final countdown. You have 5 minutes left.
I'm on the verge of fiddling. The middle bit of the building is wrong and looks a bit of a mess, but there's not a lot I can do about it at this stage. I think I'm going to sit back and look at it and decide if it needs any more little touches here and there.
I'm doing cranes now on my picture, which are lovely shapes, if I could get a grip of them. With the time I've got left, I will be checking in some darks and lights and smudging things around a little bit. This doesn't look like a Patsy painting at the moment at all.
Artists, you have 1 minute left.
I'll hold back on crying until after I finish drawing. I can't afford the time right now.
Artists, for the very last time this series, your time is up.
Please put down your brushes and step away from your work. While our artists can finally relax...
So what did you find the hardest thing about this evening?
Standing up.
The judges review this evening's works of art and also get their first look at the commissions.
Oh, wow.
Blimey.
Oh, cool.
That is so much spread.
Oh, such different takes.
It just changes everything, doesn't it?
Always.
OK, so taking them one by one, Fujiko, that is quite an outstanding commission.
I'm quite happy with my commission piece. Lantany Priory was really lovely, and I could kind of go with the flow a bit when I was drawing it, which I really enjoyed.
It is quite a phenomenal piece of work. You really feel the foliage.
What's amazing is the way that she shows the light dappling. It's absolutely beautiful, just with the light touch of that wash.
The movement in it is incredible because the centre is completely empty. So when you focus on it, you just get exploded outwards.
And you don't miss colour.
I was thinking Fujiko's work tonight was problematic. It was simplistic, and actually seeing Fujiko's commission next to it, suddenly it looks much stronger.
Tonight, what she's done, she's really showing this thick, velvety sky. It's really, really oppressive, and still managed to find the natural elements of the landscape and overlay that.
In her evolution, she actually reduced her language.
Absolutely.
Both of those side by side, they make sense of her work as a whole.
Tonight, I struggled with the landscape more than I was expecting myself to. There's a few bits I would like to have tweaked. It's just missing a little bit of pizzazz.
Patsy, what do we think? Were we expecting watercolour?
I'm worried the judges might not like watercolour. I'm also worried that they might think it looks rather like a meringue rather than an island.
I'm impressed with what Patsy managed to do with Skelly. She's given it this completely otherworldliness, which it clearly has, and I think the fact that she's used watercolour has allowed her to capture a sense of that more effectively.
Yeah, especially the way she's rendered the light. So on the path that we're going to follow, it is light, and then you've got this beautiful shadow down towards the sea on the left, which is absolutely readable.
I'm really impressed because although it is believable and feels like a real landscape, there's a kind of poetry in the way that the paint's gone down. The problem is looking at Patsy's commission and then seeing it next to what she's done tonight, they don't sit together brilliantly. I don't know whether we should hold that against her because we are interested in seeing a range.
When you look at the work today, that sort of lyricism and poetry has become slightly too heavy-handed. She became sort of weighted down with the romance of it.
I thought the accents of the white lights tonight might give the artist something to work with. In Patsy's case, it's reduced the impact that this building actually has.
And I think what's really great about what she's done this evening is that colour palette. It is really beautiful. She was the only person to identify this diesel blue at the end of the day and allow that to come into the night. I think it makes her sky more believable.
I could have done so much better with the picture I've just painted. With a bit longer, I'm not happy with what I've done, really.
Shall we talk about Sue?
This is like a Barbara Hepworth piece of modernism.
The commission was daunting, trying to combine landscape with this metal monstrosity in the middle of the landscape. But I did enjoy, in the end, trying to find a way around that.
You've got an artist who's identified a distinct element that somehow captures the whole thing. I love that.
I love the colour palette. It's like a beautiful, summery, blue sky day, but there's nothing pretty about it at all. I mean, the way that those trees are melting into the fields is so cool.
It feels like sort of English futurism. There's a real sense of a certain time in English history. It's very well balanced, and I think that's because of the colours and the tonalities she's using. her power station is emanating energy, and it's the only one that does it in the way that I see it happening tonight. I think it's a very well-constructed painting.
I really love the way that Sue handled the shadows this evening. You really get a sense of not just the building, but the effect that the building has on the space around it. So the night sky, the cranes, the greenery, the water.
I was really worried about Sue's blockiness earlier on today, but actually it's got a really strong sense of how it felt tonight. It does sort of loom over you.
I'm never happy with most things I produce. I didn't resolve the middle section, but I think I captured something of the feel.
I'm really thrown by these commissions in a really big way. I thought I knew where I was headed, and I might have gone completely the opposite direction after seeing these.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Well, there's nothing like it being the middle of the night to sharpen your judgment. And there we have monochrome, watercolour, 3 oils. Does that confuse any judging?
It's always the commissions that change everything.
The commission makes sense of what we've seen in the heat. It's not as if it's like
Not as if it's just judged on the commission.
It can tip something somewhere else.
So you've changed your judgment?
I have personally changed
And
who
Ty,
I thought
have
would
you?
win.
Well, I was in a position just now where I had a winner for tonight's work, and I found somebody's commission was streets ahead of the others, and it's not the same person, so I'm a bit sort of confused. And having said that, I think all 3 finalists this evening were masters of what they did. We definitely chose people who were good.
Have you come to a decision?
Yeah. Yeah. And very excited in it too.
Sue, Patsy, Fujiko, you really have, all of you, been splendid finalists. Not only that, but it's been a real pleasure for us to follow you right through the competition. Now, tonight's prize is a £10,000 commission from the Royal Institute of British Architects to create a landscape vista of a city which has been inspiring artists for centuries. You will go to Venice.
So, this being the final, only one of you can be declared the winner. And after much deliberation, the judges have reached their decision. The Landscape Artist of the Year 2019 is... Fujiko Rose.
I have apparently won, which is very, very exciting. It's a bit of a birthday present for me since my birthday's in 3 days. I'd say best birthday, isn't it? There we go. It is definitely really big for me in the sense of self-confidence. So it's great that the judges reacted to it well, and wow, it's one of the best things you can really ask for, isn't it, with being an artist?
Yeah, enjoyed it. The whole thing's been a positive for me. Plus, it's helped my painting, so I shall take that away with me, yeah. I think Fujiko's work is fantastic. She's very talented, and I'm in awe of what she does.
Thank you. I'm not in the slightest bit surprised that Fuji's won. I think she's a very, very worthy winner, and I shall follow her with admiration and inspiration. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been such fun, and I think everybody should try it.
Have you ever been?
No, I've not been to Paris.
We're really delighted with our winner. Fujiko makes complete sense as an artist. She captures light so beautifully. She knows what she's doing.
She's mashing up printmaking techniques with ink drawing and doing it in really interesting ways.
It's new, basically.
Yeah.
What she's doing is new.
She's increased the qualities which are traditional, and by doing so has made something much more radical and interesting. You see her confidence growing, and I really have utter faith in her as an artist.
It's just really fitting that we've got an artist who's ready to go out and do it properly. I mean, you know, I think her and Venice are going to get on like a house on fire.
Venice is very exciting. Haven't been. I've always wanted to go. I am looking forward to seeing all the architecture. I'm feeling very fortunate. It's wonderful.
Next time, Fujiko travels to the romantic city of Venice
I like this way of travelling. It feels quite glamorous.
to create her prize commission.
I really want it to be a balance of the past, the present, and the future of Venice. Try and inject all those things in.
Before its grand unveiling at the Royal Institute of British Architects.
Here we go. Yes.
Hello and welcome to the Firth of Cromarty on the east coast of the Scottish Highlands.
Famous for featuring in the shipping forecast, Cromarty is about to see some serious high pressure as 7 artists confront this amazing sea view.
General synopsis for the next 4 hours is rising terror, becoming highly competitive later, with outbreaks of occasional panic.
That's just us.
Don't worry, I've got a hip flask. It's the semi-final of Landscape Artist of the Year.
Over 6 exhilarating heats, 48 artists have battled for a place in the semi-final by capturing on canvas some of Britain's most breathtaking scenery.
Really happy. This is like perfect.
And they've conjured up some magical artwork.
Something genius could happen on there.
Now only the heat winners remain
I'm so happy.
to battle it out for 3 coveted places in the final.
I'm absolutely shocked. I'm still shaking, like with my hands.
Wow. For an older artist, it's like we've still got something to say. Bring it on.
They're all competing for a sensational prize, a £10,000 commission to paint a scene in Venice to celebrate the bicentenary of the art critic John Ruskin.
To claim the prize, the artists must impress our hypercritical judges, Tyne Scherenberg and Kathleen Soriano.
How do you put yourself into those rigs?
I've been walking around like a spidery transformer.
So it's time to take up their brushes to see which of our semi-finalists can paint their way into the final.
I'm dancing with colour.
The colour whisperer, the colour shouter at the moment. There's not much whispering going on there, is there?
In today's semi-final, 4 of our artists are professional. Patsy Moore, Fujiko Rose, Kathy Reddy, and Gary Jeffrey.
Since the heat, my sleeping pattern has been all over the place. I've been waking up at 3:30 in the morning and going to bed at 9 at night. I'm so excited.
And joining them are 2 amateur artists, James Murch and David Youds.
Feels amazing to be selected for the semi-final. Today my intentions are to go with my sort of instincts really and just crack on with it.
But our 6 heat winners aren't the only ones to have made it to the semi-final. At every heat, 50 wildcards set up their easels and braved the elements. For 1 wildcard place per heat.
You are our wildcard winners today.
Thank you very much.
With room for just 1 more artist in the semi-final, the judges voted Sue England's painting victorious.
Sue's jumped out, and it was because it was something beyond the surface of the landscape. It had echoes of the day, the pouring rain, the greenness, the edge of the castle, but she'd made something with its own distinct style. And that's what we're looking for, artists who have something to say.
Sue England's painting of Hurst Monceaux Castle in Sussex captured the judges' attention and earned her a place in a pod at this year's semi-final.
I don't do a lot of plein air painting, so what I did at Herstmonceux was quite revelationary to me, and it made me paint in a different way. So yeah, I feel quite competitive, yeah.
Before the day's competition begins, the artists gather their materials and take stock of the overwhelming seaside view and the unpredictable seaside weather.
The oil rigs add the nice element to what would be a really kind of flat, featureless landscape with the weather. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to getting into it.
What I really like is all the different components you have on the oil rig, lines and angles, just so much going on it.
The view's presenting all sorts of issues, mainly because of the drizzle. I think the key for me is to put my positive pants on and keep them on all day.
Artists, I hope this astonishing oil rig view has got your creative juices pumping, because your challenge is about to begin.
Because it's the semi-final, the judges will be looking for some really special art. As usual, you have 4 hours to complete your work, and your time starts now.
Today's seascape takes in the Firth of Cromarty. Dominating the view is a group of imposing oil rigs, temporarily moored here to undergo maintenance work before heading back out to the North Sea oil fields.
It's a complicated, dramatic landscape. It's as if we're on Mars or something, and they've got this incredible combination of the man-made, but then also the natural environment that's slowly being revealed by this Scottish weather, where we're going to have 4 seasons in a single day. And I want to see our artists sort of bring those 2 elements together in an effective, fabulous painting.
The obvious thing is the verticals. I mean, there are such strong verticals. So I'm using the canvas in a portrait way.
There's a lot you could paint here, really panoramic view, and I work quite small, so I've got to be kind of brutal and think, right, which bit should I go for? So I think I'm going to go for these 2 rigs with some of the boats in the foreground.
Whilst the artists consider their compositions, Kathleen and Ty consider Kate's latest creation.
Can I show you baby Juno?
Oh, please, yeah.
So,
oh, my goodness, they look so happy. Look at them.
so much more exciting than hanging out with us, isn't it?
Sadly, I think maybe so. But maybe Juno can help us in the final.
Yes, another judge. That's great.
Well, Patsy, you haven't committed yourself yet, have you? Quite.
No, I have 1 vertical line so far.
1 vertical line is a good inspiration.
Do you think they'll be happy with just 1 vertical line?
I don't think so. Okay. You might.
Professional artist and art tutor Patsy Moore often takes to the 7 Seas to give art lessons on cruise ships. At her heat, she sailed into the semi-final, impressing the judges with her ability to manipulate colour by combining vibrant and cool tones.
One of the things you like is water, isn't it?
I do like
and
reflections. Yes. If we don't get any reflections, you might get 1 or 2 in my painting, perhaps.
You might reflect it.
I think the story of the picture is competition, in a way, between the man-made structures and the softness of the landscape behind. So it's finding the balance between the 2 that interests me.
There's so much choice here, isn't there? Because there are little boats, oil rigs, there's a little jetty.
I know, I'm already beginning to think, do I want to do that bit or do I want to do that bit? I don't know now. It's a battle.
I panicked a lot last time and I don't want to be panicking so much, so I'm trying to really get the details down in my head and planned out beforehand. How am I going to actually draw the water? What techniques do I want to use to draw the rig? So I don't have this sort of phase.
Professional artist and wallpaper designer Fujiko Rose won her heat with her depiction of the Gateshead Millennium Bridge, distinguishing herself through her signature technique of using white paper and Indian ink, applied by brush and pen.
Fuji, you're using a strange implement. What are you doing?
So I'm just using a ruling pen to apply the masking fluid.
So the masking fluid, it masks the white of the paper.
Yeah, I'll draw and paint over it.
Afterwards, you can peel it off.
Yeah, it'll come right off.
Then you'll have these white marks.
Yeah, it's just like the weeds down the bottom.
Is that what inspired you? The
yeah,
grasses?
Yeah, so it's almost, if you're looking at it from there, and these are
okay.
kind of cutting across.
I get you, okay.
They're not random
I thought there was kind of some
scratches.
cosmic ripples or something.
No. I really love texture.
Well, you've got a lot of
lines
weird
and-
texture on those rigs.
The oil rig will be just under half of the page. It's going to be quite a close-up of it because I want to get kind of the details of it.
I'm quite intrigued. Looking forward to seeing how this works.
Every opportunity is an opportunity to experiment, so I might experiment with more drawing because a good drawing is the foundation of a good print. It's like if you build a house, bad foundations, bad house.
Professional printmaker Cathy Reddy gets her inspiration from her agricultural surroundings in County Carlow, Ireland. The effect of her painstakingly detailed monochrome work in her finished lino cut print surprised and delighted the judges.
So you gave us that fantastic circle in the heats, and now we've gone for the rectangle. I mean, what made you decide today to go for that?
Well, the landscape is quite horizontal. I didn't want to do a circle again because I was like a bit of a one-trick pony with the circle, even though I loved it, but I thought I'd give the judges something different.
You are drawing it the way we see. So we're going to see a reversed image.
Yeah, some artists flip the image so that it prints the right way around as you see it. I prefer not to because I believe that's part of the process.
Yes. I mean, the ultimate irony with the lino cuts is that you do this fabulous drawing on top and then you just take it all away.
Yeah, it's all gone.
So you're going to give us a richness of clouds in the sky. We're going to see reflections on the water.
Yeah.
All in black and white.
All in black and white, hopefully, anyway.
Fantastic. Good start.
I think to go impressionistic on something like this wouldn't really do it justice. It has to have some sort of grittiness to it. When I had to paint the castle in the heat, what went right for me was really building in a lot of colour beforehand and then painting over it, using opposite colours to inject colour into a grey scene.
Professional artist Gary Jeffrey lives in southwest London. Gary only ever paints landscapes, and in his heat at Hurst Monceaux Castle, the judges were struck by his complex and unusual use of colour, starting bold and then toning down.
You had a very relaxed approach in the heat. You seemed very calm and just there for a laugh. You managing to maintain that in the semi-final?
Yeah, there's a bit more of an edge to my laughing this time.
What are your feelings about these testaments to man's engineering prowess?
Well, I find them a bit otherworldly.
They're definitely otherworldly, aren't they? So does it fill your heart with joy, or are you like, oh, what am I going to do with these things?
Well, I'm kind of sidestepping it by playing with colour at the moment.
Yes, I can see at the moment they're quite vague, aren't they?
Yeah.
The platforms.
They're going to have to come into focus at some point.
OK.
I'm dancing with colour. That's where I'm
You're
at.
the colour whisperer.
I wish I was.
The colour shouter at the moment. There's not much whispering going on there, is there? So all this playing around with colour is because you're scared of what?
Because it's so tremendously complicated, the structure. And I just want the whole thing to sing and just punch you in the eyes.
That is brilliantly bold. I love it.
Places in the final are guaranteed for 3 of today's 7 semi-finalists, and they're nearly 1 hour into the competition.
I'm not happy with what I have at the moment. So I'm just quickly taking a sketch in a completely different angle just to see would that be the right way of doing this landscape justice.
A little while ago, I was panicking. It's beginning to take some form and some shape. Although it doesn't appear to have a lot here, it's had an inordinate amount of thinking about. And that's what counts.
I'm happy with the composition. The water's almost done in the sense of actual drawing, and then I can just focus on getting the details of the oil rig. If I'm too pushed for time, I can get a little creative with it.
I'm feeling the pressure in the sense of the strategy of how I paint this scene. I basically throw myself off the bridge and then hope that I can learn how to fly before I hit the bottom.
Here on the Firth of Cromarty, our 7 semi-finalists have been wrestling with this ominous seascape for an hour. And the ever-changing weather has made painting plein air even more challenging than usual.
It does seem slightly odd now it's stopped raining that I'm suddenly getting an umbrella out. I knew something like that was going to happen.
Despite graduating with a fine art degree, David Youds shied away from a career in the art world. However, in recent years, he's been gathering his artistic momentum. And at his heat on Tyneside, the judges were taken with the naive charm of his work.
What's with the umbrella do?
Yeah, it does seem slightly odd, but it's just to keep the glare of the sunlight off the board, really. But you tend to paint darker when there's light on the board, so it's just to get a more accurate tonal value when I'm putting in the blocks of colour.
So seascapes, are they a normal part of your armoury?
No, it's not often I paint.
Ever?
No.
Never?
I live inland, so it's kind of a bit alien to me. At the minute, the water's quite still, so I'm going to simplify the tone as a whole colour and make tiny adjustments when the light alters. I used to be quite a slow painter, really, but I've learned to speed up a little bit and try and sort of capture those sort of moments.
But does that mean if you're working at speed that we might see more than one work today?
I'm not that ambitious. I mean,
But I hope you are that competitive.
Yeah.
But while some artists are forging ahead, one is playing catch-up.
Something had to change, so I decided to focus on one drilling rig and the mountains and make it vertical and zoom in a lot more into the landscape. I feel like I'm on the right road now.
It's not your normal Firth view, is it? They are odd-looking things, but there's something very beautiful about something that's designed purely for its purpose and with no thought given to aesthetics whatsoever.
Oh, you're sounding so German. Form following function, yes?
Exactly. Look at them. There's something magnificent about them.
Yeah, my heart goes out to our artists. There's a lot of detail there.
A lot of cross-lattice work.
Nice, yeah.
Yes.
A lot of cross-lattice work. It is menacing as well. It reminds me, is it H.G. Wells, The War of the Worlds, where these tripods kind of come out and sort of attack humanity? There is something about that in their size and their sort of rustiness and alienness. And so I do want the paintings to have that mood in it, because it is strange. So I hope the artists pick up on it.
What are the pitfalls of painting this quite bizarre scene?
The only danger really is getting bogged down in the detail of engineering. There's so much of it there. You could spend weeks drawing them. So they need to find a way of abstracting it and just giving us a sense of these monsters without actually drawing every metal strut in.
The slight bleakness of those structures and this glorious weather.
Yes.
I mean, it feels...
wrong.
Well, the weather feels sunny and optimistic and open, and those rusting elephants. It's an interesting contrast.
It's perfect for a semi-final.
Enjoying the protection of the pod for the first time is amateur artist Sue England.
Now, you were a wild card.
I was a wild card, yes.
And you've come through to the semi-final.
I know.
That's great.
It's amazing.
Now, when you're a wild card, you have your own encampment, your own easel and everything.
You do.
This is different, isn't it?
It's wonderful. It's like being in a 4-star hotel. Yeah.
So how do you feel about today?
Yeah, it's great. I just wish the light would stay still for a minute, and you know, but that's a common.
Here it comes.
Common problem.
Here comes
here,
the
'cause
sun.
Yeah.
Amateur artist Sue England is a retired graphic designer from West Sussex. The heat at Herstmonceux was her first attempt at painting plein air. But despite the horrendous conditions, her large brushstrokes and loose style drew the attention of the judges.
It is the most amazing views.
Yes, it is. I had no idea.
And how are you feeling about how you're dealing with it? You've made a lot of this water.
Well, I didn't want to put the horizon line quite in the middle, and I wanted to not just be about the rigs.
Now, the rigs are looking very impressionistic. Are they going to stay like that?
Well, probably. I do tend towards the abstract when I paint, so I don't really see things in detail. I deliberately haven't put my vision glasses on, so that actually things are a little bit of a blur, you know, so...
I've got mine on, I can tell you. They look very rig-like, actually.
Thank you.
Because I focus a lot on colour, the biggest challenge for me is really trying to dig into what's there and see what's happening with the colour, because it's still there, it's just very subdued.
Amateur artist James Murch's accomplishment in painting plein air saw him win his heat at Plymouth. His technique of underpainting before creating the light and shade with a combination of horizontal and vertical strokes impressed the judges.
James, you're piling on the paint. How's it going?
It feels like a bit of a panic still. I haven't quite got hold of it yet.
I look at that scene and I want to scream because there's so much detail. And you're quite a painterly, wristy artist. Yeah. How are you going to deal with that? Is that what's making you freak out a bit?
No.
The detail.
I'm not really worried about that because I'm not going to put it in, basically.
Oh, OK.
I'm just going to consolidate one block of tone. I still feel like I'm putting all the elements in, and once they're there, I can start kind of shaping them and pushing the paint around, and some things come through that you hadn't planned.
Have you had any happy accidents up to now?
No. Unhappy, a few unhappy ones, I think.
Oh, OK, so that's also part of the panic, is it? Sort of...
Yeah, fighting against making the structures too small. They tend to shrink as you push and pull the paint.
And how are you feeling about sort of semi-final? Are you feeling pressure?
I am feeling the pressure a bit more today, actually, yeah. I want to paint a good painting and I want to win.
I think it's very evocative there. Nice one.
Thanks very much.
With the semi-final halfway through, the Firth of Cromarty, with its vast seascape, intricate oil rigs and ever-shifting skies, is really making life hard for our 7 artists.
The thing I'm most worried about is just having enough time to completely carve the lino block and print it. So time is tight because it took so long at the start to nail down what I wanted.
I wish I hadn't put quite so much water in and put more sky and less water, because the water now is pretty boring. It's just horizontal waves coming towards you. There's no shape in it. If I was starting now, I'd do it differently.
I'm really pleased with the overall feeling I've got on the canvas, and I'm really concerned about getting those rigs put in and actually facing down what I've been avoiding. It's about how much to put in, how much to suggest.
I think I'm about the right place at the moment. I can't go too crazy on the detail everywhere, but there's enough time to still add enough to make me happy, I should say.
Our artists have less than 2 hours left to recreate their vista of the Firth of Cromarty. But even halfway through, the landscape is still producing all sorts of surprises.
Patsy, I see you've got sort of yellow in the sea, and it's funny, I didn't see it till you pointed it out to me. I suppose that's what good or interesting painting does, isn't it?
I think it's all about looking and seeing what you find in there. Since the heat, I paint slightly differently, really searching to find something different.
Oh, you're such a painter. No, it's nice. You're such a painter. It's such a nice thing.
One of the things I really like about this work is the way in which you've given us that sort of sense of distance by using the platforms themselves, sort of going backwards. I think that's really effective. I'm sort of feeling the ghost of Turner's Fighting Temeraire. They're like ships.
That's generous.
Well, are they ships? Are they buildings? I mean, how are you negotiating them?
They do have a real scale to them. That was one of the bigger challenges. So I kind of tried to bring the clouds in at an angle as well, just to kind of exaggerate the scale.
It's quite an abstract painting at the moment.
I want it to be truthful, but not literally what's there.
Cool.
What areas do you need to work on next?
The rigs are still a bit odd because there are actually 3 masts over there, and really I've only got 2 and a blur.
Artistic licence.
Artistic licence. Well, maybe I'll.
The judges can't count, so you're fine.
Maybe
They're
I'll.
not here for their numeracy skills.
Are they not? No.
I think you don't need to worry because there's supposed to be 3 judges and there's only 2 have turned up.
Thank you for that.
At this point in the competition, the opinion of those 2 judges is crucial.
Well, what a tough job you have. The standard is really high. Do you think so?
Yeah, I think we did a good job as judges in picking these 7. They all seem very comfortable.
There are a couple who've had moments of panic, but most of them are quite controlled and they're focused.
OK, let's consider them one by one. Well, David is here with his flock of darling daughters. Yeah. How's he doing?
He has never, ever done a seascape before. That's quite something. But, you know, fortunately, he's been able to find elements that he's familiar with in the view today. You know, you've got a very mechanical, urban scene.
Funny enough, the structures look huge because the tide has gone out, so it's constantly evolving. And I think for somebody like David, who works reacting to tones and colours, it might be a bit too much for him.
Patsy's is very spacious, isn't it? With really very few brushstrokes.
I think Patsy's been through an epiphany since winning the heat. She's trying to paint in a very, very different way to normal, and I think she's achieving that.
And at the moment, what I'm seeing is a very sort of restrained, cool rendition, very beautifully balanced composition, but I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to be happy with what she does.
OK, now, James.
A good traditional painting of what we're seeing in front of us. But what really excites me about James's work is the perspective, the way in which he's used the platforms to give a sense of depth on what is essentially a very small piece of board.
I just love the way James puts paint on. I mean, it's got that luscious quality, but what I'm worried about with James is because of that sort of wristy, loose application, he's simplified those ladders and it doesn't capture those platforms as I experience them.
Fujiko, it's the detail that makes her work so outstanding.
Exactly. And I think Fuji's at a really difficult place at the moment because it's hard for us to read it. She works in planes. Everything will be sliced up in a slightly abstract way. Her work won't make sense until the very, very end, I don't think.
It's very abstract and a strange design, but I think it's very beautiful.
Gary's opening gambit, which is always to cover his canvas with totally inappropriate colours, completely foxes me.
Although I have to say, I thought it was very beautiful. I wanted to lick it rather than hang it on a wall. From a fanciful point of view, I really love the colour combinations and I quite like the abstract nature of it.
My only concern is that we're not getting these dinosaurs as much, or the character of the dinosaurs.
Kathy is working in a lino cut.
She had the lino in a sort of horizontal rectangle and she'd drawn in the whole landscape and then she changed it.
So what we've got now is something that's much more brutal. She's got in there. We won't know exactly what it's like until we see the pull at the end, but now at least she's got the right composition, I think.
Now, Sue is our wild card who's made it to the semi-final, and she's holding her own, and even more, perhaps.
She's approaching this landscape as sort of various sort of abstract structures and colour planes, and it's just beautiful to watch her work her way through. It looks very interesting at the moment.
But I think if she's going to give us that much sea, I need to see more richness, more texture, rather than these sort of abstracted lines and drips. It needs more reality, I think.
Well, it is the semi-final. You're looking for 3 artists to put through to the final. So what are you looking for?
We just want something interesting and surprising and great, you know, and going forward, somebody who, when given the commission, will not be fazed by it.
They're very measured about the sense of competition. And I wonder whether the second part of the day, it starts to kick in. You know, this is a competition. I've got to get 4 others out of their little pods.
Yeah.
Well, they're all being very polite anyway at the moment.
Yeah.
Perhaps it'll get fierce. I don't know.
Bit of colour's gone in on that big structure.
Like a couple of lifeboats.
And the boys.
And the boys. This morning there were loads of greys, and I was thinking, yeah, I need a little bit of colour, and that really stood out. But I think the key is not to put too much in there, like overdo it, because if you put too much in there, then nothing stands out.
Patricia, what's going on over here? Because we've got colour here.
I've rubbed most of it off, but this was the masking fluid. So when I take some bits off, it creates almost graffiti-like feel scratch, almost like a scratched image.
This is quite detailed, isn't it? It's almost like an engineering drawing. It's so exact.
I wanted to add a bit of grit, so I've just tried to make it a little bit grunge.
And that will be the only landscape part that puts in an appearance.
There's a little bit of land.
Yes, give us a little bit of land, because it throws into relief this monstrous human contraption.
It needs to balance it out a bit.
It does. It will be lovely.
Lying 40 miles north of Inverness, Cromarty's deep sheltered waters provide perfect conditions for shipping. And in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, Cromarty was a hub of international trade, importing coal and iron ore. It was also a centre for hemp production. Raw hemp from St. Petersburg was spun into sacking at the local factory and shipped to London, where it was used in the West India trade to pack cotton. The boom in the local economy funded the construction of elegant Georgian housing. But by the mid-19th century, the Industrial Revolution had gathered speed. Britain was on the move, but Cromarty was left behind.
From the 1800s, as the road networks developed, bridges were built over the main rivers, and a whole network of roads developed further inland. Cromarty went from being a thriving commercial town to being what one visitor called a miserable place in the last stages of decay.
This once wealthy port descended into poverty, and for over a century became an obscure backwater, until a discovery off the coast of eastern Scotland changed the course of its history. In 1970, British Petroleum struck oil in the North Sea, and soon afterwards an oil rig construction site opened at the village of Nigg opposite Cromarty. 2 years later, the first North Sea oil rig, Highlander 1, was floated out through the Cromarty Firth. But the industry is notoriously unpredictable, and over the past 4 decades, the people of Cromarty have seen its rise and fall at first hand.
When the oil industry is in downturn, the Cromarty Firth becomes an area for parking oil rigs relatively cheaply. So the more rigs in the Firth, the less drilling for oil there is out in the oil fields. So it's almost a barometer of the oil industry.
With the current trend turning to renewable energy, and with 50% of construction at Nigg now offshore wind turbines, Cromarty's fortunes may well be on the rise once more.
There are just 30 minutes to go, and our 7 semi-finalists need to use the remaining time wisely to bring their artwork to life. The weather's been a challenge all day, but for one artist, the tide is turning in their favour.
Kathy, the lino's coming off very easily. Has that got something to do with the heat?
Yes, that's the sunshine now here today shining on it, so I don't have to use my iron, so it's actually brilliant. It's cutting like butter.
So you'll be able to catch up in a funny way because it's warmer?
Yes.
Just want to put a few of these reflections that honestly were there earlier. So if I can get the idea that the water is watery, I should be very pleased.
I've struggled a bit with the detail of the rigs. Keep scraping it off, putting it on, and kind of doubting myself. Hopefully I can pull it together.
I feel like the texture I have going on, like the slightly scratched kind of speckled feel, is what I wanted. I don't think it will be totally finished, but I'm trying to draw as quickly as I can.
On the dramatic shores of the Firth of Cromarty, it's a critical moment for our 7 semi-finalists. Their 4 hours are nearly up, And with only 3 places in the final, there's no margin for error.
The rigs are very skeletal at the moment.
They are. I've gambled. I've decided to gamble on looseness. I'll try and get away with suggesting them because I don't want to draw attention away from the overall feeling. It's like walking a tightrope. I feel as though I have something here and I don't want to kill it, but then again, I don't want to be a coward.
Courage, my friend, courage.
I'm not going to do a great deal now. There's one little bit that's annoying me up there, and then I'm going to sit and look at it.
There's a few bits I'd like to have done differently. Got a little teeny strip of land, just not the mountain behind.
Artists, you have 5 minutes left.
Lovely. I'm shaking now. I've only got 5 minutes left.
I might need help laying paper.
No, I'm very happy to. Shall I go to where you are?
Yeah.
Because I can't. Oh, God. I can't help you with this, I'm afraid. It's going to freak me out. So if I hold these and you just pull it off.
1, 2.
Yes.
Good flat, flat.
Hey.
That is really well inked.
Great.
I feel like I've given my all. It's in the hands of the gods or the judges, as I know.
Artists, your time is up and your semi-final challenge is over.
Please put down your brushes and step away from your artwork.
The light, it just changed so much throughout the day, and I've kept to rework the sort of columns and the frames. But I'd like to think I've done enough. I mean, I've given it everything today.
With the semi-final challenge over, the judges evaluate all the finished artwork.
We've had a good day, haven't we?
Really good day, really good day.
But it was a difficult one to work with. There's a lot of information out there. But, you know, I'm looking at David's scene here, and he's absolutely, you know, captured what it was like today, and there's a certain sort of blusteriness in his brush work.
I do question the positioning of the boats. Now, I know they were there, but they just tipped the picture into being a little bit too sweet.
What I do like about David's inventiveness is that it's just a jumble of abstract marks, but it really gives us a sense of the complexity of that bit of engineering out there.
Patsy was really intent to do something that was completely different to her normal way of approaching painting. You know, it's got a volume to it, but she's made everything also very beautiful.
I was worried about Patsy's reticence because there is a weight to that out there. But what I always like in an artist is when they show me something that I wasn't aware of. And as I look across the water, I would have never seen yellow. And now Patsy's shown me, no, there is yellow there. And I'm suddenly seeing it through a new lens. And that's what I want an artist to do, is open the world in a new way for me to discover. So very slight, but very well constructed.
Yeah. For me, what James managed to capture today is a sense of otherness with these structures. They are so weird, they are so strange if you've not encountered them before, and he's got that. And he's also coupled it with a really nice sense of distance.
Works with quite large brush marks, so when I'm standing in front of the painting now, it seems rather crude. But as I step away, you do get that menacing broodiness of these giant structures, and that space, for its size, it packs a punch.
So Fujiko's almost taken us down to the bulrushes. I know that she's using that device of the grasses to sort of push us further back, but I wonder whether it doesn't take me slightly too long to get to the platform. She's given us an element of something that it's really hard to understand what it is, but the whole structures are weird, and she's captured that.
The surface of her drawing has what I feel those structures have, a sort of a decayedness and sort of the sense that the end of the industrial age, and she's caught that very beautifully. I love Gary's use of colour. I like the way he works. He doesn't take sort of route one, he sort of goes around the houses, and then you get these beautiful accidents happen where sort of colour leaches from the back as he approaches the correct colours.
I love the fact that he stayed true to his principles as a colourist, and he wanted to push it, but it's as if he's been a bit too heavy-handed, like it's not as polished as his work that we would normally see. I'm so glad that Kathy decided to change her composition in the end. You know, as a lino cut artist, she really needed to get in underneath that structure, and she's gone much closer to it. And here she's been able to revel in all the detail of the structure itself.
And you get the size and the height of these towers and the huge sky behind it. So considering she was an hour behind, I mean, she really has pulled it off.
Yeah. Don't you just love it when one of our wild cards manages to come through and produce something that stands really confidently in amongst everything else today?
I love Sue's inventiveness, the way she uses paint and layers it and drips it and is able to create textures.
She hasn't given us an exact depiction of the surface of the sea, but she's given us a sense of the currents and the flow of it by the washing over of that brush.
Maybe she ran out of time or something happened here when this is so interesting, inventive, to then, it's quite crude, this, isn't it?
She's a very urgent, frenetic artist, and I think that gives her work an energy.
But only 3 can go through to the final.
I think that artist wanted to be brave today, and I think that delivers.
One on the right, I just love the inventiveness and of the paint application.
Well, we're happy with that one, aren't we? Going through?
Yeah.
Happy with,
That
I
one,
think, this
that
one.
this one.
And I'd really like to see this artist again.
No, definitely.
Artists, congratulations to each and every one of you. You've together created a marvellous collection of seascapes.
It's never easy for the judges to choose just 3 to put through to the final, and you certainly haven't made it any easier for them today. But they have reached their decision. And the first artist to reach the final is Patsy Moore.
And the second artist chosen to go through to the final is Fujiko Rose.
The third artist to reach the final is Sue England.
Our commiserations to the rest of you. Each of your work has been distinguished, and we hope you've enjoyed being with us today. Thank you all very much.
What's just happened? I don't know. I can't absorb this at all. What a compliment. I feel like a little girl, which is ridiculous at my age, but it's brought so much joy.
Patsy practically had a spiritual awakening after the last heat, and she's totally reinvented herself.
And she's an interesting colorist, finding colors in this landscape that made a mood in a very restrained language. I thought that was extraordinary.
Really, really happy. In that process of trying to tackle things today, I've found different techniques that I really like.
It was really about an artist responding to what she was seeing. Fuji was reacting to that and thought, how do I make marks that gets across what I feel about this today? I've never seen any work like it.
It's wonderful. Get through to the final. I can't really take it in. To know that what I am doing is being validated in some way is really encouraging and exciting, yeah.
Sue straddles figuration and abstraction. It's always a journey between these...
Like her brushstrokes.
Yes, like, where she's never comfortable. So that keeps her work alive and open to possibilities. The 3 that we picked had something more than just energy and focus. They were courageous.
3 female artists being courageous, I think that's something special to celebrate.
They're true artists in the sense that they use art as a vehicle to investigate something. And all 3 did that today.
Hello and welcome to the Royal Institute of British Architects in London, where you find us in a state of excitement and anticipation.
Yes, because the winner of Landscape Artist of the Year 2019, Fujiko Rose, has completed her prize commission to create a work of art, the city of Venice, and it's about to be unveiled for the very first time.
As a keen crowd of family, invited guests and our own esteemed judges gather, it's almost time for the moment of truth. We can't wait.
This year, over 1,000 talented artists applied to compete for Landscape Artist of the Year. Just 48 were chosen to take part. The prize, a £10,000 commission from the prestigious Royal Institute of British Architects.
Across 6 heats, they've pushed their artistic talents to the limit. But one artist consistently stood out from all the rest.
The Landscape Artist of the Year 2019 is Fujiko Rose.
Wow, it's one of the best things you can really ask for, isn't it, being an artist? It's a bit of a birthday present for me, since my birthday's in 3 days.
Now Fujiko is on her way to Venice.
It's so different. I've not been anywhere like this, so it's exciting.
She'll be following in the footsteps of 19th century British artist, writer and lover of Venice, John Ruskin.
He says that buildings are like old people and we should take care of them.
And facing some particularly Venetian artistic challenges.
I'm getting myself confused about all the proportions. This is all going to be really wonky.
Along the way, she'll be meeting up with some old friends.
Actually, if mankind has the audacity and the imagination to create this, then we're not doing too badly.
You don't know where to look, do you? There's so much to see.
And she'll experience at first hand the environmental dangers facing the city.
Water is sort of the friend and the foe of Venice. It's what makes it so special and different, but it's what's damaging it.
Can you swim?
The artwork will be the first major commission of her career and will be unveiled in front of an invited audience at the Royal Institute of British Architects.
I loved her work throughout the competition and how it evolved. Fujiko loves a challenge, and so I really can't wait to see what she's done this time, because I think it's going to be brilliant.
I think when the red cloth comes off, I'll be staring at my shoes.
Are you ready?
It's 3 weeks since the final of Landscape Artist of the Year, and winner Fujiko Rose is at home in Welwyn Garden City. Although it's business as usual in the studio today, the past few months have been something of a roller coaster.
I still find winning, it's such a strange feeling. Obviously there's happiness. I'm so chuffed. I just feel it's quite overwhelming, yeah.
Fujiko gained a place in this year's competition with a delicate, textured drawing of her family home, and went on to win her heat in Gateshead, where she brought a timeless quality to the city's Millennium Bridge.
For the first round, I was really, really nervous, actually. And then the semi-final, I was just so happy I'd made it through.
In Cromarty, her evocative drawing captured the haunting beauty of the oil rigs.
And then going into the finals, just the idea of winning made me feel like I really, really want this.
After a long night in Battersea, her striking night view of the power station and a breathtaking commission drawing of Lanterney Priory ultimately won Fujiko the title of Landscape Artist of the Year.
It's just really fitting that we've got an artist who's ready to go out and do it properly. I mean, you know, I think her and Venice are going to get on like a house on fire.
few weeks on from the excitement of her win, and Fujiko is preparing for an upcoming art fair. She's a full-time professional artist and currently divides her time between her own artwork and the design company she runs with her mother, Kari.
My mum has been a big influence in terms of the arts and design side. I hope this has gone through okay. Because she's Japanese, a lot of the heritage and the kind of culture that I'm exposed to because of this has definitely been very influential and something which I like to bring into my work.
Fujiko has just turned 22 and lives at home with her mum and dad, Richard.
She was always scribbling, crayoning. From the time that she could pick something up and draw with it, she loved it. She works more hours than most people, and that's a testament to the love she has for the work.
I was, of course, so pleased for her, and it's just amazing. What Fuji does is she sees something she likes, but it has to be her own style. That made her own type of art, really.
Fujiko's prize for winning Landscape Artist of the Year is a £10,000 commission from the Royal Institute of British Architects. Today, she's come to their headquarters in central London to find out the details of her brief.
Whilst there may be some nerves about creating a piece for, such a kind of a world-renowned establishment, I think it's more overwhelmed by the kind of excitement.
The RIBA was established in 1834 to promote excellence in architecture, both here and abroad. They've commissioned our winner to produce a work which captures some of the most celebrated architecture in the world. Fujiko's here to meet the Institute's president, Alan Jones.
Welcome to the Royal Institute of British Architects.
Fabulous to be here.
Well, can I tell you a little bit about the commission?
Yes, please, that'd be great to hear.
Okay, you will be going to Venice because it is the bicentenary of the birth of John Ruskin. John Ruskin was the leading sort of critic and theorist of the Victorian era, and he was a painter. And he had a particular interest in Venice.
I don't know that much about him as a person, but I've seen some of his work, which is his drawings are beautiful.
John Ruskin was one of the most important cultural figures of 19th century Britain. A critic, writer, and also a talented artist, Ruskin fell in love with Venice when he first visited the city as a young boy. He returned many times during his lifetime to document its architecture in his writing and in countless sketches and paintings. Yet despite the majesty of the Venetian architecture, by the late 19th century, the city's buildings had fallen into a state of disrepair that horrified Ruskin.
He wrote to his father, describing Venice like a sugar lump in a cup of tea. He was concerned about the condition and the decay of Venice, mostly through poor conservation and poor repair of buildings, and that agenda is still there. But it's also about the environmentalism, and Venice is right up there in terms of what happens if we're not careful about how we treat our world.
A lot to take in. Or is there anything that you quite want to see represented in the commission piece?
In a way, we leave it to you in that you've got Ruskin, and in his time, it was about the deterioration of the fabric. But now we have a greater, bigger risk, if you like, of the rising sea. It's perfectly timed, and for something for you to explore. So, Fuji, can I show you where your work is going to hang? Right here.
Front and center, huh? That's...
No pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, no pressure.
With the scale and significance of her commission now becoming clear, it's time for Fujiko to turn her thoughts to Venice and the challenge ahead.
Well, I mean, I can't really ask for a more glamorous spot, can I? This has made it more exciting for me. I'm really excited to go. It's like, I'm ready. Let's do this.
With just a few days to go until she leaves for Venice, Fujiko's in her studio and has started on her packing.
There's boxes with labels, but the labels don't mean anything because you go in, it's like, oh, this is a box with pigments in.
No, it's sellotape.
During her trip, she'll be working on several preparatory drawings.
I'm basically putting this whole pack in here, fit wherever I can in. Charcoal.
Fujiko works mainly in Indian ink, using a dipping pen and brushes on handmade paper.
I don't plan on working on white. With the coloured papers or textured papers, they kind of give us like sort of like a romantic feel to it. There is a bit of that kind of romantic sense to Venice. Also, you know, if I'm looking back at having an eye on the past as well, it's quite nice. I'll try and fit the paper into this. So if it's this, and essentially a pencil case, then I'm pretty much set to go, yeah.
For centuries, artists and writers like John Ruskin caught their first glimpse of Venice from the water. And today, it's Fujiko's turn.
I like this way of travelling. It feels quite glamorous. Just got out of the airport, straight onto the taxi boat, which is very cool. It's so different. I've not been anywhere like this, so it's exciting.
Winner of Landscape Artist of the Year, Fujiko Rose, is in Venice to research her prize commission for the Royal Institute of British Architects. She's following in the footsteps of 19th century British art critic John Ruskin, whose books established Venice as one of the architectural wonders of the world. Fujiko is staying at Hotel La Calcina, on the spot where Ruskin lodged in 1877 during one of his many visits to Venice. To start her off on her journey, she's joined by Artist of the Year judge and expert on Venice, Kate Bryan.
Fujiko, welcome to Venice.
Ah, it's amazing to be here.
It's so beautiful. So you have the best commission. Reba have asked you to paint a scene of Venice. We're commemorating the bicentenary of John Ruskin. Ruskin spent a long time here, meticulously recording every building, every corner, every stone was interesting to him. So today, our entire vision of Venice, our understanding, our passion, a lot of it comes from Ruskin.
John Ruskin first visited the city in October 1835, aged 16. 20 years later, he published one of the definitive books on Venice. The Stones of Venice was a love letter to the city, which celebrated the beauty of its art and architecture, but also contained an impassioned warning for the future of its fragile buildings.
So I've got a little present for you. This is a traveller's edition of The Stones of Venice. It's a really beautiful little book, and I wanted you to see this because this is really Ruskin's rationale behind writing this. He was really worried about the fact that the city was sort of dissolving before his eyes, and so he says here what he's so worried about.
I would endeavour to trace the lines of this image before it be forever lost, and to record as far as I may the warning which seems to me to be uttered by every one of the fast-gaining waves that beat like passing bells against the stones of Venice.
I'm so excited to get you out there onto the water to see these buildings that Ruskin really, really brings to life in this book, but there's nothing like seeing them in the flesh.
Fujiko's here in what John Ruskin called the paradise of cities. He saw its architecture as the closest that human ingenuity would ever get to God's own act of creation.
I think the thing I like about Venice is every time you come, you're as thrilled and as excited and surprised and gobsmacked as the first time you came. That actually never goes away.
The architecture Ruskin described so vividly in The Stones of Venice was built between the 9th and 15th centuries, when Venice was one of the richest cities in the world, an independent republic with an empire stretching across the Mediterranean.
They were hardcore bankers, they were mercantile. If you think about it, this was a melting pot for the entire world. So really it's an intersection between the East and the West.
It's just so different to like anything, isn't it?
So look, this is one of my absolute favourite buildings anywhere in the world, Cardoro. This building got Ruskin so excited.
The Venetian Gothic architectural style is characterised by elegant waterfront colonnades, delicate stonework and distinctive pointed arches.
You see the height of these windows, just how exaggerated they are. And it's this idea that you're kind of like shooting up, it's like the glory of God. But can you see just the level of detail and ornamentation?
There's some really lovely windows and glasswork.
My favourite quote about Venice is by Anthony Burgess, and he says, "If you despair of man, go to Venice. Because if he can build a city like this, his soul deserves to be saved." And you think, yeah, actually, if mankind has the audacity and the imagination to create this, then we're not doing too badly. We just now got to save it. Hey, look, there's the Rialto Bridge.
Wow, oh my goodness, that is amazing.
And so now look, Fuji, this is just one of the most exciting views in the world. This is the Doge's Palace, the Campanile, and San Marco Square just through there.
St Mark's Square and its famous basilica were, for John Ruskin, the most beautiful buildings in the world. But he was increasingly dismayed at how little was being done to protect them from the ravages of time.
You've got your sea legs.
Nearly 2 centuries later, this fragile city is more vulnerable than ever.
So this is where you can see the flooding problems.
Rising sea levels due to climate change and the pressure of 30 million tourists each year are damaging the fabric of the city. Now Ruskin's fears seem more like a prophecy.
Wow, it's packed, isn't it?
I know, we're slightly constricted by the water. St. Mark, the patron saint of Venice, this is his church. It's like nothing else on earth. It's completely covered with the spoils of their amazing republic. It is the most sort of magnificent building. It's showing off and saying, we're doing really good.
I mean, you don't know where to look, do you? There's so much to see.
So you can see all the different tracery, the stonework, the marbles, the columns, the amazing arches, the horsemen. I mean, it's just endlessly interesting. There's so much to look at.
Fujiko will have the next 4 days to explore Venice. She'll be looking for a view that suits her style and captures the spirit of this extraordinary city.
Fuji, we need to spend a lifetime together in Venice to really see every little detail that Ruskin wanted us to see. But I think already you're getting a bit of a sense of this very special, very complex city. I have to wish you good luck. You're following in the footsteps of loads of artists. You've got to avoid all the cliches, and you've got to do something which is very distinctly Fujiko. And I cannot wait to see it.
It's going to be a challenge, but it's a welcome challenge for sure.
Yeah.
Very welcome challenge.
During his time in Venice, John Ruskin spent many hours sketching the buildings he wrote about in The Stones of Venice. To try her own hand at capturing the details of Venetian Gothic, Fujiko's returned to the palace of Cardoro on the Grand Canal.
I've got a picture on my iPad of John Ruskin's sketch. It's more colourful than I expected, actually. Watercolour, sort of kind of half-finished one. I love John Ruskin's drawings.
Cardoro, or House of Gold, is the best surviving example of Venetian Gothic architecture. Completed in 1430, it was once home to one of the great aristocratic Venetian families.
I'm getting myself confused about all the proportions. This is all going to be really wonky. At first, I did a very simple pencil sketch just to get a rough sense of what I'm planning on including. And then I've just moved on to this brown ink. And it's a mix of using the brush and the dipping pen and using some water washes. I'm just going bit by bit. As much as I like the structure, they are something I usually would avoid sketching just because there's so many things and I sort of struggle to get it all in there. Suddenly I'm missing half of the columns. I think I chose too much of it, like I should have just taken a smaller part of it to sketch. Go with it now. It's gonna be some moody building, slightly evening view. Grazie.
With her first preparatory sketch complete, Fujiko returns to Hotel La Calcina to reflect on her first day in Venice.
It's interesting to be here and yeah, the location that Ruskin stayed himself, and to try and go to these places which he himself visited, and the fears of his time are still very much prevalent today. So rebranded my discussion with Kate and how Venice is incredibly vulnerable to things like the rising waters. It's interesting looking at the problems, knowing I'm sort of part of the problem coming here on plane. And it's, you are aware of it. It's sort of like an ironic, it's going to be a slightly ironic drawing.
Landscape Artist of the Year, Fujiko Rose, is in Venice, researching her winning commission for the Royal Institute of British Architects. Today, she wants to explore a different side to Venice, away from the Grand Canal and the crowds of St. Mark's. She's come to meet Nelson Kishi, a Japanese artist who's lived in Venice and been inspired by the city for 30 years.
Venice is like a labyrinth, you know? Here in my area, every day or every moment is different.
Kishi's studio is in the residential district of Cannaregio. He's offered to take Fujiko out sketching in the day-to-day world of ordinary Venetians.
I might sit on the driver.
Look, the woman came, you know, to hang the clothes. I like these scenes.
Just as part of the life. You're capturing more all the daily life, and you've got the people. I always like just ignore all the people. So I think it's nice. There's like different approaches. I like.
Oh, can you swim?
As Kishi returns home to dry off, Fujiko chooses to stay in quiet Cannaregio, where she's found a view that's caught her imagination.
One of the interesting things with meeting Kishi today was walking through some less postcard areas in a sense. They're not what you would normally see in the photos. The view that I found is sort of peeking through this rather open rail, and it has all the different sort of components which I think you can find in Venice, of like the boat and the water and the posts. And there's this sort of weathered wall and the Gothic arches. It has that sort of romantic vibe, but I think you can see the effects that you have being next to the water and how much that kind of damages the structures. Today's a bit calmer because, in a way, I'm not trying to recreate something like a Ruskin drawing or thinking about the different kind of masterful pieces of Venice. So with ink drawing, whatever's in the foreground I'll do first. Then the second layer is the foliage. And then the third layer is going to be the building behind with the Gothic arches. Because if I draw the arches first, if I want to do like a wash or anything, it just becomes like a whole big mess. You've got to work the opposite way around to paint. It's a nice little spot, isn't it?
Back in the centre of the city, the environmental issues facing Venice are unmistakable. But there are campaigns to limit the number of tourists, and flood barriers are being constructed to protect the city from the rising tides. John Ruskin was one of the very first to argue that the great buildings of the world, like those in Venice, must be preserved for future generations, an idea that was to become the foundation of today's attitudes to conservation. Fujiko's come back to St Mark's Square to meet up with historian and Ruskin expert Emma Stenyo.
One of the things that was mentioned to me as well was Ruskin's concern about the damage that was being done to Venice, how to deal with that.
You find in Ruskin a perspective which has to do with buildings but can be easily translated into a lesson about life. He says that buildings are like old people and we should take care of them. The sense of this was that we have to preserve them, to be healthy, to be well, to be happy, and so on. In metaphorical terms.
As long as possible.
Exactly, exactly. And taking care was not to damage, of course, but also to know the story of it. Because when you start knowing the story, it's an act of love. Love is a very strong word for Ruskin. The sense of loving, of taking care, of sympathizing, and all this.
As I'm learning more, when you know those kind of extra details, when you look at them, you do appreciate them more and you see more of it and you enjoy it more. And I think you care more as well when you know.
This is what Ruskin meant.
It was this great love for the city of Venice that made it so hard for Ruskin to witness the neglect he saw before his eyes. But he wasn't the first artist or the last to fall for the Venetian dream. The 17th century Venetian painter Canaletto was one of many to construct so-called impossible views, playing around with the layout of the buildings. Some famous artworks even appear to have been painted from right out on the water.
Ruskin also tried sketching in a gondola and he struggled with it. So I'm not expecting to be creating any masterpieces here. This is going to be the dodgiest drawing I've ever done.
Is it hard? Is it very hard? You have a lot of movement, you know, left to right, something like this.
But for today's artists, there's a slightly easier way of capturing the view.
I think one of the benefits of photography is that later on, when you go back and you work on the piece, is you always find bits that you've missed in person. They're two separate sketches, but I've sort of made them into one with the addition of some random bridge. Just a little quick sketch. Thank you. Thank you.
As Fujiko has discovered, the rise and fall of the water is the heartbeat of Venice. The city sits in a shallow lagoon on the North Adriatic Sea, and when the first peoples arrived here in the 5th century AD, they settled not on Venice, but on the nearby smaller island of Torcello. Today, Fujiko's taking a trip across the lagoon.
So it was an early start today. Just saw the sunrise over the lagoon, which was amazing. It's very nice to see some nature around as well. It feels quite different, and that's nice. This is the next Ruskin stop, as he also visited Torcello and wrote about it in the Stones of Venice.
John Ruskin called Torcello the mother of Venice. Its first inhabitants were refugees fleeing the barbarian forces of Attila the Hun. Fujiko's come to their cathedral, Santa Maria Assunta. In the Stones of Venice, Ruskin praises the beautiful simplicity of its architecture, in contrast to the buildings of its more flamboyant neighbour.
It has evidently been built by men in flight and distress who sought in the hurried erection of their island church such a shelter for their earnest and sorrowful worship, as, on the one hand, could not attract the eyes of their enemies by its splendour, and yet, on the other, might not awaken too bitter feelings by its contrast with the churches which they had seen destroyed.
Torcello's ancient cathedral stands on a stretch of low marshland overlooking the lagoon. Taking advantage of the tranquility, Fujiko's found a quiet spot down by the water.
Coming to Torcello, you do really feel the difference. It's a very calming, quite serene place. There's a lot more like open space. So the view that I'm drawing is very simple little jetty, but there's a couple little posts and there's a little red gate. What I find really appealing with drawing like an intimate view, and it's this feeling of taking away the kind of distance between yourself and the painting and the scenery inside it, and that feeling of being able to go through and almost touch it. You can walk through or walk into it. I'm just taking my camera out. I'm just going to grab a quick photo as it's starting to rain.
With water a continuing theme, Fujiko returns to her room at La Calcina to finish her drawing.
Ruskin loved Torcello because it was the start of Venice. It was where the first people came to before building Venice, and that history behind it is also what I found to be quite interesting. So I'm not trying to literally put in, you know, people running away from barbarians, you know, that's not what I'm trying to put into the work. It's also about the future of Venice, and I really want it to be kind of a balance of the kind of the past, the present, and the future, sort of try and inject all those things in such a way that they come together.
Landscape Artist of the Year, Fujiko Rose, has spent 5 days exploring Venice, from small canals and shaded alleyways to magnificent palazzos. She's spending her last day sketching the famous Grand Canal, the artery of the city, and a view that John Ruskin drew many times.
I've decided to draw the Grand Canal in this direction. I thought I should challenge myself a little bit and do something which involves more dimensions than I'm comfortable with normally. The composition I've chosen is about 60% foreground, and the reason for that is, in a way, if I was only drawing the Grand Canal, I feel like I'd have to pay more attention to the details on like all the windows, and then there's too much. Whereas if I focus on what's near me, the background can be more like in a soft focus. That's just my way of dealing with such a vast amount of things.
Like so many artists before her, Fujiko will leave Venice inspired by the complex perspectives and changing light of this floating city.
Venice has been something that has really challenged me. It's made me try and think about composition differently in places. It's different exploring a city with the thought of creating a piece of artwork. It made me stop and look at those little bits and details, and I think that's really stuck with me. Venice will definitely be a special trip for me, just completely unlike anything else. I will miss it, but I would love to visit again there at some point.
Back home in Welwyn Garden City, Fujiko is working hard on her commission. She's using the preparatory sketches from her trip to Venice, plus some inspiration from John Ruskin himself, to create her final composition.
I chose this building which is sitting on the water, and it has the Gothic arches, and it has these beautiful details, and it also has that sort of wear and tear that you get from being so exposed to the water. All of the drawings I did, it's quite funny when I look at it, actually, there's little elements of each one. So in a way, actually, in some ways, the balance is more similar to the one that I did on the first day. But I think I've tried to take the feel of the kind of more out-of-the-way places. I'm just starting to draw what's actually the most detailed part of the picture at the moment, which is just around the door. I think the actual process of drawing, I've never found relaxing. I'm sure a lot of athletes, the actual process isn't exactly calming as such, but there's such satisfaction from it. I like coming up with the ideas in the first place and, you know, climb up the mountain when you're drawing it, and then you're at the top at the end.
As the artwork develops, Fujiko's made some decisions about the kind of story she wants it to tell. She's keen to evoke the history of Venice, but also to reflect the contemporary city and fears for its future.
I'd say between like a third to a half of the picture that I am drawing will be water. The water is sort of almost leaking out, it's not contained. Water is sort of the friend and the foe of Venice. It's what attracts people, it's also what makes it so special and different, but it's what's damaging it, what it's sinking into. One of the things I have, which is quite bold in the picture as a feature, is this sort of diagonal line, like a beam of light coming across the picture. Everything that's in the light is quite well defined, and the parts which are sort of swallowed up by the darkness, if you will, I've sort of obscured a lot of it. The really scary part is just how it all sits together. I think commissions can be scarier, and you really want to please the people you're giving it to. That's quite intimidating, actually.
Today, Fujiko's winning commission will be unveiled at the Royal Institute of British Architects in London. It's 6 weeks since she won Landscape Artist of the Year, and 6 months since she first submitted her drawing to the competition, and the work is finished.
Today's definitely a milestone. This is my first sort of proper commission, definitely a big event. I think when the red cloth comes off, I'll be staring at my shoes.
As an audience of friends, family and RIBA members gathers in the Institute Gallery, there are 3 guests in particular who've been looking forward to this moment.
I'm really excited. I think Fujiko is one of our best winners. Her work is, you know, it's incredible and it's new, and I haven't seen anything like that.
And also we have a perfect marriage between Venice and Fujiko. It's really exciting.
But I'm expecting to see something quite masterly and large.
Yes.
and detailed and intense.
Anything else?
And wonderful.
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone, to this very special occasion. We're here to celebrate the winner of the Landscape Artist of the Year 2019, who's going to unveil her work. Here she is, Fujiko Rose.
But before we see the finished artwork, we're going to hear from the man who commissioned it. It's Alan Jones, who is the president of the RIBA.
Welcome everybody to the RIBA for this very special event. The RIBA has over 4 million pieces in its collection that are shown here publicly in this building and also around the world. So Fuji's piece of work will be in very good company. So I'm very, very interested to see what Fuji has created for us.
Are you ready? It's a great moment for you and for us all. Here we go. Oh! I think Ruskin would be pleased.
Very, very much so. Very impressive, and I'd like to look at it in much more detail.
This is a really wonderful work of art, and you're to be congratulated. Well done, well done.
I know you're a good artist, but I've never seen, I didn't think you could do monumental. This is really monumental. And as I look at it, the drawings are drawing me in closer. There's more and more stuff to look at. There's just so much there, and it's magical.
I really feel like you and I saw this together on the Grand Canal as well, so I feel really special that I was there. We wanted something big. We wanted something which thought about the past, but also talks about the present. We wanted a little dash of gold. She's completely spoilt us. We're ruined now.
I like the urbanness of it too. Even though it is this sort of ancient city, there's a grittiness to the elegance. Here we've shown that ink can still do the business well. Fujiko's done us really, really proud, and it's a wonderful piece of work.
Very, very impressed. I think it really captures Venice and the beauty of it, but also the vulnerability. I think it'll sit very well in our public building. It's a great piece.
What exactly I won didn't really sink in, and being here, I just feel the scale of it, and it's amazing. Getting such a positive response is definitely something that's going to stay with me. It makes me want to push myself more and try more, and do more, and so I'm looking forward to that.